Chapter 61, The Moonlight is Beautiful Tonight. Hello, Mr. Kong, your package has arrived. Please come and pick it up. Okay. Kong Lu hung up the phone and went downstairs to the boys' dormitory. Tomorrow was the weekend, and it was the day Kong Lu was going to accompany Gu Chenxi and Gu Chenxian to Disneyland. For this reason, he had specially bought a few new clothes, and worried that the delivery would be too slow. He had also specially paid extra for a private express delivery. It's already 8:30 p.m., and the courier is still here at the school, delivering his package, which will be delivered directly to the men's dormitory. Thank you. Kong Lu. Kong Lu, who has just picked up the package, is about to go upstairs when he hears someone calling his name. He turns around and sees that it's Gu Chenxi calling him. She is accompanied by Suya, and the two seem to have just returned from the school supermarket, each carrying a bag of things. Good evening. Kong Lu greeted the two women with one hand holding the delivery and the other free. Kong Lu asked Gu Chenxi, "Are you in a hurry to get back to the dormitory?" "Huh?" Gu Chenxi was taken aback by Kong Lu's words, and then shook her head and said, "No." "Why?" "How about?" Kong Lu looked down at the delivery in his hands and his voice dropped a lot. "Strolling together?" "Yes," Gu Chenxi said without hesitation. "Ahem." Xia coughed twice lightly and whispered something in Gu Chenxi's ear, probably telling her not to have a love brain attack. After that, she picked up the bag in Gu Chenxi's hand and said to the two of them, "I'll go back first, you guys chat." Xia carried two bags and ran as fast as she could, as if she was afraid that she would affect the two people's date. "Wait for me for a moment," Kong Lu said to Gu Chenxi, turned around, and ran back to the dormitory. He temporarily stored a few express deliveries with the dormitory manager's aunt at the door, then patted the dust off his body and walked out again. Underneath the boys' dormitory, Gu Chenxi was standing under the street lamp, on tiptoe, bored, watching her own shadow. The cold streetlight shone on her, as if adding a layer of silvery white light to her, and the naturally falling green hair draped over her shoulders seemed to flutter lightly in the cold night wind, falling slowly again. That flawless face, also highlighted by the moonlight and the lights, looked even more cold and pure, as if it were an elegant work of art, perfect and refined, created by an artist. Kong Lu walked quickly over, and the two faced each other. Gu Chenxi raised her head. She pursed her lips, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full of Kong Lu's shadow. During the minute she had just spent waiting, Gu Chenxi had thought a lot. She didn't know why Kong Lu had called her to go for a walk together. Perhaps he just wanted to take a walk together? Or perhaps he wanted to formally confess his love to her? Gu Chenxi didn't know, but she didn't want Kong Lu to confess to her now, because if Kong Lu confessed now, all the preparation she had made for tomorrow would be for nothing. In fact, Kong Lu stopped Gu Chenxi to find out what type of flowers she liked and what type of gifts she liked, so that he could prepare in advance for tomorrow. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxi and stuttered, Go for a walk on the playground?" Gu Chenxi shook her head and said, "The playground is so boring. Let's take a stroll around the campus." In fact, there were too many people on the playground, and she was socially anxious, so she wanted to find a quiet and deserted place with Kong Lu in the school to take a walk, just a walk, really. Kong Lu nodded, "Okay." In fact, Kong Lu had been at Jiaodong University for more than a year, and apart from the business school building, the library, the canteen and the dormitory, he hadn't been to many other places. The only time he had explored the campus was on the first morning of his freshman year, when he and his three roommates had wandered around the school together. It was the first time the four of them had ever woken up before 8 o'clock without the aid of an alarm clock. On that occasion, the four of them had almost gotten lost on campus. Looking back, it was quite funny. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi walked slowly, all the way from the living area to the teaching area of the school. The street lamps in the teaching area had been switched off, leaving only the moonlight, which gave off a faint white glow. The two walked side by side, keeping a subtle distance between them that allowed one person to pass through. But in the moonlight, their shadows were already infinitely close, and at the end of the road, they seemed to be stuck together. Kong Lu hadn't said a word yet, and Gu Chenxi was getting a little anxious. She was thinking, this idiot, why hasn't he said anything yet? Do I have to be the first to open the conversation? Kong Lu was thinking, what should I ask her about her favorite color of flower? Is it too obvious to just ask? The two were each thinking their own thoughts, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Suddenly, Kong Lu grabbed Gu Chenxi's hand. This startled Gu Chenxi, and she looked at Kong Lu in surprise. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Kong Lu hold up her index finger to her mouth in a should gesture. Gu Chenxi immediately held back the words that were about to come out. Kong Lu whispered in Gu Chenxi's ear, listen carefully. Gu Chenxi frowned and pricked up her ears. She didn't know what to listen for, but she listened carefully to everything around her. You touch it lightly. Shoo. Keep your voice down. It's fine, who would come to the teaching building at this hour? Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi by the hand and quietly walked to the corridor behind the teaching building. In the small pavilion at the end of the corridor, there was a young couple who were kissing each other. When they got carried away, the girl sat directly on the boy's body, and the boy put his hand inside the girl's clothes. The two of them hid behind the stone pillars in the corridor and watched the show secretly. Gu Chenxi saw that the girl was actually so bold and active, covering her mouth, and wondering curiously, what does kissing really feel like? Gu Chenxi suddenly blushed and glanced at Kong Lu next to her. Kong Lu was still holding Gu Chenxi's hand tightly, and a very sinister smile appeared on his face. He didn't notice Gu Chenxi's flushed cheeks, and whispered in her ear, wait, I'll pull you to run, but you can't hold back. Gu Chenxi didn't understand what Kong Lu meant, but she nodded seriously, The young couple in the small pavilion had already started to undress. Kong Lu took out his phone, turned on the flashlight function, and flashed it twice inside the pavilion. Then, lowering his voice, he yelled, Who? Who came to the teaching building in the middle of the night to steal? This action directly scared the two people in the pavilion, who grabbed their clothes and ran away. In a few seconds, there was no trace of them. This trick is not recommended for college students to learn, because if you mess it up, you could easily get beaten up. A crooked smile. Seeing this funny scene, the two looked at each other and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Puff, ha ha, you're so bad. After laughing for a while, Kong Lu said seriously, that's about it. Later, when they react and realize they should be looking for trouble with us, we'll run too. Kong Lu looked at the two people running away and took Gu Chenxi's hand and started running. Gu Chenxi finally caught her breath and fell behind Kong Lu, but this time the two were walking in unison. Looking at Kong Lu beside her, she thought, this time, I finally didn't hold you back, right? End of chapter. Chapter 62, The Wind is Gentle Too. The two finally stopped running when they reached the small bridge at the junction of the business school and the information technology school. Kong Lu panted, looking at Gu Chenxi, who was not even out of breath, and asked, do you have such good stamina? Gu Chenxi said calmly, I have the habit of running at night, something I've done since I was a child. Although her expression was calm, Kong Lu could see the little proud glint in her eyes. Kong Lu gave a thumbs up and said, awesome. Gu Chenxi leaned slightly closer to Kong Lu and said with a smile, I never thought that you, who look so serious, could actually do such a bad thing. Who told you that I'm a serious person? Kong Lu raised an eyebrow and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, besides, I did it to help the school lower the fertility rate. Fertility rate? Gu Chenxi couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing again, ha, you're so funny. Kong Lu, who had adjusted his breathing, stood still and tilted his head to look at Gu Chenxi, who was laughing out loud, and said, you're still talking about me, aren't you the same, Gu Flower Girl? Ha? Gu Chenxi put away his smile, looked at Kong Lu, and asked, what about me? Kong Lu put her hands on her chest and said, usually you always have a cold face, but you ended up doing bad things with me and laughing so recklessly. I'm already in your boat, what can I do? Gu Chenxi said, shrugging his shoulders helplessly, which looked a little cute. Gu Chenxi asked, you didn't just want to take a walk with me today, did you? You're right. Kong Lu nodded with a smile, saying, actually, I want to consult you about a question. Gu Chenxi's eyes lit up at this news, just as I also have a question I want to consult you about. Kong Lu asked in return, so you go first? Gu Chenxi shook his head, no way. You go first. Kong Lu also shook his head, or, you go first. The two of them were polite for a long time, and Kong Lu felt that if they continued like this, they might not be able to figure out what to ask until the next morning. So, he asked his question first. What color flowers do girls like to receive? Gu Chenxi subconsciously thought, how would I know? I don't like any flowers that anyone gives me. Gu Chenxi didn't seem to realize that Kong Lu was going to give her flowers, so she said, colorful, the more colors the better. Ah. Kong Lu frowned, looked at her in astonishment, and asked, really? Gu Chenxi nodded stupidly, really? Kong Lu thought, Gu Chenxi seems like a person with good taste, but I didn't expect her to like colorful flowers. This taste is quite unique, where do you get colorful flowers? This is not making things difficult for me. After answering Kong Lu's question, Gu Chenxi also asked, no, do guys generally like getting flowers? Gu Chenxi thought to herself, that was close, I almost slipped up. Kong Lu was also taken aback when he heard this question, thinking, how would I know? I've never received flowers before. Well, that's not true, I did receive flowers once, from the day I was discharged from the hospital. It seems that he also didn't realize that Gu Chenxi wanted to give him flowers. After thinking for a moment, Kong Lu replied, boys don't need flowers, because after they die, flowers will grow on their graves by themselves. Puff, you're quite humorous. Although Gu Chenxi had a smile on her face, she was annoyed when she heard Kong Lu's words. Suya really was lying to me. Boys don't like flowers at all. What should I give him tomorrow? It's annoying. After that, the two of them had a conversation that was neither here nor there, and as they walked back, Kong Lu asked Gu Chenxi what kind of gifts she liked. Gu Chenxi said that she liked all the gifts that the person she liked gave her. Kong Lu groaned in his heart again, damn it, how would I know if you like me or not? Gu Chenxi also asked Kong Lu what kind of gifts a guy would be happy to receive. Kong Lu's answer was, it's illegal for a guy to receive a gift from a girl, so I suggest you just give him some silver handcuffs. Gu Chenxi was actually thinking naively, how much does it cost to buy a pair of silver handcuffs? The two of them tested each other in this absurd way and it ended like this. If you say that the two of them are idiots, whenever the two of them get together, if they use their brains a little, they won't have to wait until tomorrow, they'll know tonight that the other person wants to confess their love to them. Kong Lu walked Gu Chenxi to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. Although Gu Chenxi was reluctant, she pretended not to care on the surface and waved goodbye to him, saying, bye, see you tomorrow. Bye. Kong Lu waved goodbye to her, but he didn't go. He just stood at the bottom of the girls' dormitory, silently watching her walk in. At this moment, the two of them looked like a young couple who had just finished a date at school. Their relationship was now very delicate, and there was a kind of intangible barrier between them. It would only take a single drop of water to break through this barrier and take their relationship to the next level. Wait! Kong Lu suddenly called out to Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi immediately stopped in her tracks and turned to look at him, her eyes full of expectation. What's wrong? She seemed to have stopped caring about what would happen tomorrow. She hoped that Kong Lu would confess now, and then she would rush out and throw herself into his arms, just like the girl tonight, and kiss him, haha. Gu Chenxi thought to herself. Kong Lu pointed at the moon in the sky and said, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Ha! Gu Chenxi froze for a moment, feeling a little let down, but she didn't show it on her face. She said, yes, it is beautiful. Kong Lu pursed her lips and said, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and the wind is gentle. Yes, it's beautiful, but it's a bit cold. Gu Chenxi said, and wrapped her clothes around herself. You should go home and get some rest. Okay. Kong Lu smiled and turned around, sighing helplessly. She said to herself, this idiot really doesn't have a good brain. What? What did you say? Xia screamed twice, grabbed Gu Chenxi's shoulders, and asked, Kong Lu told you, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, didn't he? Yes. Gu Chenxi looked at Xia blankly and asked, why? Xia asked seriously, what did you say in reply? Gu Chenxi said stupidly, I said, yes, it is beautiful, but it's a bit cold. What's wrong with that? Xia looked at her with hatred and asked, do you know what this sentence means? Gu Chenxi shook his head in confusion. Xia asked again, did he add anything else? He repeated, the moonlight is beautiful tonight, and then said, the wind is also gentle. You big idiot. Xia pinched Gu Chenxi's face and said loudly, he was professing his love to you. You actually didn't realize. What? I'm tired of explaining it to you. Go search it yourself. You're driving me crazy. Xia finished speaking and turned around to climb into bed. Gu Chenxi immediately pulled out his phone and typed in the search bar, what does it mean that the moonlight is beautiful tonight and the wind is gentle? A few seconds later, Gu Chenxi's desperate voice resounded through the girls' dormitory. I actually missed such a romantic confession. I should die. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Matching Outfits for Lovers. New clothes? Must have cost a lot, right? Not really. Gu Chenxi looked carefully at Kong Lu's outfit today. The white turtleneck sweater was very flattering, outlining Kong Lu's already good figure. Gu Chenxi also stared at Kong Lu's chest for a moment, definitely not to look at the pecs. The jacket is paired with a beige woolen overcoat, and the fresh color combination looks very comfortable. Most of the boys at school wear black or gray, so Suya complains in Guchensi's ear every day that she is tired of the color. The drooping wide-legged trousers at the bottom add a touch of laziness, and they also happen to cover the tongue part of the big-headed derby shoes. The leather shoes have a quite thick heel, which makes him, who is already tall, look even taller. In order to help Kong Lu successfully win over Guchensi, the three roommates gave him a series of makeovers before going out. Du Hongyuan gave Kong Lu a very sassy 3:7 split. Wang Qi smeared the cream his girlfriend bought him on his face. Chen Jirue lent him his new plaid scarf and told him to put it around the woman's neck if she said she was cold at night, then take her in his arms and wrap her in his coat, an operation he had learned from reading a romance novel recently. Guchensi looked at Kong Lu's outfit and was really satisfied. The smile at the corner of his mouth could hardly be suppressed, but he pretended to be calm and pursed his lips, nodding and saying, "Not bad, very handsome." Kong Lu was a little embarrassed by her praise and scratched his head. He had made a lot of preparations for today. That night, he picked out clothes all night and finally chose this outfit. Get in the car. Kong Lu got into Guchensi's car and went to her house. Guchensi had already changed into a pretty little dress and was waiting for her sister to pick her up. As she watched the time tick by, Guchensi grew impatient and sent her sister a message, "Why haven't you arrived yet? Have you forgotten about me?" She didn't know how long it took before her sister sent her a message back, "You stay home alone. I'm taking your brother out to play. Bye." Gu Chenxian felt a deep sense of malice. Just as she was about to call her mother to complain, the front door opened. It was her sister, and she was bringing home a very handsome brother. Wait, that handsome brother was actually Kong Liu's brother. Gu Chenxuan's eyes widened as she looked at Kong Liu's brother, who had become even more handsome after changing his clothes, and she couldn't believe it. "What's that look on your face?" Gu Chenxi pinched her sister's face and said, "Wait for me a moment, I'll go upstairs and change, you keep conga playing for a while." "Okay." Gu Chenxian nodded and asked Kong Lu, "Conga, why are you dressed so smart today?" "Air?" Kong Lu asked with a mixture of embarrassment and amusement, "Am I usually ugly?" No, how could you be, you're usually very handsome too." Gu Chenxian took Kong Lu's hand and shook it, saying, "You're just exceptionally handsome today." Gu Chenxi returned to her room and looked at the closet full of clothes, lost in thought. Perhaps having too many clothes is not a good thing. Gu Chenxi finally chose a camel-colored coat that was the same color as Kong Lu's jacket, and paired it with a black sweater. After changing clothes, she looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly felt that wearing this outfit with Kong Lu, it was like wearing matching outfits. Gu Chenxi shook her head, dismissed the thought, and said to herself, "I just happen to want to wear this today, and it's definitely not to go out and make people think that the two of us are a couple." Yes. Once Gu Chenxi, dressed and made up, had walked downstairs, Gu Chenxian immediately said, "Sister, you and brother Kong are wearing matching outfits." "No." Gu Chenxi blushed and retorted, then gave her sister a tap on the head. Gu Chenxian immediately covered her head and ran to Kong Lu for comfort. Kong Lu petted Gu Chenxuan's head and coaxed her with some skill. Gu Chenxi watched from the side, feeling a little jealous. These words, he usually only uses them to coax me online, humph. Gu Chenxi walked up to her and tugged her sister over to her side, pinching her little face and saying, "You're putting on quite an act, little green tea." "I'm not green tea, I'm Kong Guji's good sister." Gu Chenxian stuck out her tongue and said, "Unlike you, you're so violent. You'll never find a boyfriend if you're so violent." Gu Chenxi heard this and looked up at Kong Lu. Kong Lu was standing opposite them, watching the two sisters laugh and play around, with a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Gu Chenxi blushed, and she glared at her younger sister and said, "You want a beating, don't you?" Gu Chenxian suddenly turned her head and said to Kong Lu with a pout, "Brother Kong, look, she's being mean to me again." Haha. Kong Lu embarrassedly laughed, not knowing who to take the side of for a moment. Gu Chenxian broke free from her sister's clutches and ran up to Kong Lu, pulling him and saying, "Brother Kong, you can't find a girlfriend who's as mean as my sister in the future." This. Kong Lu didn't dare to respond to Gu Chenxuan's words, because he already sensed Gu Chenxi staring at him with that cold gaze a little scared. Gu Chenxian continued, "Why don't I introduce you to someone? The sister of a classmate of mine is very pretty, and most importantly, very gentle. It hurts." Gu Chenxuan's words were not finished before her ear was grabbed by her sister. Gu Chenxi said with a dark face, "You're acting like a matchmaker, aren't you? Which of your classmates' sisters is prettier than your sister? Tell me so I know." Gu Chenxi thought to herself, dare to be prettier than me? I'll assassinate her tonight. I'm wrong, sister, I'm talking nonsense, please let me go, it hurts. Gu Chenxi, whose ears were being tugged, looked like a mouse caught by a cat. Her blood vessels were compressed, and she dared not make a sound, only begging for mercy. Okay, we should go too. In the end, it was Kong Lu who came to the rescue and saved Gu Chenxuan's life. Because Gu Chenxi's car would be a bit crowded with 3 people, she didn't drive today. The family chauffeur drove them to the amusement park. Yeah. As soon as they got out of the car, Gu Chenxian suddenly screamed. You want to die, making a fuss like that? Gu Chenxi glared at her sister and asked, what's wrong? Gu Chenxian pointed at the dark mass of people queuing up in the distance, and said with a sad face, when will we get to the front of the queue? Gu Chenxi retorted, if we don't queue up, do you want to jump the queue? If we queue up like this, we won't be able to play even 2 games a day. Sigh, Gu Chenxian said, if I knew there would be so many people, I would have asked Mum to buy us a VLP card. VLP card? Kong Lu suddenly brightened up when he heard this, as if he had thought of something. Wait here for a moment. After he said this, he ran off without a trace. The end of this chapter. Chapter 64, The Candy is Not Sweet. It wasn't long before Kong Lu ran back again, holding several golden cards in his hand. Kong Lu handed the cards to Gu Chenxi and Gu Chenxian and said, my father's friend is a staff member here. I just asked him for 3 fast-track tickets that can get you in without waiting in line. Wow. Gu Chenxian grabbed the exquisite card, looked at Kong Lu with admiration, and said, Brother Kong can even get this kind of thing, are you Superman? Ha, Kong Lu laughed and didn't say anything more. Gu Chenxi looked at the ticket in her hand and then at Kong Lu, feeling a little suspicious. She was not as gullible as her sister, and as an adult, she still had a basic ability to judge. Kong Lu saw that Gu Chenxi's expression was not quite right, so he asked, what's wrong? In fact, Kong Lu was also panicking inside, worried that Gu Chenxi would continue to pursue the matter of the ticket. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu's face, and her mind immediately went blank. Adult judgment? It had long since disappeared. Her mind had almost completely given out on her. She shook her head and said, it's fine. But in her heart, she was thinking happily, my baby cares about me, doesn't want me to wait in line, and even got me a VIP card. My baby is so good to me, hee hee. The 3 of them entered the amusement park from the VIP fast track to the envy and jealousy of others, and the whole process took less than a minute. After entering the amusement park, Gu Chenxian clamored to go on the roller coaster. Kong Lu, of course, obliged and took her to the roller coaster. Gu Chenxi said she didn't want to ride the roller coaster, and asked Kong Lu to take her younger sister instead. In fact, Gu Chenxi was just scared. Don't look at her, she usually seems unfazed, but she actually has a timid side. When she went to the amusement park with her younger sister before, she was scared of these entertainment facilities that looked so dangerous, so she was always reluctant to take her younger sister. Today, Kong Lu is also going to play with the 2 of them, and the thought that Kong Lu might see her embarrassing herself because she is scared of the roller coaster made Gu Chenxi even more resistant. Kong Lu took Gu Chenxian by the hand and looked at Gu Chenxi, who was standing outside the ticket inspection channel, hesitating, and asked again, are you sure you don't want to play together? I don't want to play. Gu Chenxi did hesitate for a few seconds, but she said very firmly that she didn't want to play. Seeing her so resistant, Kong Lu didn't ask again. But Gu Chenxian spoke up, saying, my sister is just afraid to play, she's a coward. Gu Chenxi blushed and argued, who's a coward? SSSHH. Gu Chenxian stuck out her tongue, then hugged Kong Lu's arm and said coquettishly, Kong brother, you have to protect me later. If I get scared, can I lean on your shoulder? No way. Before Kong Lu could say anything, Gu Chenxi was already unhappy. Encouraged by her sister's words, she ignored the fear in her heart and ran up to the 2 of them, saying, I'm not afraid. I want to play with you. Really? Gu Chenxian looked at her sister's serious expression and raised an eyebrow, saying, don't be stubborn, because once the roller coaster starts, there's no stopping it. Who's being stubborn? Gu Chenxi poked her sister's head with her finger and said, it's you who shouldn't pee your pants. Gu Chenxian crossed her arms and said, pish. Not at all. So, under her persuasion, her sister successfully got on the roller coaster. When they got on the car, Gu Chenxian gave Kong Lu a wink, as if to say, brother, I've already helped you trick her into getting on the boat with you, so the rest is up to you. Puff. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxian, who was winking and smirking, and really couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Gu Chenxi, sitting to Kong Lu's left, narrowed her eyes at the man who was smiling, looking at him suspiciously. You're not laughing at me, are you? Gu Chenxi pointed her little finger at him, glaring at him angrily, and said, You don't think I'm afraid and that's why I don't want to ride it, do you? No, how could I? Kong Lu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled, saying, I was just thinking of something happy, that's why I smiled. You really aren't laughing at me? Of course not. That's good. Gu Chenxi nodded, and emphasized again, I really am not afraid of the roller coaster at all. Good, you're the best. Kong Lu thought Gu Chenxi's stubborn little appearance was a bit cute, and coaxed her like a child. Seeing that her seatbelt was a bit messy, he leaned over and helped her straighten the straps. Gu Chenxi's face flushed with embarrassment at Kong Lu's actions. She thought to herself, does he think I'm some kind of child who can't do anything? I don't need him to coax me, humph. Gu Chenxi stubbornly thought, but the smile on her face was hard to hide. Watching the close interactions between her brother and sister, Gu Chenxuan's mouth curled up crazily, revealing a smile of relief. Ding-a-ling. With a cheerful ring, the roller coaster began to slowly turn click click click. As the roller coaster moved forward a little bit, Gu Chenxi's smile on her face grew more and more fixed. After exiting the roller coaster, it went up a small gentle slope, and then there was a straight downhill slope, which basically reached a vertical angle of 90 degrees. Although the three of them were not sitting in the front row, the visual impact was not that terrifying, but the feeling of weightlessness during the fall was still very frightening. One after another, the ups and downs made Kong Lu a little scared. However, Gu Chenxian seemed to have no idea what fear was. The more towering the downhill slope, the happier she became, and the louder her screams became. In contrast, her sister, Gu Chenxi, was already scared to tears. The screams were the same, but her sisters were joyful, releasing pressure, while her sisters were screams of panic and fear. Kong Lu sat in the middle, feeling a little like he had gone deaf. Compared to that, the terrifying weightlessness didn't seem so terrifying. His hand was gripped tightly by Gu Chenxi, and if it wasn't for the safety bar in front of them, she would have probably already jumped onto Kong Lu. To be honest, the roller coaster here is really long and exciting. It spirals up into the sky, then spins downwards, and then makes a 360-degree turn. After this roller coaster ride, the ticket price was worth it if only there wasn't a queue. Moreover, there seemed to be more than one roller coaster type entertainment here. After one roller coaster ride, Gu Chenxi was sent back to her original form. The first thing she did after getting off the roller coaster was jump onto Kong Lu's body, hugging him like a koala, crying and saying, "Oh, I'm never going to do it again, oh." Kong Lu was a little amused as he watched Gu Chenxi hugging him tightly. He patted her back gently and whispered in her ear, Okay, no more, it's all over." Gu Chenxi saw this and gave a dark smile. She secretly took out her phone and filmed the scene. She was laughing inside, my sister's dark history, I'll threaten her with this in the future. Kong Lu hugged Gu Chenxi, coaxing her while taking her to the exclusive VIP lounge. He even bought her a candy. As Gu Chenxi cried and ate the candy, Kong Lu suddenly felt like he was raising a daughter. After eating the candy, Gu Chenxi said with tearful eyes, this candy is not sweet. The end of this chapter. Chapter 65, That's Not Me. Kong Lu looked at the crying Gu Chenxi and glanced at the smirking Gu Chenxian. He dragged her over directly and pushed her in front of Gu Chenxi, saying, Whoever made her cry has to comfort her. Ha! Gu Chenxian was grinning from ear to ear, but after being dragged over, she was dumbfounded and looked at Kong Lu blankly, saying, This can't be my fault, can it? Kong Lu shrugged and said, You shouldn't have tricked her into riding the roller coaster. I was just trying to help you. Gu Chenxian grabbed Kong Lu's hand and whispered in his ear, Look, hasn't your relationship with my sister improved? She's in a vulnerable state right now, so take advantage of the situation, coax her, and buy yourself a day to win her over. After Gu Chenxian finished speaking, she pushed Kong Lu into the face of Gu Chenxi, gave Kong Lu a wink, and raised her little fists as if to say, Come on, Kong, you must win her over. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxuan's little expression and couldn't help but laugh. He had seen sisters who didn't get along with each other, but this was the first time he had seen someone helping an outsider woo his sister. This sister is turning her back on me. Later, Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi to buy a lot of candy and coaxed her for a long time before she was appeased. In contrast, Gu Chenxi had already gone to play on the pirate ship alone. At the moment, she was happily on the pirate ship, waving at the two of them. Gu Chenxi used the lens of her phone to check her face. Her makeup today was perfect, and she hadn't cried so it was smudged. She put the phone away with satisfaction and then looked at Con Lu beside her. Con Lu was smiling and waving at Gu Chenxian. At the moment, he looked like an old father who had brought his daughter to the amusement park, watching Gu Chenxian, who was sitting alone on the pirate ship, with a face full of satisfaction. Gu Chenxian felt her face getting a little hot. Thinking about just riding the roller coaster, she actually cried. Such a humiliating scene, he saw it all, it was so embarrassing. What's more, after getting off the ride, she had even cried in his arms. Gu Chenxi didn't dare to continue thinking about those embarrassing scenes. After such an embarrassing incident, she was a little afraid of whether her confession tonight would be successful. She still had a handful of candy in her hand, which Con Lu had bought for her when he was just comforting her. The candy packaging had cute cartoon images printed on it, and one of them was the image of Lina Bell. She liked it so much that she didn't want to eat it. Gu Chenxi blushed and patted Con Lu on the shoulder. "What's wrong?" Con Lu asked, turning his head to look at Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi's face was flushed, but she still pretended to be calm and said, Just forget about what just happened. "That wasn't me, that was..." "I understand." Con Lu smiled and said with pursed lips, "In fact, you have multiple personalities. The Gu Chenxi who just cried is your timid personality, and the current Gu Chenxi is your true self, right?" Yes." Gu Chenxi nodded sheepishly. "Okay." Con Lu nodded seriously, "I just lost my memory and don't remember anything." Gu Chenxi blushed, feeling her heart beating a little fast. She couldn't say a word for a while. The two sat down on the deck chairs next to the pirate ship and waited for Gu Chenxian, who was on the pirate ship, to finish the game. After a while, Gu Chenxi spoke again. "Do you think I'm childish and deliberately treat me like a child?" "No, why would I?" Con Lu shook his head and pointed to the little girl in the distance holding a marshmallow with stickers on it, asking, "Do you want some marshmallows?" "Yes." Gu Chenxi answered without thinking, but then suddenly realized something and immediately put on a serious face, saying, "You still say you're not treating me like a child?" Ha ha ha. Con Lu was amused by her expression and, without answering Gu Chenxi's words, ran to buy her a marshmallow. The cotton candy here costs 50 yuan for a very large and thick one. The stick that holds the cotton candy is the kind that can glow in the dark. There are also cartoon stickers on the cotton candy, and Con Lu asked for a Lina Bell sticker. "Thank you." Although she said she was not a child, the moment she got the cotton candy, Gu Chenxi's smile was extra bright. The cotton candy was very big and delicious, sweet and sticky. In order to maintain her image, Gu Chenxi tore it with her hands, taking a small bite at a time and stuffing it into her mouth without chewing, waiting for her saliva to soak the cotton candy and then the sweetness to come out little by little. This was her unique way of eating. Gu Chenxi looked at Con Lu, who was sitting nearby, head down, playing with his phone. She patted him on the shoulder and said, "There's too much, I can't finish it all by myself, so you have to help me eat some." "Okay." After Con Lu quickly edited and sent a message on his phone, he ate the cotton candy with Gu Chenxi. However, his eating style was not as refined as Gu Chenxi's. He tore off a big chunk, stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, and chewed it before swallowing it. Gu Chenxi had been fantasizing about the sweet image of the two of them eating the same cotton candy together the second before, and when he saw Con Lu doing this, he also widened his eyes in shock. Gu Chenxi thought to himself, "This can't be right, can it? This isn't what the script says." Con Lu licked the string of candy stuck to the corner of his mouth, and under Gu Chenxi's shocked gaze, asked, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Gu Chenxi shook her head, looked blankly at the half-eaten marshmallow in her hand, and thought to herself, "He had such a big mouth, he ate it all for me, oh no." After eating the marshmallow, Gu Chenxi put the sticker of Lina Bell on it into her bag. The sticker was sprayed onto the marshmallow, so the part with the glue on it had not been peeled off and could be used again. But most people don't know that, and throw the stickers away after eating. Con Lu watched her actions and asked, "Do you like Lina Bell very much?" "I didn't feel much before, but..." When Gu Chenxi said this, her gaze turned to Con Lu, and the meaning was also self-evident. On her birthday, the Lina Bell doll that Con Lu gave her, she hugged and slept with every day. Con Lu glanced at his phone and said, "Since you like Lina Bell so much, it's almost time for the parade. Do you want to go touch Lina Bell's belly?" Gu Chenxi's eyes widened, and like an innocent little girl, she asked, "Can I?" Con Lu nodded, "Of course you can. I heard there are even hidden rewards." The two of them directly forgot about Gu Chenxian, who was still sitting on the pirate ship, and ran to the starting point of the parade. Gu Chenxian? Behind the red and black plaid door, a beautiful float was parked there, waiting for various Disney characters to get on. Once the time was up, the door would open and the float parade would officially begin. By the time Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi arrived, there were already quite a few people gathered here, and there was also a Lina Bell doll standing in the middle waving at everyone. Kong Lu waved at the doll, and it immediately came over. Gu Chenxi said with anticipation in her eyes, "Can I touch your tummy?" The doll nodded. "Thank you." Gu Chenxi was overjoyed, and reached out to touch the fluffy little tummy of Lina Bell. After being touched, Lina Bell took out an invitation and handed it to her. "Wow!" Gu Chenxi took the invitation with surprise and asked, "What is this?" Kong Lu, standing next to her, said in surprise, "This seems to be an invitation for the parade's guest of honor. It's inviting the two of us to be guests of the parade." "What's that for?" Gu Chenxi tilted her head and looked at Kong Lu. She was so surprised and happy that she didn't notice Kong Lu's surprised expression, which was a bit exaggerated. Just then, a young lady in a work uniform came over and explained to the two of them, "Congratulations to the two lucky young men and young ladies, you have been picked to be our guests in the float parade. There will be a lead car later, and you will sit on it, following our float parade team and completing the whole journey together." "Ah!" Gu Chenxi exclaimed, and she asked, "You mean, we have to walk at the front of the float parade team and be surrounded by everyone?" The little uniformed girl waved her hand and said, "No need to walk, you'll be sitting in the car the whole time." "That's not good either." Gu Chenxi decisively waved her hand, "I'm socially anxious, it's terrifying to think about being stared at by so many people, I don't want to." Gu Chenxi said, leaning towards Kong Lu. The little girl heard this and gave a wry smile, looking at Kong Lu. Kong Lu patted Gu Chenxi on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, I'll be with you." The end of this chapter. Chapter 66, Float Parade. Before long, it was time for the float parade. Behind the main gate, the first to come out was a Chevrolet Camaro, the prototype for the movie's Bumblebee, except that this Camaro was not yellow, but Disney's exclusive blue-purple. The hood of the car is emblazoned with the logo of the Disney castle, and the back of the car has been converted into a seat like a children's rocking horse, which can seat 3 people. This lead car goes first, and every day, the lucky families who enter the park that day are selected to ride on the float, to experience the joyful atmosphere of the parade together. And today, the people sitting in this car are Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi. Although Gu Chenxi resisted at first, she finally agreed to get in the lead car with Kong Lu's encouragement. The renderings have been placed in the comment area. The audience was very enthusiastic, waving to the two of them. Gu Chenxi was a little nervous and subconsciously reached out to grab Kong Lu's arm. Whenever she gets nervous, she puts on a stern face, which looks cold and domineering, like a stuck-up sister. If it were the Kong Lu from before, he would probably think, "Is she angry? What's she angry about?" But Kong Lu doesn't feel that way anymore. Looking at her nervous little figure, Kong Lu even wants to laugh a little. He takes Gu Chenxi's hand, and the two of them interlock their fingers. Kong Lu whispers in her ear, "It's okay, don't be nervous. Look, everyone is waving at you." Gu Chenxi was warmed by Kong Lu's words. She turned to him and whispered, "I'm still a little nervous." "Then let me tell you a joke." "What joke?" A nurse patted a patient on the shoulder to wake him up, and the patient asked, "What's up?" Do you know what the nurse answered? "Get up and take a walk?" "No," the nurse said, "get up and take a sleeping pill." Puff, ha ha ha. Gu Chenxi laughed, and it was the first time she had smiled in an environment full of strangers. The tourists on both sides of the road, seeing this scene, also exclaimed in admiration, "So beautiful." Someone asked, "How much does it cost to ride in this car?" "I don't know, it doesn't feel cheap, does it? It's so pretty, it must be an actor they've hired." Everyone's saying the girl looks good, doesn't anyone think the guy is handsome too? "I want to ride." There was a loud noise all around, accompanied by the music from the float behind them. 2 cute puppets followed the pilot car on the left and right sides, Winnie the Pooh on the left and Tigger on the right. Gu Chenxi and Kong Lu sat in the car, holding hands, listening to him tell jokes to her. At this moment, Gu Chenxi's heart was not afraid at all, and she was smiling brightly. As the golden sunlight fell on the two people sitting in the lead car, they both radiated a golden glow. From an unknown second onwards, the entire world began to solidify from the fluid, and all movements turned into long, slowed-down shots in a movie, transforming into a montage under a glassy filter. The moment seems to have frozen, only the light in the eyes of the two people still flowing. The moment they meet eyes is better than all the romantic words in the world. Kong Lu's thoughts, "Do I have to confess now? But there's a fireworks display tonight. Gu Chenxi's thoughts, I really want to confess to him now. But there are so many people here, and kissing in front of so many people. I'll be so embarrassed. It wasn't until the float reached the end of the route and the ending music started that the frozen world began to move again. Everything that had been paused came back to life, but the two of them never managed to say the words I love you to each other. The two stood face to face on the street at the end of the parade, looking at each other without saying a word. Until Gu Chenxian ran over angrily, crying and blaming the two. You went to the parade, why didn't you take me along? Complete new achievement, a world where only Gu Chenxian is hurt, achieved. After that, the whole afternoon, all the time the two spent was spent coaxing Gu Chenxian. After coaxing her sister and then her younger sister, Kong Lu really felt a bit overwhelmed. More importantly, Gu Chenxian was not as easy to coax as her sister. The two tried their best, playing various activities with her, eating all kinds of snacks, and finally agreeing to several of her requests. Only then did Gu Chenxian reluctantly agree to forgive these two irresponsible older siblings. After all this, it was also time for dinner. The three of them went to the restaurant together for dinner. The food in the themed restaurant was very distinctive, and the names were related to Disney cartoons, but the taste was just so-so, nothing particularly amazing, and the prices weren't very cheap. After dinner, Gu Chenxian also bought a chocolate-flavored ice cream cone. Seeing Kong Lu buy ice cream for his younger sister, Gu Chenxi got jealous and also clamored for one, so Kong Lu had to get her one as well. After buying the ice cream, Kong Lu was finally able to leave the restaurant with the two children. Gu Chenxian stood between the two of them, and the three of them, one big and one small, walked down the street. Looking at their backs, they looked just like a family of three with their children. Only Kong Lu knew in his heart that of the three, he was the only real adult. Looking at the two sisters eating ice cream, Kong Lu thought to himself, at the beginning, it was clearly agreed that Gu Chenxi would take the two of us out to play, right? Why am I now their guardian? The three of them walked slowly together and arrived at the base of the Disney castle, waiting for tonight's fireworks display, which would begin in half an hour. The site was already packed with people, and in order to grab a good spot to watch the fireworks, many people had started waiting here before it got dark. Kong Lu took the two of them, holding their VIP cards, and, under the envious gaze of the people waiting around for the fireworks, walked through the noisy crowd towards the VIP viewing area for the fireworks, guided by the staff. The VIP viewing area was separated from the general viewing area by a colorful light strip, and the inside was very spacious. The staff also gave them a few small mats. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi leisurely sat on the small mats. Each of them had their own thoughts, but their goals were similar: to confess their love to each other when the fireworks exploded. Gu Chenxi couldn't sit still. She bounced around in the large viewing area like an energetic bunny. She said, Kong Gu, your VLP card is really amazing. Are your father's friends really just ordinary staff here? Yes. Kong Lu nodded sheepishly and glanced secretly at Gu Chenxi next to him. From the beginning, Gu Chenxi had stopped smiling, her expression a little serious, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Kong Lu, who was preparing to confess, also began to feel nervous because of her expression. Kong Lu, she won't be angry when I reveal my identity, will she? What if she rejects me? There are people watching behind us. Gu Chenxi, I took the initiative to reveal my feelings to him. He won't be angry, will he? What if he rejects me? I'm so nervous. End of chapter. Chapter 67. The moon shines back to the center of the lake. Night falls and the lights come on. The castle in the middle of the lake, against the backdrop of the colorful lights, is like a fairy tale wonderland that has jumped out of a dream, unsparingly showing its beauty to everyone present. Everyone at the scene felt as if they were in a fairy tale world, and the beautiful scenes from the Disney cartoons they watched as children seemed to have become reality at that moment. It seemed as if their hearts were in tune, as the two of them glanced at each other. The young man's eyes were very clean, and his gaze, calm as water, was like a pool of spring water, clear and tranquil, yet full of depth. She always felt that she could not see through him, as if she were facing a very wise elder. The young girl's emotions were warm, like the warm spring sun and the cool summer breeze. Without making a sound, the young girl used her subtle but passionate actions to stir the young man's heart again and again, making him lose his rational thinking from time to time. That emotion was like a stone dropped into the lake, sending ripples through the young man's heart. Kong Lu gave a small smile. Gu Chenxi curiously asked him, What are you smiling at? I suddenly remembered a poem. Kong Lu asked her, Do you want to hear it? The young girl nodded, looking at him with big eyes and full of anticipation. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxi, his eyes growing more and more affectionate, and said, The moon shines back to the center of the lake, and the wild crane runs towards the idle cloud. She asked carefully, does this poem have any special meaning? Con Lu smiled and said 2 words, guess. Guess your big head ghost. Gu Chenxi was infuriated by his words, staring at him with bulging cheeks, like an angry hamster. Having learned from last night's lesson, the wise Gu Chenxi directly took out her phone and was about to ask the search engine what the meaning of this poem was. No cheating! Before she could even open the browser, Con Lu snatched her phone away. Gu Chenxi looked at Con Lu and said with a distressed expression, I haven't read much, I'm not as smart as you, I really can't guess what this poem means, just tell me. Con Lu put her arms around her chest and looked up at the moon in the sky. Today's moon is very round, very big, and very bright, even more beautiful than yesterday. Con Lu said, in fact, there is another part at the end of this poem, do you want to know what it is? Gu Chenxi nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, looking at Con Lu with anticipation, tell me. Keep it a mystery. Con Lu looked at the impatient Gu Chenxi and said with a wicked smile, I'll tell you when the fireworks show starts. You. Gu Chenxi pointed at Con Lu, not knowing what to scold him for at the moment. It felt like when you're reading a novel and the author puts at the end of this chapter at the most exciting part, and then you have to wait a whole day. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, Con Lu is so annoying. He's even more annoying than an author who cuts a chapter short. Thinking about this, Gu Chenxi decided to tease him a little, too, so she said, I originally had a little surprise for you, too. What surprise? Sure enough, Con Lu had fallen for the trap. Gu Chenxi also imitated his expression, revealing a half smile, and said, guess. Ahem. Con Lu was a little unable to hold back, as Gu Chenxi had actually used his own words to outwit him. Con Lu laughed and said, you learn pretty quickly. That's because you taught me well, Gu Chenxi said mischievously, raising an eyebrow, and added, Kong Jiao. Kong's tutor? Con Lu repeated the nickname that Gu Chenxi had given him. If he hadn't become her sister's tutor, Con Lu might not have realized that Gu Chenxi was his online girlfriend. Sometimes, you have to admit that fate is always so magical and realistic. Con Lu stood up and looked at Gu Chenxi, who was sitting in a chair. He said, actually, I want to confess something to you. Gu Chenxi tilted her head and looked at Con Lu, who had suddenly stood up, and asked, what is it? Con Lu hesitated for a few seconds, as if he had made up his mind, and said, do you have an online? It's you, I know. Gu Chenxi preempted Con Lu's words and gave the answer. At this moment, Con Lu froze in place. He was stunned, shocked, surprised, and at a loss. These 5 short words made him feel like he had been struck by lightning. At the moment, his mind went blank. His self-proclaimed clever mind was like a computer that had crashed, completely ceasing to function. Ah! After a long while, Con Lu let out a gasp from the bottom of his throat. Gu Chenxi also stood up. At this moment, her cuteness disappeared completely. She raised her eyebrows lightly, looking at Con Lu like a cunning fox, and said, guess how I know? Con Lu looked at her stupidly, unable to say a word. He couldn't guess, and didn't want to guess, because his mind was already a mess. Gu Chenxi crossed her arms and said haughtily, I wonder which idiot didn't change the number when he took my sister to play games, but I caught him. Ah! After hearing Gu Chenxi's words, Con Lu exclaimed again. He really didn't expect that the reason he had lost his horse armor was actually because he had taken Gu Chenxian to play a few games. Con Lu turned his head and his gaze fell on Gu Chenxian, who was crouching by the railing, watching the little fish in the lake. It seemed that she sensed a hint of ill-intentioned gaze. Gu Chenxian looked back out of a primal instinct, and she noticed that her brother and sister were staring at her. At this moment, a bad feeling arose in her heart. Danger. Although she didn't know what she had done wrong, perhaps it was because she deliberately faked crying in the afternoon to gain sympathy and fooled them into clearing her shopping cart for her, or perhaps it was something else. Gu Chenxian didn't care at the moment. From a distance, she said to the two of them, I have a stomachache, I need to go to the bathroom. Then she took off, and disappeared without a trace. After Gu Chenxian ran out, she said with a lingering fear, that was close, I almost got sent off into the sky as fireworks by my brother and sister. Gu Chenxi continued, so guess when I found out? From. Con Lu pondered for a long time, and Gu Chenxi was getting a little impatient. Afraid that Con Lu would not be able to guess, she directly announced the answer, from the library. The day you helped me chase away the girl who wanted my contact information from the library. The two said these words almost at the same time. Afterwards, the two looked at each other and smiled. Perhaps they were amused by the tacit understanding between each other. Kong Lu asked, since you already know, why are you still? I haven't revealed this yet and I'll continue to play along with you, right? Gu Chenxi seemed to have guessed what Kong Lu wanted to ask, and she finished Kong Lu's sentence before he could, then asked in return, first, answer me, why did you wait until today to reveal your identity even though you knew mine? Kong Lu scratched his head and said, I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. Is that a good enough reason? Yes. Gu Chenxi nodded and replied, because my reason is the same as yours. Kong Lu's eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard Gu Chenxi's words. What did she mean? She was also afraid that after she revealed her identity, I wouldn't like her? So, she likes me too, right? Kong Lu was both surprised and happy. Gu Chenxi, however, had already pulled out something she had prepared beforehand and was ready to confess her love to Kong Lu. Since Kong Lu had already revealed her identity, she had no worries either, and she was going to confess her love. Gu Chenxi held a small box tightly in her hand and encouraged herself, Gu Chenxi, come on. What she didn't notice was that Kong Lu was also feeling in his pockets. Kong Lu also cheered himself on, Kong Lu, the fireworks display will start in a few seconds, so take this opportunity to confess. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Wild Crane runs towards Carefree Cloud. The two simultaneously pulled out the gifts they had been holding in their pockets for a long time, and at the same time, they both bowed and gave the gifts to each other, even confessing their love at the same time. However, because of this, neither of them saw the other's confession. Even the words I like you were drowned out by the loud noise of the fireworks blooming. Bang, bang, bang. The loud explosions of the fireworks were all Kong Lu could hear, and the gift was still in his hands, as if the other person had no intention of accepting it. Kong Lu thought with some confusion, could it be that she's not accepting my confession? Gu Chenxi was also thinking, does he not like my gift? So, almost at the same time, the two straightened up and looked up. Looking at the gift box in the other person's hands, the two were first taken aback, and then they let out relieved smiles. They each put away the gifts they hadn't given yet and turned to look at the gorgeous fireworks in the sky. The fireworks were so loud that when they spoke to each other, they had to speak very loudly in order to hear what the other was saying. Kong Lu leaned over and whispered in Gu Chenxi's ear, didn't you say that girls like colorful flowers? Yes, of course. Gu Chenxi looked at the sky full of fireworks, her eyes sparkling with their reflection. She couldn't help but let the corner of her mouth rise, and she said, so, you asked me this question yesterday because you wanted to give me flowers today? And this? Kong Lu opened the gift box that he hadn't managed to give away just now, and inside was an exquisite watch. This watch looked so familiar to Gu Chenxi, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she also felt that there was something different about it. Yes, it was the same women's starry sky watch that Kong Lu had received from the courier for the second time. Kong Lu glanced at Gu Chenxi, and with her tacit approval, he put the watch, which was covered in a dazzling galaxy of stars, on her slender, white wrist. After putting it on, Kong Lu whispered in her ear, with this watch on, you are mine. Gu Chenxi blushed, lowered her head, and when she looked up again, she calmly opened the gift box in her hands. Inside was a very beautiful silver white bracelet with a special orchid pattern in the middle. Gu Chenxi also gave Kong Lu her gift. She put the bracelet on Kong Lu's left wrist. It looked very good on Kong Lu, and more importantly, the orchid pattern just covered the scar on Kong Lu's wrist. Gu Chenxi wanted to speak to Kong Lu, but she found that Kong Lu was a bit tall and she couldn't reach him, so she gave him a finger-crossing signal. Kong Lu understood and immediately leaned over. Gu Chenxi said proudly in her ear, after accepting my gift, you belong to me. Kong Lu blushed, just like Gu Chenxi had just done. The two of them looked at each other, neither speaking, but the atmosphere was reaching a critical point. Meanwhile, the first wave of fireworks for the night had ended. It was pitch black, with no light at all. After about 10 seconds of silence, the second wave of fireworks bloomed. This time, it was even more gorgeous and dreamlike. The fireworks lit up the dark sky, and the crowd watching the fireworks was also surprised to find that a couple was in the middle of the viewing area, passionately kissing. With the castle and fireworks as the backdrop, at this moment, they embraced and kissed passionately. Everything at that moment became the backdrop for a stage play. The spotlight fell on the two of them in the center of the stage, and everyone in the audience was a spectator of this fairy tale. They applauded loudly, and someone was taking pictures, trying to capture this beautiful moment. Two fireworks shot out from the left and right sides of the castle, drawing a perfect arc in the sky, before finally converging together, and countless stars raining down. Then came the last wave of fireworks for the night. The fiery red fireworks looked especially gorgeous against the black sky, and everything was so beautiful. Calm Lu looked at Gu Chenxi, who was flushed, and once again embraced her in his arms. In a voice only the two of them could hear clearly, he said, "I like you." Gu Chenxi leaned in his arms and was silent for a long time, and replied, "I liked you first." The moment the fireworks display ended, the two of them looked as if they had just returned from a fairy tale world to reality, their eyes very confused. Calm Lu felt his head spinning, and he could hardly tell if this was reality or a dream. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, if this is a dream, then I don't want to wake up for the rest of my life. Gu Chenxian, who had returned after watching the fireworks display elsewhere, was not at all aware that she had missed some incredibly important scenes. She noticed that Kong Lu's mouth was red and blurted out, "Kong Lu, what happened to your mouth? Why is it swollen?" Puff. Kong Lu really couldn't hold back when he heard her words and laughed directly. After looking at Gu Chenxi, who was blushing, Kong Lu replied, "I just ate a chili and it was spicy." Gu Chenxi asked with shining eyes, "What chili is so powerful that just one can make your mouth red?" "I want to eat it too." "I think you want to eat chestnuts." Gu Chenxi blushed, gave her sister a pop on the forehead, and said, "What are you eating? You just know how to eat. Why did you hit me?" Gu Chenxian hugged her head and asked her sister with a face full of grievances. She suddenly noticed that her sister's mouth seemed to be a little red too, and it was definitely not the kind of red you get from wearing lipstick. Gu Chenxi saw that her sister had been staring at her with strange looks, so she asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Gu Chenxian innocently asked, "Sister, did you also eat chili peppers? Why is your mouth swollen?" Puff, ha ha ha. Kong Lu, who was standing next to Gu Chenxi, couldn't hold back anymore when he heard what the little girl said, and laughed so loudly. Gu Chenxi blushed, pinched Kong Lu's waist, and said, "I'll bite you if you keep laughing." Kong Lu felt some pain in his waist, but he still acted like a brat and whispered in her ear, "Where do you want to be bitten?" "Ah. Kong Lu, what's wrong?" Accompanied by Kong Lu's scream, Gu Chenxian looked at the two people's strange behavior and said, "Sister, why has your face become even redder?" Gu Chenxi pretended to be calm and said, "Shut up, kids shouldn't ask so much. You're yelling at me again." Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi returned to school before 11 o'clock. Like yesterday, they strolled along the familiar path back to the dormitory. The atmosphere seemed even more ambiguous today than yesterday, and the shadows of the two of them had become stuck together. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu, who was taking his time, and suddenly said, "If you don't hold my hand soon, I'll be at the dormitory." Hearing this, Kong Lu gave up thinking and bravely took Gu Chenxi's hand. The two of them held hands tightly, just like they had during the daytime parade. Both of them were smiling foolishly. They were both a little green in their first love, and even their walk was unsteady. Gu Chenxi was swaying unsteadily, like a dazed penguin. In order to keep up with her pace, Kong Lu, who had never been in the habit of waiting for anyone, also slowed down and learned from her example, swaying unsteadily forward. Okay, now they'd become two dazed penguins. Kong Lu escorted her to the bottom of the girls' dormitory building, but Gu Chenxi didn't want to let go. Kong Lu tilted his head and looked at her, smiling, "If you don't go in now, the dormitory door will close." "Okay, wait, haven't you forgotten something?" Gu Chenxi reluctantly let go of Kong Lu's hand. It seemed that she had remembered something, saying, "You still haven't told me the second half of that poem you recited tonight." "No, I actually told you a long time ago." Kong Lu shook his head and recited the poem again. "The moon shines back into the center of the lake, the wild crane rushes towards the idle cloud, and I step into you. TSK TSK TSK, nowadays young couples are kissing right under the dormitory, the world is really going downhill." Suya, who had just finished fetching laundry from the laundry room on the first floor, looked at the young couple kissing outside the dormitory, shook her head and sighed that the world was going downhill, but she couldn't help but look at them a little longer. These two people, the more I look, the more familiar they look. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Debriefing after the date. You know to come back. Inside the girls' dormitory, Suya and her two roommates carried chairs and sat in the middle of the aisle, ready to judge Gu Chenxi. "What are you doing?" Gu Chenxi, humming a tune, opened the dormitory door with a happy heart. Looking at their attitude, he asked with a smile, "Where would I live if I didn't come back?" Suya held up her phone in her hand and pointed at the photo on it, saying, "Is this you?" "Ha?" Gu Chenxi picked up her phone and glanced at it. The photo had been taken just a moment ago, and it showed her and Kong Lu kissing under the dormitory. Gu Chenxi covered her slightly flushed face and said with a smile, "You took it? It's quite good." Xiao Shi. Suya walked over and pinched Gu Chenxi's face, saying, "You two were snogging under the girls' dormitory, is this normal?" The other two girls chimed in, yes, yes. In the past, Gu Chenxi often complained with the other three people in the dormitory that some young couples were holding each other and kissing under the dormitory building, which was offensive to public decency. But now that Gu Chenxi is in a relationship herself, she has actually done this kind of thing. Seeing the dormitory's beauty queen actually do this kind of thing, the three of them are all looking sad. But, this kind of thing, I couldn't help it. Gu Chenxi's face turned red, she covered her face with her hands, and her body swayed as if she couldn't stand steadily. Her shyness seemed to turn into wisps of white smoke rising from the top of her head. Can't help it? Xia crossed her arms and asked reproachfully, why can't you help it? Can kissing be addictive? Yes, yes. The other two girls in the dormitory echoed again. You don't understand, kissing can really be addictive. Gu Chenxi sat down in her seat and said, I used to think that two people kissing face to face was weird, whatever, but tonight. Swish. When Gu Chenxi talked about her date tonight, the three roommates who were originally going to approve of her suddenly became her most loyal listeners, and they all gathered around her, each carrying a stool. As the saying goes, one widow makes all the widows. Before Gu Chenxi started dating Kong Lu, all four of them in the dormitory were widows, and they were four beautiful widows. Gu Chenxi, needless to say, is known as the existence of the cold and aloof school flower of Jiaotong University. Xia is also a beautiful girl of the flower of the business school. The other two girls, one named Lin Ji, wears a pair of round-framed glasses and looks like a good student. In fact, she is a homebody who loves to read about romance and also likes to cosplay and go to comic book conventions. She usually doesn't like to dress up, and always wears loose-fitting clothes. After dressing up, she is a beauty. Her appearance is not inferior to Xia's. The other girl is Zhou Xiaonan, a petite and cute little lowly legit who is 1.5 meters tall. She is known as the little potato for postgraduate entrance exams and is like a scholar. At the end of each semester, she is the big daddy in the dormitory. This southern girl has a very pleasant voice, but she is small in stature but not in temper. She often loses her temper and smashes her phone because she loses at games. Her poor game playing is her Achilles heel. At this moment, the three girls are like three well-behaved little rabbits, listening attentively as Gu Chenxi recounts the entire course of tonight's date. Whenever she gets to an engrossing part, they all break into a silly grin, as if they were there in the story themselves. In reality, all three are pathetic loners. In the boys' dorm on the other side, Kong Lu is also being judged by his roommates. You actually came back? In contrast to the girls' dormitory, Kong Lu was despised by the three of them for returning to the dormitory late at night. Du Hanyuan gave him the finger and said, you were out with her all day, and you didn't even delay a bit to wait until the dormitory closed and find a hotel to make do for the night before coming back? You actually made it back before curfew? Hey, Kong Lu said with a bitter smile, who's nice enough to go to a hotel on their first date? Du Hanyuan puffed up his chest and said, if it were me, I would do it. You can forget it. Kong Lu gave him a middle finger with his backhand and said, wait until you get Xia's WeChat, and then you can fantasize. Shut up. Du Hanyuan, who had been poked in a sore spot, covered his chest and said with a pained look, you brat, don't mention the pot that doesn't boil. Wang Qi poked his head out from the top bunk and said, by the way, Lao Lu, how did it go today? Chen Jirue stopped playing the game, took off his headphones and asked, did you confess? Kong Lu gave a meaningful smile, didn't say anything for a long time, and obviously deliberately kept them waiting. Du Hanyuan looked at his expression, became anxious, and directly hugged his shoulders and shook them. Talk. You brat, talk. Well. Kong Lu nodded, I confessed. Du Hanyuan pursued, then what? Then what? Then. Kong Lu gave that meaningful smile again. Wang Qi and Chen Jirue rolled around on the bed anxiously, and finally jumped straight out of bed. The three of them held Kong Lu down in his seat and forced him to quickly tell them the details of the date. This shows that gossip is human nature, and both men and women are no exception. After hearing Kong Lu's dating process, Wang Qi, who had a girlfriend, didn't seem to mind, but Du Hanyuan and Chen Jirue laughed like idiots. They even asked Kong Lu what it felt like to kiss. Kong Lu was lost in thought. What does it feel like to kiss? What does it feel like to kiss? It's amazing, he. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Chenxi's roommate also asked her the same question. Gu Chenxi, like a silly person, smiled and reminisced about the process of her kissing Kong Lu. To be honest, her mind went blank at the time, and she didn't remember anything. She only remembered the sound of fireworks exploding and the noise of noisy discussions in her ears. These sounds intertwined, and the sound of her heartbeat was clearly audible in the midst of the commotion, and it was beating rapidly. The two people kissing for the first time were both a little awkward, and they kept their mouths pressed together for a long time. Just now, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Kong Lu hugged her and kissed her again, but this time, he stuck out his tongue. In the boys' dormitory, Kong Lu recalled the experience while thinking of adjectives: tingling, like getting an electric shock, her lips are fragrant and soft, so is her tongue, phew, huh. As he thought about it, Kong Lu burst out laughing. Ah! The sound of envious and jealous screams echoed through dormitory 215. Du Hanyuan and Chen Jirue were tortured to death by this damn dog food and ran straight back to their beds, hugging the covers and crying. Wang Qi listened to Kong Lu's words and also recalled the wonderful feeling of kissing his girlfriend for the first time. It really got him high. The boys' dormitory was already like this, so how could the girls' dormitory be any better? Xia was about to cry with envy. She hugged Gu Chenxi's thin waist and said, Sister, I want to eat mouth candy too. Help me find a boyfriend too. Cough, calm down. Gu Chenxi stroked Xia's face and said, with your qualifications, it's not hard to find a partner, is it? Gu Chenxi said this and took advantage of Xia in passing. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, damn, when will I be this big? End of chapter. Chapter 70, as long as it's you, it'll work. These superficial men are all attracted to my body and looks, no one understands me at all. Xia waved her big waves and said, I'm pure love, I've never touched a boy's hand since I was this big. Gu Chenxi asked, so what kind of boyfriend do you want? Xia thought for a moment and said, it has to be, tall and long-legged, with 8-pack abs and a good figure, gentle and considerate, handsome and rich. Wait. Gu Chenxi interrupted Xia and said, so you're treating me like the asshole in the wishing well, right? What about making a wish with me? Lin Shi said from the side, Xiaoxia, all of these requirements of yours are in Otong games, come into the house with me. I don't want to fall in love with a paper doll. Xia said with her hands on her head in pain, I want a handsome guy with abs. Hey. Zhou Xiaonan patted Xia on the shoulder and said, you say that men are superficial and only like your face and body, but in the end you want to find a handsome guy with abs. What's the difference between you and those guys who only care about your appearance? Xiaonan is right. Gu Chenxi pinched Xia's face and said, can you learn from her, be smart, calm and rational? As soon as Gu Chenxi finished speaking, she heard Zhou Xiaonan say, Cici, I don't have high expectations. As long as he can play games with me, that's fine. Gu Chenxi heard this and was filled with black lines, I take back what I just said. You two are the same. In the girls' dormitory, a love-struck girl with a boyfriend was educating 3 other girls without boyfriends not to fall in love. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Qi continued to lie in bed and chat with his girlfriend on the phone. Kong Lu is in the bathroom taking a shower, humming a little song. He thinks that when he sings in the shower, he is comparable to the god of song in the Chinese music scene. Chen Jirue continues to play games with his girlfriend. This kid recently met a young girl online, and the two of them meet every day to play games, and they have already added each other as friends. They chat all the time, and from time to time they will ask Kong Lu and Du Hanyuan for advice. What, you ask, why not ask Wang Qi for advice? Wang Qi hasn't even figured out his own relationship, and sometimes he has to consult Kong Lu and Du Hanyuan. His opinions are not worth much. Only Du Hanyuan, the strongest think tank in the dormitory, has never been in a relationship. As the saying goes, a military strategist who doesn't go into battle will surely lose. That night, he added so many girls on the playground, but he didn't succeed in chatting with any of them. They all fell apart after 3 sentences. At this moment, he is still secretly wiping tears in his quilt. After taking a shower, Kong Lu looked at Du Hanyuan, who was still crying, and said with a smile, don't cry. I'll send you a photo. Look at the photo and masturbate twice. Then go to sleep. Kong Lu said, opened the chat window, asked Gu Chenxi for 2 selfies of Xia, and sent them to Du Hanyuan. Du Hanyuan looked at the photo on his phone, and his tears immediately disappeared. Godfather, please accept your son's worship. Fuck you. Kong Lu laughed and scolded, turned off the light in the dormitory, and went to bed. Now, every night, he has a new task, talking on the phone with Gu Chenxi while playing games. In the girls' dormitory, Xia asked puzzledly, Cici, what do you want my photos for? Gu Chenxi raised an eyebrow and said, to help you find a boyfriend. Zundu Jiadu? Odato Xia widened her eyes and looked at Gu Chenxi, saying, if you hadn't told me earlier, is it still not too late for me to change my profile picture? No, these two pictures of yours are already very good looking. Gu Chenxi patted Shenxia's head like a child, saying, that's enough, go and play. Shenxia, whose head had been patted, said, are you being polite? At Gu Chenxi's request, Kong Lu put on her headphones while they were on the phone. Usually when playing games, Gu Chenxi would type and call herself baby. Today, it was the first time she had called him baby out loud, and Kong Lu felt like he was floating on air. He played the game like he was on steroids, slamming the keyboard with a vengeance. Kong Lu thought to himself, my girlfriend has two faces, so cute, who would have known? The player on the other side said, this kid must have cheated, he's gone crazy, there's no way to play. After the game, the two of them started chatting. Gu Chenxi said coquettishly, baby, will you tell me a story? Kong Lu said with some difficulty, storytelling, it's a bit mushy. Where is it mushy? Obviously you told me jokes on the float during the day. But now I'm in the dormitory. Kong Lu said, stretching his neck to look under his bed. Under his bed, Shen Jirue and Du Hongyuan were like two zombies, staring at him, trying to learn some tips on flirting with girls from him. Kong Lu pressed the mute button and said to the two guys, can you two die far away? Du Hongyuan said in a cheap voice, no, good brother, I want to hear you tell stories too. My motherf. Kong Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing where to start. From the headphones came the urging voice of Gu Chenxi, baby. Just tell me the story. Facing Gu Chenxi's coquetry, Kong Lu really couldn't hold back. He gave a wry smile, steeled himself, and told her a bedtime story in the dormitory. Chen Jirue and Du Hongyuan, who were under the bed, finished listening to the story Kong Lu told without laughing the whole time. Kong Lu felt that since they were being stupid, he could not be lenient. He took off his headphones and said to Gu Chenxi on the other end of the phone, Bao, what did you just say? I didn't hear it. Good night, baby, Jijo. Ha? Ha? The two looked at each other, feeling like they had been hit with 10,000 points of impact. Good night. Kong Lu hung up the phone with a smile, as the two stared in disbelief. Tonight, two single guys in the boys' dormitory were destined to stay up. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Chenxi pulled back the curtain and saw her three roommates standing under her bed, looking at her with evil grins on their faces. Shenxia imitated her voice, good night, baby, Jijo. Lin Ji also smiled foolishly, I thought you were quite aloof, but I didn't expect, pa. Sister, she really has a way with men. Zhou Xiaonan gave her a thumbs up, saying, I can't learn from you anyway, ha. In the face of mockery, Gu Chenxi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, looked at the three of them calmly, and with a sly curve at the corner of her mouth, said unhurriedly, what are you laughing at? Three single dogs, will someone say good night to you? Ah. Ha. Ha. Gu Chenxi's words caused the smiles on the three of them to freeze. Shen, Lin, and Zhou, family, the great defense has been broken. Tonight in the girls' dormitory, the three single dogs were destined to be unable to sleep. In fact, Gu Chenxi couldn't sleep either. She tossed and turned in bed for a long time, then took out her phone and sent Kong Lu a message, baby, tomorrow's Sunday, let's go out and have fun? Kong Lu, who had been dragged out of bed by the two groupies Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue to play computer games, glanced at the message from Gu Chenxi and replied in seconds, okay, where do you want to go? You choose, I'll go out with you anywhere. Kong Lu felt a warm feeling in his heart when he read the message from Gu Chenxi, and replied, then I have to choose carefully, I can't let you down. Gu Chenxi quickly replied again, what I mean is, as long as I go out with you, it's fine, it doesn't matter where we go. Why are you always looking at your phone when you're playing games? Du Hongyuan snatched Kong Lu's phone away and glanced at it. Ah, dog kill. The end of this chapter. Chapter 71, The Tough Little Grass. Winter is here, and the weather is always unpredictable. One day it's sunny and warm, and the next morning you wake up to find that the temperature has plummeted, giving you a shiver. Looking up, you see a gloomy sky, with heavy dark clouds covering the city like a huge quilt, making you feel a little depressed. It looks like it's going to rain. Cloudy plus rainy plus weekend equals a good night's sleep. On days like this, you should just stay in bed and sleep. While her roommates were still asleep, Suya got up early. After washing up quietly, she packed her bag, walked out of the dormitory, and closed the door as quietly as possible. The door to the dormitory next door happened to open at the same time, and Yang Shuer walked out wearing a light-colored down jacket. Compared to Yang Shuer, Suya's clothes were a bit bulky. Her maroon cotton jacket was a bit old-fashioned, looked quite thick, but wasn't actually very warm. It didn't look good on her either, and it even made her look a bit overweight. Yang Shuer closed the dormitory door and came over to take Suya's hand. She said, "You work part-time to earn that money, and you don't even buy yourself a better jacket. This shirt is actually very warm." Suya said, and grabbed the hem of the sleeve with her hand to show Yang Shuer the thickness of her shirt. "When I was in high school, I always wore this jacket in winter. Precious, this is university, and university is different from high school." Yang Shuer touched Suya's pale, thin cheeks and said with some concern, "Besides, you're already an adult, you should learn how to love yourself. Clothes bought online aren't expensive, you can buy a nice cotton padded jacket for 100 yuan, and they're all very pretty." Suya hesitated after hearing Yang Shuer's words, but ultimately nodded, "Well, I'll buy it when I get paid." The two walked hand in hand out of the girls' dormitory. Perhaps it was the weekend, and the weather was not good, so there were very few people walking around the school, just a few scattered people hurrying along. If they didn't have anything to do, who would choose to go out on a day so suitable for sleeping? After the two walked out of the school, they got on the bus, not the subway because they couldn't afford it, but the bus was cheaper. Although the bus was almost an hour slower than the subway, it only cost 2 yuan to get to the McDonald's where the two worked. That's why the two of them would leave home early just to save a little on commuting expenses. Yang Shuer was from Pengcheng. Her father worked at a meat packing plant and earned a decent income, but he was a bit tired. Her mother stayed at home to take care of the children, do some farming, and sell some produce for some income. The family also had a younger sister in high school and a younger brother in elementary school. Even with younger siblings, her parents still doted on their eldest daughter. They never stinted on her food and drink, and her monthly living expenses were around 2 or 3,000 yuan. Yang Shuer is not the kind of girl who spends money lavishly, but 2 or 3,000 yuan in living expenses in a city like Shanghai, which has its own exchange rate, actually doesn't leave much after normal expenses. That's why she wants to go out and work with Suya to earn some money to buy her boyfriend a cotton jacket. Yang Shuer is only working part-time to earn some extra money, but Suya is different. Suya is really working part-time to survive. After Suya's father was imprisoned, she was taken in by her grandmother to raise her. Her grandmother is old and has little ability to work, and has basically lived frugally all these years, even sacrificing her dowry money from her youth to raise her. In order to let Suya go to college, her grandmother is even prepared to take out her own funeral savings to give to her. Suya's relationship with her grandmother is like the line from the high school Chinese textbook, "Without my grandmother, I would not be here today, and without me, she would not have the rest of her life." Suya didn't want to continue to burden her elderly grandmother, so after receiving the admission notice from Jiaotong University, she threw it into the stove and set it on fire. She ran to work in an electronics factory in Gusa City. It was only after the school learned about the situation that she was exempted from tuition and accommodation fees, and she was able to come to school. Otherwise, she would still be doing physical labor on the assembly line in 3 shifts. Not long after military training ended, she found a part-time job at a McDonald's near the school. Both fast food chains have subsidy policies for part-time college students depending on the specific rules in the city where the restaurant is located, and the working hours can also be arranged according to their wishes. Suya mostly sends most of the money she earns home to her grandmother, and the rest is just enough to maintain normal vital signs at school. After meeting Kong Lu, she even wanted to save up to pay back all the money he had given her when she was little. Therefore, her disposable salary is really pitiful, and she usually has to scrimp and save to make ends meet. In fact, Suya, as a native of Zhonghetu, should not have been in such a bad situation. It's all because of her rotten father, who knew a bunch of trashy friends and got him addicted to gambling, which completely depleted the family's wealth. If Suya's father hadn't kidnapped Kong Lu, then perhaps the story between Suya and Kong Lu would have been different. With the Kong family's wealth, her father's losses probably wouldn't have been as fast as the Kong family's gains. But in reality, there are no ifs. All we can say is that things are unpredictable and life is full of twists and turns. This is the world, and there are too many things we cannot control. Sometimes, the more we strive for something, the less likely we are to get it. Sometimes, the more we don't want to lose something, the more we can't hold on to it. Reality is often more stomach-churning and more frustrating than fiction. Fortunately, Xiao Suya was not defeated by this painful life. After experiencing the trials and tribulations, she is more mature and stronger than the average person, and has a tenacity like a stubborn little grass. "Damn, Lao Wang, what are you doing up so early?" In the boys' dormitory, Du Hongyuan looked at Wang Qi, who was already fully dressed, and asked in puzzlement, "Didn't you just go on a date with Yang Shuer yesterday? Are you going out again today? Can your wallet handle it?" "It's precisely because my wallet can't handle it that I'm going out." Wang Qi gave a bitter smile and said, Suya said it was too cold today and she wanted to stay in the dormitory all day. I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm free today and go out to find some temporary work that pays in cash, otherwise I'll have to live on bread and water at the end of the month. Chen Jirue sat up, his eyes wide, and looked at him and said, Really? Brother Wang, you ran out of money so quickly? Wang Qi didn't have any hobbies that cost money, and he was a zero-level player in games. He also had the habit of saving money. In the past, when everyone in Dormitory 215 ran out of money at the end of the month, they could only survive by borrowing money from him except for Kong Lu, who concealed his identity. Now, he had a girlfriend, and he couldn't even survive until the middle of the month. What do you think? Wang Qi smiled bitterly and said, Suya is still the kind of girl who thinks more about me. If I were dating a girlfriend who spends money recklessly, my few pennies of living expenses might not even be enough for a meal in Shanghai City. His words undoubtedly poured cold water over the heads of Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue, who had been fantasizing about having a sweet romance. Du Hongyuan sat on the bed and sighed despondently, Alas, it is true that love is a game for the rich. I might as well go back to the sewers. Actually, you don't have to think so badly. Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan's disbelief in love and just wanted to comfort him. However, Chen Jirue spoke first, Brother Du, have you played the recent hit Oh Shit? I'm surrounded by school queens. I just bought it last night. Play it. This guy. Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan, who had instantly come back to life, covering his face, and thought to himself, I really was being self-absorbed. This kid has a better attitude than anyone else. Kong Lu looked at Wang Qi, who was getting ready to leave, and said, Wait a minute. He got off the bed, rummaged around in the somewhat messy drawers for a while, and found the VLP card from the Peace Residence. He said, This is the membership card for the Peace Residence Hotel. If you can't find a job, take this and go to the store to find the store manager and tell her that I referred you for temporary work. Gu Chenxi is an annual member of their store, so I don't think the store manager will refuse. MD, I love you so much, Lao Lu. Wang Qi excitedly hugged Kong Lu and patted him twice on the back. Cough cough. Wang Qi's grip was really strong, and after 2 slaps, Kong Lu felt like he had been slapped by a big black bear. Kong Lu pushed Wang Qi away and said, Okay, go. Okay. I'll buy you a chicken leg tonight. Wang Qi took the card from Kong Lu's hand and left the dormitory happily. Tut tut. Du Hongyuan, who had already gotten out of bed and turned on the game, looked at Kong Lu and said with a smack of his lips, When will I be able to do the same as you, find a rich woman? Go to hell. Kong Lu kicked Du Hongyuan in the butt and said, Pack up, I'll take you to find a rich woman. Really? Of course. End of chapter. Chapter 72, A Sudden Kiss. After Kong Lu finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Jirue, who was still lying in bed, preparing to go back to sleep, and patted the bed frame, saying, You get up too, let's go out together. It's freezing cold, and it's going to rain later, I'd rather not go out. Chen Jirue sat up with his hands propped up, looking at Kong Lu and saying, Besides, I made a date with someone last night to play games together today. The second half is the key point. Kong Lu shook his head with a smile, saying, Are you sure you won't go out? No, unless there are fairies outside. There really are. Kong Lu said with a smile, There are several fairies. Chen Jirue stared at Kong Lu, and his gaze instantly became serious. Kong, don't lie to me. I'm not lying to you, why would I lie to you? Kong Lu waved his hand and said, It's Gu Chenxi. Her 3 roommates wanted to go out with her, so I thought, let's drag you 2 along too. Maybe your love will start today. This morning, Gu Chenxi got up early to put on makeup. The other 3 people in the dormitory saw her get ready and knew that she was going on another date, so they argued that they wanted to go out and have fun too. Gu Chenxi told Kong Lu about this, and Kong Lu thought, Isn't it just that there are singles in both dormitories? It's just the right time to pull them together to hang out. The 2 hit it off and thought the idea was great. Du Hongyuan, who was changing clothes, immediately said he couldn't go when he heard that he was going out with Gu Chenxi's roommate. If you had said that Xin Xia was also going, I wouldn't go when she's there. Why not go? Kong Lu asked in puzzlement. You like her, don't you? If you like her, go for it. Your buddies have created an opportunity for you. It's not that I don't want to go. Du Hongyuan said with a sad face. People like me don't look at me. I like her, but I know the reality. Rat your M head. Kong Lu directly came up behind Du Hongyuan's head and said, this is the only chance to improve your popularity. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get a second chance even if you beg for your life. You decide. Du Hongyuan pondered for a long time, as if he had experienced an intense internal struggle. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, yes. I'm willing to risk it all. That's more like it. Kong Lu nodded with satisfaction and looked at Chen Jirue, who seemed to be hesitating. Kong Lu asked, what are you hesitating about, boy? Still can't bear to part with your gaming buddies? Chen Jirue scratched his head and said innocently, their dormitory is full of beautiful girls, and I get nervous when I see them. Without Kong Lu having to say anything, the battle-hardened Du Hongyuan said with a mouthful of flirtatious words, this symptom of yours is that you don't see enough beautiful girls. If you see more, you won't be nervous. Brother Kong will take you to flirt with girls. Under his persuasion, Chen Jirue also successfully joined the team. Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan's confident appearance and wanted to laugh. He thought to himself, I hope he can be this confident in front of Xia. The three of them fought for the hot water in the bathroom, washed their hair, then changed into the clothes they thought were the best, and then walked out of the boys' dorm room in style. The girls' dormitory was not much better. Gu Chenxi felt that this was her first official date with Kong Lu, so she put on full makeup, just like she did yesterday. When a girl puts on full makeup when meeting you, it is enough to prove how highly she values you. Seeing Gu Chenxi put on full makeup, the three roommates also felt that they could not let their guard down and lower the appearance level in the dormitory, so they also did their best and started putting on makeup. The one with the best makeup skills among the four is actually Lin Ji. As a cosplayer, her makeup skills are still very good, and Lin Ji is responsible for half of Gu Chenxi's makeup today and yesterday. Lin Ji, who looks like a little lowly, looked at Zhou Xiaonan, who was watching a Pure Lust makeup tutorial video, and said, you're not tall enough to wear this kind of makeup. How dare you mock my height? Zhou Xiaonan glared at Lin Ji angrily and said, apologize quickly. When small people get angry, they give the illusion of being petulant. Lin Ji smiled and pinched her little round face, saying, it's not just about height, you don't have the right figure either. She pointed to Xia next to her and said, look at Xiaoxia, if you had her figure, Pure Lust makeup would be the icing on the cake. Xia seemed to hear her words and deliberately puffed out her chest. Zhou Xiaonan thought to herself, damn it, showing off, blatant showing off. Zhou Xiaonan pinched Lin Ji's waist and said, I'm still growing, and I'll be a 1.8 meter tall long-legged young lady in the future. Growing? Lin Ji picked her up in one arm and said, how old are you, and you're still growing? Stop it, you two. Gu Chenxi looked at the two of them fighting and said, everyone has been waiting downstairs for a long time. It's weirdly cold, so let's finish packing up and go downstairs. Hey! Xia said with a pout, you're already feeling bad when your boyfriend's been waiting downstairs for a few minutes? What? It's not okay? Gu Chenxi crossed her arms, stuck out her chin, and said somewhat arrogantly, you love finally gave me a red thread, so I definitely have to love him. Upon hearing this, Xia directly shut up. Because she discovered that Gu Chenxi, who mocked someone, could only hurt herself. The girls' dormitory was in full swing, with a makeup competition underway, while the boys were shivering in the cold wind downstairs. Chen Jirue said with some reluctance, Kong, I might as well go back and play games. Du Hongyuan also lost his enthusiasm, in this weather, I think going out to play is a wrong decision. I agree with Chen, WC, beautiful girl. Halfway through his sentence, Du Hongyuan saw four beautiful girls walking out of the entrance to the girls' dormitory, and his eyes went straight. Kong Lu saw Gu Chenxi and the others come out and immediately waved, saying, over here. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Newly in love, the young couple is always inseparable and can't wait to spend every waking moment together. Seeing Kong Lu's Gu Chenxi, she came skipping over, taking small, light steps. She was about to say, baby. But then she saw that there were two guys crouching behind Kong Lu, and she immediately felt shy. The words she was about to say were stuck in her throat, and her smile froze. Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue, who were crouching on the ground, saw so many beautiful girls and immediately stood up with a whoosh. They stood so straight that they had never stood so straight in military training last year. The two looked at Gu Chenxi, who was wearing a stern face, and thought to themselves, no wonder she's the school beauty queen, she really is cold and aloof, she doesn't even like to smile. The two greeted Gu Chenxi, and Du Hongyuan, who was very good at flattery, said, Kong Lu, you little brat, to be able to find such a beautiful girlfriend is truly a blessing from your past lives, you must cherish it. This seemed to be directed at Kong Lu, but in fact it was a compliment to Gu Chenxi. The compliment was just right and made Gu Chenxi happy. This is why they say Du Hongyuan is a real people person. Just joking. Gu Chenxi said with a calm exterior, but inside she was secretly delighted. She had long since become used to being praised for her beauty, but being praised for her beauty in front of her boyfriend's friends was a different matter. Her gaze turned to Kong Lu, as if to say, having a super beautiful girl like me as your girlfriend is a huge compliment. The clever Kong Lu of course understood what she meant, and secretly gave her a thumbs up in praise. Seeing Kong Lu give a thumbs up, Gu Chenxi also raised her index finger. Kong Lu tilted his head, and this time he didn't understand what Gu Chenxi meant. Gu Chenxi took out her phone and sent him a message, "Quickly reward me with a kiss." Kong Lu was a little taken aback after reading the message and said directly, "Now? When no one is around, Gu Chenxi hadn't finished speaking when Kong Lu directly embraced her face and left a gentle kiss on her plump lips. The kiss was so fast that it only took less than 5 seconds, but the 2 boys present and the 3 girls walking towards them were still hit by the kiss to varying degrees. The 5 of them screamed in unison, "Ah! They haven't even gone out to play yet, and they've already been fed dog food?" Kong Lu inwardly thought, kissing in front of acquaintances, it's so embarrassing. Gu Chenxi inwardly thought, this idiot, he didn't even wait for me to finish speaking. And you already kissed, so just kiss a little longer. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Dark Heart X Social Phobia. Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu, flicked his fingers in the air twice, and looked at Gu Chenxi's cold face, but he didn't manage to get the words out of his heart. What Du Hongyuan wanted to say was, "Are you two so direct when kissing? At least give me a little psychological preparation as a single guy with a little skillful pre-shake." Chen Jirui was thinking much the same thing as Du Hongyuan. He was thinking, Brother Kong actually kissed Miss Gu on the street, what a magical scene. But they are already a couple, so it doesn't seem unreasonable. It's just that the kiss came out of nowhere. It caught me off guard, and I feel so abused. Xia thought with some envy, when I get a boyfriend, I'll definitely show off in front of them to get back at them for today's dog food. Lin Ji said, suddenly, I don't find my husband attractive anymore. Zhou Xiaonan silently gave her a thumbs up, there's nothing more to say, I'll just directly proclaim that Gu Chenxi is awesome. Gu Chenxi, who had just been kissed by Kong Lu, was now lowering her head, concealing her embarrassment and shame, while tapping away at the screen. She was messaging Kong Lu, what I want to say is, find somewhere no one is around and kiss me again. Shy kitten. Kong Lu looked at the message she sent and smiled awkwardly without saying anything. The 3 girls came back from their shock and walked quickly towards them. Xia looked at Kong Lu and said, I didn't realize it, you kid, you've got some nerve, kissing her like that? Ahem. Kong Lu scratched his head, and before he could say anything to explain, Gu Chenxi grabbed Xia's arm and said, Xia, you should keep quiet. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, if he's scared of you, he won't dare kiss me in the street anymore. Will you kiss me instead? You're defending him again. Xia covered her chest, looked at Gu Chenxi with a sad face, shook her head and said, fine, you go with him. After Xia finished speaking, she hugged Lin Ji next to her and said with grievance, Ji, look at her, this woman who values her friends less than her lovers. Lin Ji was also very restrained in the presence of outsiders. If they were in the dormitory, Xia would have leaned on her and she would have probably started to touch Xia's breasts. She hugged Xia and said, Xia, don't be sad, tonight I'll cosplay Xia Yan and hug you to sleep. Looking at the 2 quirky roommates, Gu Chenxi's cold face revealed a hint of embarrassed red. She gave a smile to Kong Lu and Chen Jirui and explained, they too just love to act crazy, so don't mind them. Kong Lu and Chen Jirui felt that Xia and Lin Ji were quite genuine and down-to-earth beauties, and they just laughed without saying anything. But Du Hongyuan, who was standing nearby, was instantly charmed. He looked at Xia's sniffling face and thought to himself, so cute, omitted 10,000 times. Perhaps it was the double impact of the visual and mental shock, but the boy Du Hongyuan actually had a runny nose. Chen Jirui thoughtfully took a tissue out of his pocket and said, brother, wipe your nose. Ha! Reminded, Du Hongyuan quickly took the tissue and wiped his nose a few times hard. To hide his embarrassment, he said, it's been dry and hot lately, and it's easy to get angry. Ha. Really? Lin Ji raised an eyebrow and said with a half smile, I just noticed that you were peeking at our Xiaxia. Du Hongyuan, who had been exposed, blushed and was embarrassed, trying to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He quickly looked for help with his eyes to Kong Lu, who was standing nearby. Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan, who had been so badly humiliated, and thought back to his heroic words in the dormitory. He wanted to laugh a little, thinking, weren't you very confident in the dormitory just now? Let daddy help you. Kong Lu decided to help him out and said directly, actually, my roommate has always been, #%. Kong Lu was halfway through his sentence when Du Hongyuan realized that something was wrong and immediately covered his mouth. This kid is trying to insult me again, huh? Du Hongyuan embarrassedly laughed awkwardly, then quickly changed the subject, pointing at Zhou Xiaonan, who had been silent the whole time, and said, which one of you is this kid's sister? You're the child. Your whole family is a child. Brat, I'll beat you up if you don't believe me. Zhou Xiaonan was directly broken down by Du Hongyuan's words. She pointed at Du Hongyuan, scolding angrily, with an attitude as if she was ready to jump up and hit him in the knee. It's not surprising that Du Hongyuan misunderstood. Gu Chenxi, Shen Xia and Lin Ji are all students in the same class of business administration as they are. Although they are not very familiar with each other in normal times, they have met each other more or less. Only Zhou Xiaonan is a student in the third class of international trade next door, and she lives with Gu Chenxi and the others in the same dormitory. Lin Ji patted Zhou Xiaonan's head and said with a smile, this is Zhou Xiaonan, a student majoring in international trade, our roommate, and the pet of the group. Sorry. Du Hongyuan, who realized that he had misunderstood, hurriedly apologized to Zhou Xiaonan, saying, I'm sorry, Miss Group Pet, I'm really sorry. Shut up. Zhou Xiaonan glared at Du Hongyuan fiercely, then reached out and slapped the palm Lin Ji had placed on her head. The little beast screamed, you shut up too, you stupid woman, and you call yourself a group pet? I'll go and gouge your bed frame tonight if you don't believe me. Puff. Hearing Zhou Xiaonan's threat, everyone at the scene couldn't hold back anymore and laughed. Shen Jirue, who had been a little nervous, also laughed at this moment. He had never had much contact with girls since he was young, and for the first time, he felt that pretty girls didn't seem as difficult to get along with as he had imagined. At least, except for Gu Chenxi, who always had a cold face, her three roommates were all quite easygoing. Kong Lu used his phone to send a message to Gu Chenxi, your roommates are quite funny. Gu Chenxi replied, they're just three clowns. Kong Lu, but we've already met, so why are we still chatting on the phone? Gu Chenxi, oh, there's someone else here, so she's shy. Kong Lu, shy? Kong Lu looked up at the expressionless Gu Chenxi. She happened to look up at Kong Lu as well, and saw Kong Lu staring at her with a sinister smile. Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi's hand and brought her face close. The first thought that came to Gu Chenxi's mind when she saw Kong Lu bring her face close was, another kiss? This is not the right occasion, is it? But she did not avoid it, and obediently closed her eyes. However, this time, Kong Lu didn't seem to be planning to kiss her. Kong Lu leaned down to Gu Chenxi's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, when you forcibly kissed me yesterday under the girls' dormitory, why weren't you at all shy? End of chapter. Chapter 74, Smart X Stupid. Gu Chenxi heard Kong Lu's words, her eyes closed even tighter, her face turning red, and wisps of white smoke rising from her head. You want to die. Gu Chenxi lightly pounded Kong Lu's chest with her petite fists, scolding him in a sweet voice, why bring this up now? Although the 5 onlookers at the scene didn't catch the sound of the two of them talking, their intimate interactions were clearly visible to everyone. Du Hongyuan and Shen Jirue were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They thought to themselves, this doesn't make sense. Was that just a display of petulance? Where's the aloof and cold-hearted school beauty we were promised? The 3 girls, on the other hand, were all smiles, and they studied them intently. No wonder she's the first woman in the dorm to get a boyfriend. Just a small gesture, and she's got the guy right where she wants him. I've learned a lot. Little Jia is awesome in a bad way. Today's weather is not good, so outdoor activities can basically be passed. Kong Lu originally wanted to take Gu Chenxi to the movies, but there were 7 of them in total, and it wasn't interesting to go to the movies as a group. Besides, everyone's preferences were different, so it would be meaningless to force them to watch the same movie together. So, after some discussion, they finally decided to go to the mall together. Although this was not a very interesting choice of activity, there was no other way. The more people there were, the fewer activities there were that they could do together, and it was about to rain, so they might as well go to a mall for now. Maybe they can find some interesting shops in the mall, such as escape rooms, werewolf killing, cat cafes, and the like. Anyway, they should just go out first. Gu Chenxi did not drive today, first because her car was returned to her home yesterday and she had not yet had a chance to drive it back to school, and second because there were so many people that even if her car was there, it would not fit. The group decided to take the subway to the nearest mall near the school. Places like Shanghai, which are full of business districts, are full of malls. It wasn't rush hour, and there weren't many people on the subway. Basically, they could find an empty seat after 1 or 2 stops. Soon, the 5 of them found empty seats. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi were the only ones left standing in the subway aisle, holding onto the railing. It wasn't that there weren't any empty seats, there had just been one in front of them. Kong Lu told Gu Chenxi to sit, but she insisted on standing with Kong Lu. Kong Lu asked in a low voice, "Why don't you sit down?" In an unfamiliar environment, Gu Chenxi still maintained her indifferent face of keep strangers away. She whispered, "I prefer to stand." It's not true. In order to match her outfit, Gu Chenxi wore long boots today, and the hard heels were tiring. The reason she didn't sit down was that she wanted to wait for 2 side-by-side seats to become available, and then sit with Kong Lu. Kong Lu, of course, didn't believe her, and he asked again, "Really?" Gu Chenxi blinked and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Kong Lu tilted his head and looked at her. "Did you just tell a lie?" "Of course it's the truth." Gu Chenxi gave a mysterious smile and said, "But this truth is only half the story." Kong Lu was attracted by her words and asked in return, "What is the other half?" Guess. Perhaps it was because Kong Lu had deliberately teased her before the fireworks display yesterday that Gu Chenxi wanted to tease him a little today. "I'm not going to guess, then. I'm going to sit down," Kong Lu said, and sat down in the empty seat with his hands spread outwards, revealing a look of disdain, as if he were deliberately trying to upset her. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu as he sat down, and he was dumbfounded. A hint of clear stupidity shone in his eyes, and he asked like a silly person, "Why didn't you play your cards according to the rules?" Kong Lu shrugged and said, "I'm not stupid, ha ha ha." Gu Chenxi glared at him and said indifferently, "So you're calling me stupid?" From the perspective of other passengers, Gu Chenxi looked cold and spoke to Kong Lu in a detached manner, as if she were angry. An invisible pressure was released from her body, which made everyone sitting near Kong Lu unable to help but shift their hips to the sides. Kong Lu looked at the 2 men sitting on his left and right, who were looking at him with sympathetic eyes, and he wanted to laugh. If he didn't know that this little girl had 2 faces, he would have suspected that he had made Gu Chenxi angry again. No, I wouldn't dare." Kong Lu waved his hands and said, "I really can't guess what your other half sentence is. What can I do? I can't admit in front of you that I'm stupid, can I?" Gu Chenxi picked up the conversation and said, "Then if you admit that you're stupid, I'll tell you the second half of the truth." Kong Lu hurriedly waved his hands and said, "That's not good, I'm smarter than you." "You." Gu Chenxi was really a little angry when she saw Kong Lu not playing by the rules again. She bit her lip. Kong Lu looked at the idiot who had been made angry by his few words and stopped joking around. He quickly said, Okay, I admit it, I'm an idiot." Gu Chenxi's frown relaxed when she heard this. "What else?" "And?" Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, "Gu Chenxi is very clever." "You're the clever one." Gu Chenxi's face flushed as Kong Lu called out her full name in the subway. She reached out and pinched Kong Lu's thigh, saying, "Don't think I don't know, clever is a sarcastic comment." "Wow, you know that," Kong Lu said with a surprised expression, "it seems you really are clever." Gu Chenxi put one hand on her hip and the other on the handlebar, her face betraying an unmistakable hint of pride. But then she saw Kong Lu's smirking expression, and suddenly she realized that something was wrong. "Great. Kong Lu, you've been teasing me, haven't you?" No, Kong Lu said, crossing his hands. This time he was serious. "Gu Chenxi is very clever, she's cleverer than Kong Lu." That's more like it." Gu Chenxi was a little overwhelmed by Kong Lu's suddenly sincere gaze, and 2 red patches appeared on her cold face. She hooked her finger and said, "Stand up, and I'll tell you what I wanted to say in the second half." "Okay." Kong Lu stood up, but Gu Chenxi immediately took his place the moment he stood up. Kong Lu was dumbfounded this time. He looked at Gu Chenxi in disbelief and said, "Why didn't you play by the rules?" After seizing the position, Gu Chenxi also imitated Kong Lu's just now and spread his hands upward, pouting and saying playfully, "You taught me that, sir." Puff. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxi's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. He asked, "You learned that?" Ha. Gu Chenxi gave a sly smile, hooked his finger, and said, "I won't tease you this time. Come over here, I'll tell you the second half of the truth." MMHM. Kong Lu bent down and leaned closer, and Gu Chenxi also leaned into his ear and whispered in a pleasant voice, "I prefer to stand because there's a fool by my side." End of chapter. Chapter 75, The Holy Body of Love. This sudden declaration of love was too devastating for Kong Lu, and he was caught off guard, his face instantly turning red. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu's face, which was visibly turning red, and secretly gloated in her heart, "This time it's finally your turn to be shy." Even though he was cheering inside, Gu Chenxi pretended to be unconcerned on his face, and continued to say in Kong Lu's ear, "It seems like some idiot is blushing." Ahem. Kong Lu coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and said, "Actually, I also have a true confession." "Do you want to hear it?" Gu Chenxi, who had been tricked by Kong Lu many times, immediately shook his head and said, "I'm not going to guess." Kong Lu shook his head, "You don't need to guess. Just bring your ear closer and I'll tell you." Gu Chenxi brought her ears up doubtfully, and Kong Lu whispered in her ear, "Actually, I knew from the beginning that you wanted to wait for 2 empty seats to sit with me, so I deliberately teased you to make you take the initiative to compete with me for the seats." Gu Chenxi's eyes widened when she heard Kong Lu's words, and her mood, which had finally calmed down, became chaotic again. Kong Lu patted her head and said, "I know, it's tiring to stand in your boots, so just sit there quietly." Gu Chenxi's face had turned red up to her neck as she listened to Kong Lu's words. The 2 older brothers sitting on either side had just been sympathizing with Kong Lu. Now they gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Little brother is amazing, so flirtatious, no wonder your girlfriend is so pretty." Who would have thought that Kong Lu, who is so good at flirting, is really in his first relationship? Kong Lu gave a crooked smile, revealing the expression of the urban dragon king, "There's no way. Although I'm a single woman, I was born with the holy body for love. Learn from me." "Just kidding." In the carriage, the 5 single dogs, who were sitting scattered, were dumbfounded again when they saw this scene. Although they couldn't hear the content of the 2 people's conversation, they were still very surprised when they watched their actions and expressions change. Chen Jirue thought to himself, "Kong is really good at flirting, I must learn from him." Du Hongyuan commented, "No, are these 2 playing traffic lights? Why is one blushing and then the other one blushing?" Xin Xia gritted her teeth and thought, fine, taking the subway is also part of your flirtatious fun, right? Fine. Lin Shi put her hands on her face, and her aunt looked at the 2 of them smilingly. "Family members, old friends, who understands, it's so awesome to be able to bring your virtual world into reality." Zhou Xiaonan wiggled her 2 short legs because they were so short, she couldn't reach the ground sitting on her toes, reached up and touched the top of her head, thinking, being touched on the head by someone you like, it doesn't seem to be that objectionable. Finally, after one more stop, a seat next to Gu Chenxi opened up, and she sat down with Kong Lu as she wished. However, this beautiful moment only lasted for 3 minutes because they had arrived at their stop. Gu Chenxi thought unhappily, "Damn it, next time I'll just take the train from start to finish." "What are you thinking about? Let's go." Kong Lu looked at the already open carriage door in Gu Chenxi, who was sitting in his seat and had not moved, and immediately reminded him, "We won't wait for you if we pass the station." Gu Chenxi took Kong Lu's arm, stood up, and whispered in his ear, "If we really can't make it, I'll drag you back to your seat and make you sit the rest of the way with me." Kong Lu led Gu Chenxi out of the carriage and said with a smile, "Wow, you're so evil." "Humph." Gu Chenxi gave a haughty little snort, as if to say, "Are you afraid of loving me?" Exit 4 of the subway is connected to the first basement floor of the shopping mall. As the group of people just got out of the subway, a strong aroma mixed with the aromas of various delicacies came rushing at them. Kong Lu and the other 2 had not had breakfast since they got up in the morning, and the smell of the food made their appetites grow. Although the 4 girls, including Gu Chenxi, had already eaten breakfast, it was almost lunchtime, and there were rows of food shops in front of them, so it was really hard to resist. So, they all agreed to settle lunch first and then find somewhere to hang out. Gu Chenxi had originally planned to take everyone out for hot pot, but it was hard to please everyone, so they finally decided that everyone would go out for lunch separately and then meet up again to hang out together. This also had the advantage that Gu Chenxi could happily spend some time alone with Kong Liudu. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, "Yes, I've finally got rid of these followers." Gu Chenxi wanted to eat hot pot for lunch today, but the first basement floor of the shopping mall was full of snacks. The only thing that could be called hot pot was a rotating self-service small hot pot for 40 yuan per person, and the dishes in it were hard to describe. Fortunately, there are other hot pot restaurants on the 5th floor of the mall, so the 2 took the sightseeing elevator together to the 5th floor. Chen Jirue, who was hungry, found a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant on the 1st floor. Coincidentally, Zhou Xiaonan was also planning to eat spicy hot pot, and she was much faster than Chen Jirue. She had already taken a basin and was picking up food. Zhou Xiaonan saw Chen Jirue coming over with a basin and politely said, "Hello, you're here for the Malatanghulu too?" Chen Jirue and she had not interacted much when they were all together before, and now that they were alone in the Malatanghulu restaurant, he was even more introverted and unable to speak. Chen Jirue nervously nodded and then let out a before silently starting to pick food into the basin. Zhou Xiaonan also started to pick up food on her own. In no time, her small bowl was full of all kinds of meat. Despite her small size, she could eat a lot without putting on weight, something Chen Xia envied. If you ask why there was only meat in her bowl, it's because the vegetables were on the top shelf of the refrigerator, which was a bit out of reach for her height. Zhou Xiaonan had originally planned not to pick up any vegetables, because she could still fill up with rice and meat, but she still wanted to pick up some of her favorite cilantro. However, the cilantro was also at a position that she couldn't reach. Zhou Xiaonan inwardly roared, "Who the hell designed the freezer? Did you make it so high because you were going to use it to freeze elephants?" Zhou Xiaonan had the thought of giving up. After all, she wouldn't die if she didn't eat cilantro for a meal. Like hell she wouldn't. It seems that she is having a fight with the refrigerator. Zhou Xiaonan stands on tiptoe, stretches her hand out and tries hard to pick the coriander on the top shelf. She is so determined that it seems as if she will really die if she cannot have coriander in the spicy hot soup for dinner. She could have asked Chen Jirue next to her to help her. Chen Jirue is fat, but he is still of average height. Although he is not as tall as Con Lu and Wang Qi, he is still 1.7 meters tall. And his small, white face is not ugly, but rather kind of cute. But Zhou Xiaonan is stubborn. She just wants to do it herself. Is this rebellious and backbiting character a bit similar to your cat that likes to play naughty and knock things off your desk? The more you put things out of its reach, the more it wants to touch them. Chen Jirue stood aside, watching silently. After a morning of contact, he knew that this little girl was grumpy, so he didn't dare to offer to help. Finally, Zhou Xiaonan got her wish and managed to pick up a handful of cilantro. Just as she was overjoyed and about to stop and put the cilantro back in the pot, the tongs unexpectedly hooked onto the pot containing the cilantro, causing the entire pot to tilt and smash down towards her face. End of chapter. Chapter 76, The Princess Invites You to Dinner. Zhou Xiaonan looked at the falling basin, and her hand let go in shock, and the tongs fell into the other basin of vegetables. She also closed her eyes directly. Chen Jirue, who had been watching from the side, had long felt that the basin was going to fall, so the moment it tilted, he quickly reacted, reached out and grabbed the coriander basin and put it back in place. When Zhou Xiaonan opened her eyes, nothing had happened. The cilantro she had managed to pick up had seemingly fallen back into the bowl. Zhou Xiaonan looked over at Chen Jirue, who had helped her, and said gratefully, "Thank you, thank you." Chen Jirue waved his hand and asked shyly, "Do you need help?" "No." After the embarrassing incident, Zhou Xiaonan felt that she didn't have to eat the cilantro for lunch today. Zhou Xiaonan picked up the tong she had just dropped, and there were still a few cilantro stems on it. These scattered cilantro stems were like a consolation prize for her failure. However, it was better than nothing. She took the tray to the cashier's desk to pay, and Chen Jirue followed closely behind, also paying and getting a numbered ticket. Although it wasn't even lunchtime yet, the restaurant was packed, and the seats seemed to be full. Zhou Xiaonan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and she grabbed a small double seat that had just become vacant. Looking at Chen Jirue, who was still wandering around the restaurant and hadn't found a seat, she waved. Seeing Zhou Xiaonan waving, Chen Jirue actually refused inwardly. He was afraid to sit and eat with a girl, and Zhou Xiaonan was taking up a very small space. He was such a big guy that he could take up half the table by himself. Seeing that Chen Jirue was hesitating, Zhou Xiaonan stood up directly and shouted, "Come over here, what are you looking at?" "Oh." Chen Jirue did not dare to refuse her kindness, so he nodded twice and walked over. As he expected, the table was small, and the two of them looked a little cramped sitting there, but they squeezed in and sat down. The two sat facing each other. Chen Jirue didn't dare to look at her, and played with his phone, not knowing what to do. Compared to him, Zhou Xiaonan was much more natural. While waiting for their food, she started a quick game of shovel on her phone, but her skills were so bad that she didn't even finish the hot and spicy soup. She was so angry that she quickly ended the game in last place and quit the game. Chen Jirue watched her play and couldn't resist the temptation either. He took out his phone and started a game. He just started the malatang tang, but Zhou Xiaonan's meal was not yet ready, perhaps because her portion of meat was more and took longer to cook. Chen Jirue put down his phone, went to get the meal, and when he returned, he saw Zhou Xiaonan tapping on his phone screen. Seeing that he had returned, Zhou Xiaonan explained with a smile, "I saw that the game was open, so I helped you choose. Do you mind?" He. It's fine. Chen Jirue placed the tomato soup with the mala on the table and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "If you wanna play, go ahead." Zhou Xiaonan pushed the phone back in front of him and also waved his hand, saying, "No, no, no, you do it, I'm terrible at this." Looking at his red bowl of soup, Zhou Xiaonan asked again, "You like spicy food too?" "Ah, no, not really." Chen Jirue said, tapping on the screen, "I don't eat spicy food, this is tomato soup." "Okay," Zhou Xiaonan said, shaking her head, "I hate tomato soup the most, spicy soup is yummy." "Ah, haha." Chen Jirue laughed, not knowing what to say. Before long, Zhou Xiaonan's spicy hot soup was also ready. She ordered it extra spicy, and she also added a bunch of red seasonings to the table. The bowl of spicy hot soup was all red, and the vegetables inside were also dyed a fiery red, giving off a pungent spicy aroma. Chen Jirue looked at the bowl of chili peppers and widened his eyes, asking, "You can eat spicy food so well?" "The chili in these restaurants in Shanghai only looks spicy, it doesn't have any flavor at all," Zhou Xiaonan shrugged and said, "It's still our Shucheng chili that has flavor." Chen Jirue asked, "You're from Shucheng?" Zhou Xiaonan couldn't wait to pick up a piece of red, fat beef roll soaked in soup and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, "Yes, where are you from?" Chen Jirue replied, "I'm from Yangcheng." "Oh, I've been there. The morning tea there is delicious, but unfortunately there's no chili oil." "Ha, people where I'm from don't really like spicy food. Why are you still playing this game? How did you get to be first?" Luck. In the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi's food had also been served. The red oil in the pot was boiling and seething, and Gu Chenxi went to mix the dipping sauce while Kong Lu began to add the food to the pot. The waiter was giving the children at the next table free small toys, and Kong Lu also shamelessly asked for a pink magic wand and hid it in his pocket. Before long, Gu Chenxi came back with 2 bowls of dipping sauce. She said, "There's one that's spicy and one that's not spicy. Which one do you want?" Kong Lu smiled and replied, "I don't like dipping sauce for hot pot." "Ah." Gu Chenxi said with annoyance, "What should I do since I already made 2 bowls?" Seeing her in a difficult situation, Kong Lu immediately said, "But today is different, I suddenly want dipping sauce." Kong Lu said to herself, "Well, I just want to eat the dishes with dipping sauce, definitely not for any other reason." "Okay." Gu Chenxi heard this and smiled, asking, "You want the non-spicy one?" Kong Lu nodded, "I'll have either." "Then this is for you." Gu Chenxi put down the spicy dipping sauce and gave Kong Lu the non-spicy one, but after doing all this she didn't have any intention of sitting down. Kong Lu saw her still standing, with a smile on her face, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I want to sit next to you." "Okay." Kong Lu shifted his body, vacating half the seat for Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi, holding a dipping sauce, sat down next to Kong Lu with a happy heart. Some of the dishes Kong Lu had just served were already overcooked. He picked up a piece of fat lamb roll and asked Gu Chenxi, "Do you want to eat it?" Gu Chenxi nodded, and Kong Lu placed the fat lamb roll in her bowl. Gu Chenxi wrapped the lamb roll in the sauce, and instead of eating it right away, she said, "You said the princess is treating." Kong Lu looked at her and laughed, saying, "Childish." Gu Chenxi nudged Kong Lu's shoulder with her arm and urged, "Oh, come on, just say it." "That's so childish, I'm not saying it. If you don't say it, I'm not playing with you. You're in elementary school. I'll smack you." "Okay, okay." Kong Lu said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "The princess invites you to dinner." "No, no," Gu Chenxi shook her head and said, "Be serious." There was no choice, Kong Lu put on a smile and repeated, "The princess invites you to dinner." Gu Chenxi nodded with satisfaction and devoured the lamb roll in one bite. After eating, she gave a mysterious smile and said, "The princess is very satisfied and has decided to award you the knight's staff." Saying this, she pulled a small purple magic wand out of her back like a magician, and gave it to Kong Lu. She had just asked the waitress for it while she was mixing the seasonings. Gu Chenxi cocked her head arrogantly and said, "What do you think? I'm the one who's full of surprises. You didn't expect it, did you?" Puff ha ha. Looking at the magic wand, Kong Lu smiled and said, "Then you say hello, Prince, you're so handsome, and I have a gift too." Gu Chenxi tilted her head to the side and looked at him blankly. "What present?" "It's not a magic wand, is it?" "Don't ask, just say it." This time, it was Kong Lu's turn to urge Gu Chenxi. "Hello, Prince, you're so handsome." As soon as Gu Chenxi finished speaking, Kong Lu also took out the pink magic wand he had hidden in his pocket beforehand. "Wow." Gu Chenxi held the pink magic wand, her eyes shining with stars as she looked at Kong Lu and said, "You have one too." Kong Lu also imitated what Gu Chenxi had just done, raising her eyebrows arrogantly and saying, "It's not like you're the only one who can prepare a surprise." Gu Chenxi held the magic wand Kong Lu had given her like a baby, but said indifferently, "It's barely a surprise." Kong Lu looked at her and said, "Your smile betrays your true thoughts." The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The end of this chapter. Chapter 77, Kiss. Hurry up, let's take a picture. Gu Chenxi took out her fruit phone and turned on the front camera and said, "Hold up your magic wand." "That's so childish, no." Kong Lu is not a person who likes to take pictures, or rather, most guys don't usually take selfies. Kong Lu has 4 social media accounts, 2 QQs and 2 WeChat accounts, which he has been using for more than 10 years, but he never posts updates or shares photos in his moments. When he was previously in an online relationship with Gu Chenxi, she also asked Kong Lu why he didn't post updates, and Kong Lu's answer was, "Posting updates gives the feeling of having your life spied on, and he doesn't like it." He doesn't even read other people's moments, except occasionally when his mother shouts at him to like her moments. Normally, when there's no news, he basically doesn't open these social media apps. So much so that Gu Chenxi always vents about him online, complaining that he is so boring and acts like a little old man. But in fact, Gu Chenxi has no right to complain about Kong Lu, because she doesn't like posting to her moments either. She feels that her life is already very fulfilling every day, and if there is something happy, it is enough to share it with the people close to her. There is no need to post it online for everyone to see. In other words, there is nothing to brag about. However, after she returned to the dormitory last night, she posted a WeChat moment, not a photo of her trip to Disneyland, but a photo of her and Kong Lu's shadows walking side by side under the street lamp at school. There was no caption, just a picture, but the meaning was very straightforward. It was full of likes, and the entire dormitory of 3 girls commented on it. "I'm not sending it to anyone else, so what's the fear?" Gu Chenxi said, with a strong attitude, grabbing Kong Lu's arm and saying, "Come over." This little girl is quite strong, and she actually dragged Kong Lu up. Okay. Kong Lu sat next to her as she wished the two were now very close, and Kong Lu could even smell the fresh aroma on her. He didn't continue to get closer, but instead maintained this distance. He held up the magic wand in his hand and said, "Is this okay?" "Well, that's good. Keep that pose and don't move," said Gu Chenxi, and pressed the camera button. The original camera on the fruit phone did not have a beauty function, and in most cases, the photos taken were very ugly, but they were also very real, because without the help of filters, everyone was actually just an ordinary person, which was normal. But Gu Chenxi in the original camera was not ugly at all, and there was even a kind of very real beauty. Gu Chenxi enlarged the photo and first took a look at Kong Lu in the photo. Kong Lu's gaze was fixed on her, looking a little dazed as he held up the magic wand, but Gu Chenxi found it very cute. Kong Lu glanced at it and said, "You've taken a really ugly photo of me, delete it quickly." "Where's the ugliness? You're obviously very cute." Gu Chenxi nodded with satisfaction, then enlarged the photo of herself again. "Yeah!" Gu Chenxi screamed, covering her mouth, and said, "Why did you take such a bad picture of me?" Kong Lu curiously stuck out his neck again and took a look. In the photo, Gu Chenxi was using a magic wand to cover half her face and making a playful gesture. She was obviously very cute. How novel, both of them thought the other person in the photo was cute, but themselves in the photo were ugly. Kong Lu said, "What are you doing at Versailles? Where is Versailles? I'm not good looking to begin with." Gu Chenxi tilted her head back and looked at Kong Lu beside her, saying, "Don't you think this photo is very different from me?" "It's quite different indeed." Kong Lu touched his chin, looked at Gu Chenxi, and after a few seconds of pondering, said, "I'm even uglier in person than in the photo." Gu Chenxi was quite happy when she heard the first half of Kong Lu's sentence, but when he said the second half, her mood plummeted. Being told by her boyfriend that she was ugly? Unforgivable, bury him directly. She narrowed her eyes and glared at Kong Lu, coldly saying, "Say that again?" Kong Lu instantly felt a sense of murderous intent sweeping over him, so he quickly folded his hands together and said with a sincere face, "I'm joking, look at you getting so excited, haha." Gu Chenxi put away her fierce expression and said, "You're smart." She looked at the photo again, and always felt like something was missing. She couldn't quite put her finger on it. The waiter, seeing the two taking a photo, came over enthusiastically and asked, "Do you need help taking a photo?" Gu Chenxi glanced at Kong Lu, as if she wanted to leave the decision up to him. Kong Lu didn't hesitate, nodded, and since Gu Chenxi wanted to take the picture anyway, he would accompany her. The waiter took the fruit phone Guchensi handed him, bent over, and struck a professional pose, taking pictures of the two of them. Handsome guy, the pose should be more natural, don't hold your arms so straight. You two should get a little closer, what are you two lovebirds doing standing so far away, it's not like it's your first day dating, come on, smile, be sweet. The young man was coaching the two on how to strike a good pose for the photo while flirting with them. Although it was unintentional, he was right. The two were in love for the first time except for online dating, and in theory, today was their first date. Although the two had zero experience in love, they knew a few flirtatious lines from books and TV, but they had no real experience in love at all. Under the guidance of the young man, the two became more natural in their movements, but the young man always felt that something was not quite right. He looked at the two of them and, after a moment's thought, said, "Why don't you two kiss?" "Ha?" The two were taken aback at the same time, looking at each other in shock. The young man hurriedly explained, "Just now, a young couple did this, and it felt like it worked pretty well. Why don't you give it a try?" "This." Kong Lu glanced at Guchensi. She hung her head shyly, not agreeing but not refusing either, once again leaving the choice to Kong Lu. "Okay." Kong Lu didn't dither, and agreed directly. Kong Lu thought to himself, "It's my girlfriend anyway, what's wrong with a kiss?" He seemed to have forgotten that he had previously lamented the rapid progress of Wang Qi and Yang Shuer, and now it was his turn with Guchensi. No, to be precise, it was rapid progress. He hugged Guchensi and kissed her without permission. But the young man seemed to be unsatisfied, and said, "Why don't you kiss for a while longer, and I'll find two more angles." Kong Lu was a little confused, with a bit of Guchensi's lipstick on the corner of his mouth. The clever man always felt that something was wrong. Why did this young man seem to be deliberately assisting? Although he felt strange, he didn't think much of it. After kissing 4 or 5 times, the photo was finally taken. The waiter had some photography skills and took a pretty good picture. In the photo, Guchensi looked shy like a little rabbit, while Kong Lu, who looked so gentle, looked like the big bad wolf, as if he was gnawing on her little mouth. After taking the photo, the waiter said with a smile, "I wish you a pleasant meal today and a long-lasting love." Kong Lu was still focused on his phone and didn't notice that Guchensi was secretly giving the waiter a thumbs up. The waiter gave a little smile, patted his chest, and made a gesture of remember to give a good review. This time, Kong Lu, who had been teasing Guchensi, was really tricked by her. What's more, he hadn't noticed it yet. Kong Lu looked at the photo and thought, "This photo captures my profile face quite handsomely, and her profile face looks a bit like Crayon Shinchan, which is kind of cute." Guchensi covered her mouth and laughed secretly. At this moment, she finally revealed the true face of the big bad wolf. Looking at Kong Lu, she thought to herself, "Let you set me up on the subway? With just a little trickery, I can manipulate you, haha." End of chapter. Chapter 78, Holding Hands. Kong Lu returned the phone to Guchensi and said, "Send me the photos?" Guchensi took the phone and opened the account of her online relationship with Kong Lu, saying, "Okay, I'll send them to you." Kong Lu saw this and immediately said, "Wait a minute." The two had been chatting on their respective small accounts and had never added each other's big accounts. Today, taking this opportunity, Kong Lu decided to add Guchensi's big account. Guchensi's account was set to be unaddable, so she had to be the one to add someone. Kong Lu opened the QR code for her account and said, "Add me." "Oh, that's right." Guchensi suddenly remembered after Kong Lu said that. She smiled and said, "I've been using this account to chat with you, and I almost forgot." She scanned Kong Lu's QR code, but found that she couldn't add him. "I almost forgot too," Kong Lu said with a wry smile, patting his head. "Some time ago, someone kept adding me for no reason, so I set all my accounts to be unaddable." Guchensi narrowed her eyes and stared at Kong Lu, questioning him, "With so many young and beautiful girls, you really haven't added any of them?" Drip, 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 the king of jealousy is online. None. Kong Lu unlocked the restrictions on adding friends and said with a smile, "Because I prefer old hags who are long-winded." Guchensi clenched her fists and said, "Good, you actually think I'm long-winded and you dare to call me an old hag, you're finished." Kong Lu shrugged and said, "I didn't slander you, you admitted it yourself." "So you don't like me?" "Of course I do." "Then aren't you calling me names in disguise?" Talking to Kong Lu always left Guchensi feeling like she was on a roller coaster. One second she was happy, the next she was angry at his words. He wasn't like this online, where he was aloof and cold. He never sent more than 10 words at a time, and she would ramble on, so he would only send a few concise words in return. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be so sinister and mean in real life. However, he didn't add any other girls as friends, and even took the initiative to turn off his friend adding function. This made Gu Chenxi very happy, at least she wasn't jealous anymore. After the two had added each other as friends, the first thing Gu Chenxi did was to open Con Lu's circle of friends and take a look. Why don't you have any updates on your big account? I don't like to post updates. Con Lu said, and also clicked on Gu Chenxi's circle of friends, where there was a top posted update from yesterday, showing the two of them holding hands under the street lamp at school. It looked a little blurry, as if it had been taken secretly. Con Lu gave it a like. After clicking like, Con Lu said to Gu Chenxi, hold out your hand. Ha! Gu Chenxi was a little confused, but obediently held out her hand. Con Lu placed the two magic wands on the table, then held her hand with 10 fingers interlocked, took a photo, and the photo was very simple, just a big hand holding a small hand, and also included the two magic wands on the table. After taking the photo, Con Lu posted it on WeChat Moments, his first post in his life. There was also no caption, but the meaning was already very clear. Gu Chenxi liked his first post within seconds and, a minute later, posted a post of his own using his photo. The caption read, "Let me see, which unlucky guy hasn't got a boyfriend to hold his hand in the middle of winter?" Con Lu didn't get the first like on this post because the first like was from Suya. She also commented below, fine, I finally escaped from your clutches, but when I open the moments, there you two are again. I'm going to purple sand. Gu Chenxi's comment to her was, Xia, 38-year-old cool little mother, the curvy version. Con Lu looked at Xinxia's nickname and said with a smile, your comment to her is quite unique, isn't it? I'm speechless when it comes to this. Gu Chenxi rolled her eyes and said, this is the nickname she changed after she stole my phone. Before long, Lin Ji also commented below. Her ID was called 18-year-old pure boy high. Her ID and Xinxia's ID were a perfect match. 18-year-old pure boy high, sister, how could you abandon someone? Yesterday, you weren't like this to me in the dormitory bed. You even said that I was the one for you. Con Lu hadn't had time to finish reading it when Gu Chenxi turned off the screen of her phone. She blushed and said, don't read it, it'll affect your physical and mental health. In fact, Con Lu's circle of friends is not much better. No sooner had he posted it than the comments section was taken over by relatives and friends. He had forgotten one thing when posting his first circle of friends, he forgot to block his relatives. The top comments were posted by his 3 roommates. Du Hongyuan, you haven't posted in 2 years, and you're just going to pull a big move, right? Fine, you deserve to die. Chen Jirue, thumbs up for the minions emoji. Wang Qi, you ungrateful brat. I work hard to earn money for you to go to school, and you're just wasting your time flirting with girls instead of studying. In addition to the comments from his classmates, there were also the IDs of 2 other people. Con Lu looked at the comments from these 2 people and smiled bitterly. Wind, flowers, snow, and moonlight. Note, Dad, this watch. Look, honey, our son has made something of himself and is talking about his girlfriend. Add Lu Dada is so beautiful. Ludi is very pretty. Note, Mom, the trip is cancelled. Now, immediately, charter a plane and go home to see your daughter-in-law. Con Lu hadn't had time to respond to these 2 comments when a video call from his mother, half a world away, came in. Gu Chenxi immediately recognized the cute avatar on the phone as a girl, and suspiciously asked Con Lu, who is this? Con Lu held up the phone and pointed to the note on it and said, my mom. Ah, it's Auntie, haha. Gu Chenxi, who almost prepared to be jealous, smiled awkwardly and said, she's quite fashionable, using a cartoon avatar. Con Lu said with a smile, my mom is spoiled by my dad, so she may be more childlike. Gu Chenxi asked, why didn't you answer the phone? He explained, I just posted something on WeChat and forgot to block my family members. They probably called on video to see you. Ah. Meeting the parents so soon? No. Gu Chenxi waved her hands quickly, and subconsciously hung up the phone. After hanging up, she regretted it a little. She thought, Gu Chenxi, you idiot, they say that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult to handle, and you actually dare to hang up the video call from your future mother-in-law, you're done. After being hung up on, Con Lu's mother immediately sent a voice message, you brat, you're something. You've got some nerve hanging up on me after growing your wings and falling in love without telling your mother? Gu Chenxi clutched Con Lu's sleeve and said with a pleading look, don't say I hung up. Con Lu looked at her and nodded with a smile before leaving a voice message for his mother, I'm just starting to date someone. The girl is embarrassed, so don't be too enthusiastic or you'll scare her off and your son will be left without a wife. You two enjoy your trip, I don't need you to worry about me. Gu Chenxi's face instantly turned red when she heard Kong Lu's words. The feeling of being acknowledged by her boyfriend in front of her parents made her heart swell with joy, and she felt a sense of security that was indescribable. Although her heart was in turmoil, she pretended to be very calm on the surface and said haughtily, "Who says I want to be your wife?" "What? Yesterday, you were the one who kissed me, an ignorant and innocent teenager." Kong Lu said, put his arm around Gu Chenxi, and whispered in her ear, "Do you still want to renege on the deal?" The end of this chapter. Chapter 79, Let's Have a Baby. Oh, an ignorant teenager. Gu Chenxi pretended to be vomiting and said, "If you're an ignorant teenager, I'm still a pure young girl." Ha ha ha. Kong Lu laughed upon hearing this. The phone received another message from his mother. Perhaps the distance was too great, and the message was delayed. His mother asked, "Do you have any photos? Send them to your mother so I can see." This, how do I reply? Kong Lu put the message in front of Gu Chenxi and asked, "Are you sending it?" Gu Chenxi thought for a moment and said, "Wait a minute, I'll find a prettier photo to send you." Gu Chenxi said, flipped through the photo album to find one, and then she picked a photo of herself singing at the welcome party and sent it to Kong Lu. "This one will do." That night, Gu Chenxi, dressed in an evening dress, was really beautiful, and the photo had been retouched, making it even more flawless. She rarely took selfies, and this was one of her rare selfies, and one she was relatively satisfied with. It was clear how highly she valued her future mother-in-law. Gu Chenxi looked at the photo she had sent and prayed in her heart, "I hope I make a good first impression." Before long, Kong Lu's mother replied, "Oh, the young lady is so pretty. How could such a pretty young lady like you? You saved his life?" Puff. Kong Lu looked at the message from his mother and let out a long breath of relief. His own mother's words were the most fatal. Gu Chenxi felt warm and fuzzy when she read the message. She thought to herself, "I didn't realize that Auntie also knew that Kong Lu had saved me." In fact, she had been thinking too much. Kong Lu still had no idea that Gu Chenxi was the idiot who had almost gotten herself killed back then. Gu Chenxi, however, naively thought that Kong Lu knew everything. It seemed that the two of them still had some misunderstandings to clear up. Soon, Kong Lu's mother sent another message, "I won't disturb you young people with your love affairs. Wait for me, no, wait for your young wife. When I go back, you bring that young girl to the house, I want to meet her." Kong Lu simply replied, "Okay." The City of Romance. Lu Manya, holding her phone, angrily said to Kong Chang, "Kong, look, your son only replied with one word. He is exactly like you when you were young, pretending to be aloof. Sigh, he has a wife and has forgotten about me." Kong Chang, a little unable to laugh or cry, took her phone away and put his arm around her, saying, "It's okay, you still have me, come on, I'll take you to buy something delicious." "I want to eat gingerbread." Okay. "I want the gingerbread with the Christmas hat on its head." "No problem, my treasure." Christmas was just around the corner, and the streets of foreign countries were full of holiday atmosphere. The two walked along the streets of the romantic city covered in snow, looking like a young couple in love, extra sweet. Kong Lu listened to the message from his mother and smiled wryly, thinking, "I have to find an opportunity to tell Gu Chenxi about what's going on at home." Kong Lu was going to tell him yesterday when he gave him the watch, but the fireworks were so loud and the two of them were so emotional that they forgot about it when they started hugging each other and nibbling on each other. Gu Chenxi covered her red face and thought, "It seems that Auntie is very happy with me, but we're meeting the parents so soon? I'm a little nervous." Kong Lu turned his head and looked at Gu Chenxi and said, "Why are you blushing?" Gu Chenxi covered her face with her hands and said defensively, "The hot pot was spicy." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Your mother's surname is Lu, right?" "Yes." "Your mother's surname is Lu and your father's surname is Kong, so your name is Kong Lu, which means you are the product of their love, right?" After Gu Chenxi finished speaking, she held her head high, waiting for Kong Lu to praise her. However, Kong Lu revealed an expression that was half smile, half sigh, shook her head, and said, "No." "No?" Gu Chenxi was obviously stunned. She felt that Kong Lu's name was a combination of her parents' surnames, and the meaning was so obvious, so how could it not be the product of love? "My parents didn't want to have children too early." Kong Lu covered her face and explained, "So they were in true love, I was just an accident. My name was also a hasty decision by my parents at the time. At the time, my father was going to name me Lu Kong, but then my grandfather found out and almost beat my father to death. In the end, I was named Kong Lu." Ha 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 ha. After hearing the origin of Kong Lu's name, Gu Chenxi really couldn't hold back and laughed, covering her mouth, "Your parents are so interesting. They..." Speaking of parents, they should be considered the most unreliable parents in the world. His father, Kong Chang, was a genius who showed great talent for learning from a young age. Kong Lu inherited this from his father, and Kong Chang also had unique insights into business, and was considered a business prodigy. So the old master Kong also cultivated him as the next heir of the family from a young age. But now, Kong Chang, who has already started a family, established a career, and made great contributions to the family, and is deeply loved by the family elders, is exactly the age to ascend to the position of family head. But he refused. In other large families, the son resents the father for living too long and not having a chance to take power, but in Kong Chang's case, it's the other way around. Kong Chang said, "My son is all grown up, and I should enjoy myself," and then at an advanced age, he started rebelling, taking his wife on a round-the-world trip and leaving the family business in the hands of the elderly Mr. Kong. After retiring, the elderly Mr. Kong was saddled with such an unreliable son and was forced to return to take charge of the family. Let's talk about Kong Lu's mother, Lu Manya. Lu Manya is the daughter of the rich family next door in the capital. While studying in Europa, she happened to meet Kong Chang, who had come to expand the overseas market. Lu Manya fell in love at first sight with this young, handsome, and talented man. A few years later, the two met again on the same plane returning to China. Lu Manya mustered her courage and took the initiative to talk to him. Later, the Kong and Lu families were very satisfied with each other's family backgrounds. The marriage of two powerful families was a powerful alliance. The two got married very smoothly, and their married life was even more sweet. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, who had been spoiled by her parents since she was young, was still pampered in Kong City, so that even now her mental state is like that of a young girl in her teens or 20s. Precisely because of this, both of them focused their energy on romance, and naturally no one took care of their son. Therefore, Kong Lu was an orphan from a young age, and the clever boy learned to take care of himself from a young age. Kong Lu thought back on his life over the past 10 years and couldn't help but smile. Gu Chenxi saw Kong Lu smiling so happily, grabbed his hand, and shook it, saying, "What are you thinking about that's so happy? Tell me." Kong Lu looked down at Gu Chenxi and said with a smile, "I was thinking about our married life." Gu Chenxi blushed and pushed Kong Lu away. Although she was already distracted by his words, her tone was still arrogant. "How dare you? It's only the first day of dating and you want me to give you children? Out of the question. It's okay if we don't have children." Kong Lu embraced Gu Chenxi's waist, which was no more than a handful, and said sincerely, "After all, I already have you as a friend." The end of this chapter. Chapter 80, Caught Peeping. The two of them were talking sweet nothings, leaving the innocent diners around them eating hot pot, inexplicably stuffed with a mouthful of dog food, and also fiercely envious. Xia and Lin Ji were smart not to eat hot pot with these two. If they had been here, they probably would have felt the urge to throw them into the pot and boil them. And they would have to do it in a double boiler, half in the clear broth and half in the chili oil. Inside the McDonald's on the first floor, Xia and Lin Ji ordered a 4-person meal together. They had wanted to order a 2-person meal, but the portion was pitifully small, and they didn't want to feel like they were being unfair in dividing the meal between 3 people. So they simply ordered a 4-person meal, which had a promotional discount. After waiting for a few minutes, their meal was ready. The two of them held hands as they went to pick up their meal. Just as they reached the pickup area, someone suddenly shouted, "President Shen." "Huh?" Xia was also a little taken aback when she heard this outside school. She looked up and followed the sound of the voice, only to see Suya, dressed in McDonald's pink brand ambassador costume, greeting her from not far away. It is said that beautiful people have an advantage wherever they go. This is no different. Because Suya is so beautiful, she was photographed and posted on social media platforms. So many diners came to this McDonald's because of her. As a result, the store's performance has improved a lot. As a result, the manager directly transferred Suya from the cashier position to the reception team, where she became a brand ambassador. Suya's appearance, coupled with a pink shirt, gray and black skirt, and black silk pumps, made her a walking advertisement. Just standing by the door, the job was easier than other positions, and there were no hard targets. More and more schools in the surrounding area knew that there was a beautiful McDonald's lady working here, and they also came to join the fun. This wave of people belonged to the trap set by male college students. Of course, there are also many girls who love to look at beautiful women and even come to Suya on their own initiative to take photos together. Next door, KFC, what a vicious business war. "Hey, you're Suya from the Culture and Entertainment Department. Xin Xia looked at this pretty girl and quickly remembered perhaps this is the advantage of being good looking, you are always the first to be remembered and quickly recognized in a crowd. Of course, Xin Xia remembered Suya for another reason. On the night of the student union recruitment, Gu Chenxi was in a hurry to take Kong Lu away. The last new student that Gu Chenxi interviewed was this little girl. Later, she heard that this little girl joined the student union for Kong Lu. Xin Xia originally thought that Gu Chenxi would not let this little girl pass, but she unexpectedly did, and even emphasized to her, she must be kept in the cultural and entertainment department. Xin Xia knew Gu Chenxi's character, and guessed that she was probably going to keep her rival in a place where she could see and control her. Yes, hello, President, Suya smiled, nodded to Xin Xia, and politely greeted her, even though they were now off campus. Xin Xia nodded with a cold face and faintly spat out 2 words, hello. As Gu Chenxi's best friend, Suya was her best friend's rival, so naturally Xin Xia wouldn't look too happy. Suya seemed to sense Xin Xia's indifference, and she gave a small smile, without saying anything else, and continued with her work. Looking at Suya's gentle smile and the loneliness in her eyes as she turned around, Xin Xia suddenly felt a little remorseful. She thought to herself, she's a new member of the student council, and she took the initiative to greet me outside of school, but I responded with personal emotions. Am I being too bad? Lin Ji, who was standing nearby, said curiously, she is your subordinate, and your attitude as the president is a bit too cold. Besides, that little girl is so cute, if you don't like her, you can give her to me. What kind of rude words are those? Xin Xia waved her hands in annoyance and said, never mind, let's eat, I'm starving. The two of them went to the food pickup counter and looked at the 3 large plates of food, a bit dumbfounded, why is the portion size of this set meal so big? After Su Yaqing became the image ambassador, the cashier at the front desk was replaced by the new young Shuer, who smiled and explained, because you ordered a 4-person set meal. This. The two looked at each other at the same time and said, whoever ordered it, they eat it. The two were already scared before they even started eating. The 4-person meal came with 4 burgers, 4 cokes, and a box of fried food. Xin Xia decided to give Suya a coke and a burger as an apology for her cold attitude earlier. Suya was a little flattered when she saw the burger and coke Xin Xia gave her, but instead of taking the food, she gave Xin Xia 2 free ice cream cones. This made Xin Xia even more embarrassed, so she started chatting with Suya. After learning that she was working part-time because of her family's poor financial situation, Xin Xia inwardly cursed, I should be damned. So, she told her about some of the school's scholarship policies. The school's support for poor students is still very strong. And, you are now a member of the student council, and there will be many activities in the future. You can actively participate and get more awards. At that time, I can discuss it with the teacher and strive for you to be an outstanding member next year, and you can also get a scholarship from the student council. Ha! Suya was a little overwhelmed by Xin Xia's change in attitude, but she still hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, President Xin, I will definitely not let you down and work hard. Xin Xia nodded and said, you don't have to call me president, I'm not the president yet, you can just call me senior sister Xin. Okay, senior sister Xin. After finishing talking with Suya, Xin Xia went back to her seat, and the first thing she did was apologize to Gu Chenxi in her heart. I'm sorry, Chenxi, I didn't mean to betray the enemy on purpose, but that little girl was really pitiful. Smell. Linji wrinkled her nose and sniffed, saying, what's that fried skewer smell? After buying a fried skewer, Du Hongyuan planned to go find Chen Jirue and eat spicy hot pot with him, but as soon as he walked to the door of the spicy hot pot restaurant, he saw from afar that the kid was sitting with the grumpy kid he had offended that morning, exchanging gaming experiences. Du Hongyuan was also very tactful and didn't bother the two. Du Hongyuan thought to himself, damn, I hope I'm not going to be the last single guy in the dormitory. Du Hongyuan was walking from the basement to the first floor when he saw Suya from afar, standing in front of the McDonald's introducing the new burger. There was a crowd of people in front of her, and as the LSP, Du Hongyuan immediately ran over to join the fun. After approaching, Du Hongyuan's gaze suddenly shifted from Suya to the inside of the store. Looking at Xin Xia, who was eating a burger inside, Du Hongyuan was momentarily stunned. Unconsciously, he walked into the store. A little overwhelmed, he was about to go to the counter to order a meal and then find an empty corner to sit and secretly observe Xin Xia. But before he could turn around, he and Xin Xia locked eyes. Lin Ji's gaze fell on the fried skewers in his hands. He seems to be Kong Lu's roommate, right? Lin Ji said to Xin Xia, since we can't finish our burgers, why don't we trade him for some kushikatsu? Xin Xia thought Lin Ji's suggestion was great, and waved at Du Hongyuan, who was about to escape. Hey, you there, come here. Du Hongyuan thought to himself, crap, I got caught peeping, and now I can't escape. The end of this chapter. Chapter 81, The Innocent Big Boy. Lin Ji raised an eyebrow and looked at Du Hongyuan as he walked over, saying, were you just about to run away? No. No. Du Hongyuan's hands were clenched tightly around the kushikatsu bucket as he stuttered, I just suddenly didn't feel like eating burgers anymore, and I was going to go see if there was anything else that tasted good. Oh? Really? Lin Ji looked at Du Hongyuan with a smile, and then glanced at Xinxia next to him, and said, I thought you ran away because you were shy when you saw our Xiaoxia. Swish. Du Hongyuan was immediately exposed by Lin Ji for having ulterior motives, and his face instantly turned red like a monkey's bottom. He quickly waved his hands and stuttered, no, I'm not. Xinxia looked at Du Hongyuan's reaction and was a little taken aback. She thought to herself, that's strange. Is liking me such a shameful thing? Why such a big reaction? Don't get excited, Xinxia waved her hand and said to Du Hongyuan, she's just teasing you. Oh. Du Hongyuan lowered his head and didn't continue speaking. The man who used to say flirty things all the time had become a retard in front of the person he liked. If Kong Lu were here, he would definitely secretly record a video as evidence to mock him later. Lin Ji grabbed the unopened burger on Xinxia's plate and said, Xiaoxia originally wanted to trade the burger for some fried skewers with you. Lin Ji paused suddenly, then with a look of regret, continued, but you said you didn't want to eat burgers, so it seems a bit of a pity. Huh? Xinxia glared at Lin Ji and whispered in her ear, you're the one who wanted to eat the fried skewers, so why are you blaming me? Lin Ji winked at Xinxia and whispered back, don't worry about it. As Lin Ji had predicted, after hearing her words, Du Hongyuan immediately said excitedly, yes, I want to eat them again. I'll take this bucket of fried skewers and exchange them for that hamburger. Xinxia looked at the suddenly excited Du Hongyuan and said, your ideas change pretty quickly. Ha. Du Hongyuan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. The look of that smirk was exactly the same as Chen Jirui's. Come, sit down. Lin Ji patted the seat next to Xinxia and said, sit there. Du Hongyuan glanced at Xinxia and then at the empty seat next to Lin Ji, and decisively sat down next to Lin Ji. After all, he still didn't have the courage to sit next to Xinxia. Lin Ji looked at Du Hongyuan, who had sat next to her, and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought, I really didn't expect that Du Hongyuan, who usually has such a thick skin, could be so shy in front of the person he likes. It seems that this kid really likes Xiaoxia. Xinxia seemed to realize that something was wrong with Du Hongyuan. She thought back to when Lin Ji had just said that he liked her, and how he had vehemently denied it and even tried to distance himself from her. Xinxia came to a startling conclusion, this Du Hongyuan likes Ji. No wonder he's suddenly become so shy today. Thinking about this, Xinxia couldn't help but start scrutinizing Du Hongyuan for her best friend. Du Hongyuan is above average in appearance, not particularly handsome, but not ugly either. His hairstyle is not very good looking, and it would probably look a lot better if he changed it. His clothes are also average, and he is either dressed in black or gray. He is a typical straight man who dresses in a stereotypical way. Judging from his clothes, he must be a guy with zero experience in love. If he were to fall in love with Lin Ji could give him a makeover, and his appearance would probably pass muster. As for character and personality, Xinxia couldn't really comment on that, as she hadn't spent much time with Du Hongyuan. But from what she could see in the classroom, he seemed to be the type of guy who liked to joke around, was good at making girls laugh, and was quite unreliable. This kind of guy might fool around with other girls, so it was hard to tell. After some consideration, Xinxia didn't think very highly of Du Hongyuan, barely passing. Xinxia looked at Lin Ji and thought, with Ji's personality, she shouldn't like this kind of guy. Xinxia had already begun to imagine how Lin Ji would reject Du Hongyuan, but little did she know that Du Hongyuan's heart was full of her. Du Hongyuan felt uncomfortable all over as Xinxia stared at him with that strange look, and there was also an indescribable awkward atmosphere in the air. So, he put the fried skewers in front of Xinxia and said, I ordered medium spicy, which may be quite spicy. I'm not sure if it's to your liking. Huh? Xinxia was thinking, shouldn't he offer it to Ji first? Why is he offering it to me first? Does he know that Ji is hard to deal with and so he wants to buy me off first? Lin Ji picked up the conversation, saying, it's okay, Xiaoxia loves spicy food, she's not afraid of it. Lin Ji said, took a piece of fried pork tenderloin out of the container and put it in Xinxia's hands, saying, here, Xiaoxia, try it, is it delicious? Xinxia took a bite of the pork tenderloin, but what she was thinking was, the silly Gigi, isn't she helping Du Hongyuan to bribe me together? She's so stupid for counting her money back to the person who sold her out. Xinxia, the one who was truly betrayed and didn't know it. The fried pork tenderloin was a large piece, covered in chili oil and sprinkled with toasted sesame seeds for a fragrant garnish. It tasted very good. Xinxia liked it very much. Lin Ji had a smile on his face the whole time, and asked with narrowed eyes, Xiaoxia, is it delicious? Xinxia nodded, yes, it's good. You try some too. No rush, you eat first. Lin Ji only said half of this sentence, and the rest he said to himself, after eating this skewer, you will fall in love immediately, hee hee. Lin Ji gave Du Hongyuan a burger and said, thank you for the fried skewers, please have the burger. You can also eat the fries and fried chicken on the table, don't waste. After Lin Ji finished speaking, she pointed at the unfinished snacks on Xinxia's plate and winked meaningfully, as if saying to Du Hongyuan, these are all leftovers from someone you like, so you can't be picky. Xinxia immediately explained, these are still hot, not leftovers. We ordered too much, so we didn't finish them. Okay, thank you. Du Hongyuan nodded and gulped down the hamburger with a stuffy head. He was already hungry, and after buying the kushikatsu, he hadn't had time to eat it, so he was already hungry. Coupled with the awkward situation, he really didn't know what to do, so he kept his head down and gulped down the rice to ease the embarrassment. Cough cough. Because he was eating too quickly, Du Hongyuan choked after just a few bites. Young man, don't get excited. Lin Ji said, and brought him a glass of Coke on the table. Thank you. After taking a sip of the cola, Du Hongyuan finally recovered. Just after saying thank you, Lin Ji whispered in his ear, you're welcome. The one in your hand was drunk by Xiaoxia. Puff. Du Hongyuan was shocked when he heard Lin Ji's words, and he also sputtered out a mouthful of cola in shock. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Du Hongyuan's comical appearance, Lin Ji narrowed her eyes and laughed heartily. She was just teasing you, and you actually believed her? Xinxia said, picked up the cup of cola she had actually drunk, took a sip, and the fried skewers were indeed a bit spicy. Looking at Du Hongyuan, who was red with embarrassment and looked like a shy little boy after being teased by Lin Ji, Xinxia thought to herself, I just made a mistake. This guy's skill is lower than Gigi's, he shouldn't have the strength to flirt with other girls. Maybe he just talks a lot of nonsense. Du Hongyuan thought to himself, damn it, I've lost face in front of the person I like. Someone, please save me. The end of this chapter. Chapter 82, A Big Mistake. With Du Hongyuan there, Xinxia and Lin Ji ordered more food than they could eat, and he ate it all by himself. He also ordered kushikatsu, which the two girls finished as well. While eating the kushikatsu, Xinxia finished a large glass of cola and felt the urge to go to the bathroom. She got up to go, but she wanted to go with Lin Ji. But after thinking about it, she decided to give the two of them some time alone together. It would help strengthen their relationship. So she didn't call Lin Ji to go with her. Perhaps it was because of Du Hongyuan's shy and genuine reaction in front of Xinxia just now. Xinxia, who originally didn't think highly of Du Hongyuan's pursuit of Lin Ji, decided to help him out. Once Xinxia left, Lin Ji didn't hide it anymore and directly asked Du Hongyuan, you like our Xiaoxia, right? Ah. Du Hongyuan was shocked and looked at Lin Ji, how do you know? Lin Ji was a little speechless. The boy had written his thoughts directly on his face, and even if she didn't want to know, it was hard not to. Lin Ji felt, Xiaoxia should know that Du Hongyuan likes her. Judging by her reaction just now, she doesn't seem to reject the boy. It seems that I have to help these two. Lin Ji didn't answer Du Hongyuan's words, but asked directly, young man, do you want to woo Xiaoxia? Yes. Du Hongyuan nodded without thinking. Lin Ji narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, I'll help you. Du Hongyuan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, really, adoptive mother? Of course. Lin Ji opened her phone and said, add me as a friend and I'll give you advice. Gee, you're like a second mother to me. Du Hongyuan's hands trembled with excitement as he pulled out his phone and scanned Lin Ji's QR code. Lin Ji's QR code has been placed in the comment section of this paragraph by the author, so if you want to add her, hurry. 18-year-old innocent boy. Du Hongyuan looked at Lin Ji's online name and thought to himself, she can't be a girl, can she? Lin Ji had no idea what Du Hongyuan was thinking, so she said, you don't have Xiaoxia's WeChat, do you? No, Du Hongyuan said, scratching his head shyly, why don't you add me, Sister Ji? No. Lin Ji shook her head, don't add girls silently, otherwise she'll think you're a pushover, and there'll be a sense of you being shifty-eyed. If you add someone silently and wait for them to approve you, you'll definitely look like a clown. Ah. Du Hongyuan heard Lin Ji's words and secretly congratulated himself in his heart for not adding Xia to the class group. Lin Ji continued, if you like someone, you have to take the initiative. Later, you have to ask Suya for her WeChat in person. You have to be bold and confident to show that you are sincere. Got it? Du Hongyuan said hesitantly, but I'm afraid of what to do. If you don't even have the courage to add someone as a friend in person, how do you expect to get a girlfriend? Lin Ji pursed her lips and said, can't you learn from your roommate? He's just thick-skinned, and that's why he got the school beauty to fall for him. Achoo! Kong Lu, who was in the hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor, rubbed his nose and said, strange, who's talking behind my back? Gu Chenxi thoughtfully pulled out a tissue and gave it to Kong Lu, saying, don't catch a cold. It's been cooling off quickly lately, so you're prone to catching a cold. Yes, Kong Lu nodded, looking out the window at the drizzle, and said, the temperature has dropped quickly recently. According to the weather forecast, it's going to snow in a few days. Really? It's really going to snow? Gu Chenxi also looked out the window, her eyes full of anticipation, and said, it didn't snow in Shanghai last year. She really hoped that it would snow in Shanghai this year, and that she and Kong Lu could hold hands and stroll through the world of falling snow. Just thinking about it made her feel very romantic. Then she will post a status update in her circle of friends, and the caption will read, today we'll be snowing together, and we'll grow old together. As she thinks about it, the look of expectation on Gu Chenxi's face grows stronger and stronger. Kong Lu sees her expression in her eyes, and he smiles and says, it will. It will definitely snow this year, and it will snow very, very heavily. Kong Lu opened his phone and glanced at his moments. The number of likes on the official announcement was still growing. After taking a quick look, he saw that the comments section was full of well wishes. He refreshed his moments. Du Hongyuan had posted a new moment. There was no picture, just a text, I've always wanted to look at the moon from your window. Kong Lu knew the sentence, which was from Eileen Chang's Love in a Fallen City. It was a kind of subtle confession, and also indirectly expressed the feelings of a secret love. But Du Hongyuan used this sentence to post a friend circle, and Kong Lu could hardly help but suspect that he had just randomly found some copy online, and wondered what the boy was up to. Kong Lu gave a mischievous smile and commented under his friend circle, hey, window guy, it's not even night yet, and you're already getting emo? Soon, there were new comments immediately below. Wang Qi, moon guy, sneaking off to her dormitory to look at the moon again tonight? Chen Jirue, secret crush, have you downloaded WeChat yet? Well, starting today, Du Hongyuan has 3 new nicknames. Du Hongyuan looked at the comments from his 3 friends and wished he could arrest and strangle them all right now. Question: why don't guys like posting on moments? Du Hongyuan is the answer. Du Hongyuan wanted to delete this moment, but seeing that Xia had liked it, he finally didn't want to. Yes, he wants to add Xia to his WeChat friends. Just now, at Lin Ji's urging, Brother Du finally plucked up the courage to take the initiative and ask Xia for her WeChat ID. Xia didn't say anything, just took out her phone and scanned the code for him. Xia was thinking, I just saw him add Gigi, it seems that this kid wants to use me to get to Gigi, that's for sure. Du Hongyuan, who had been added to Xia's circle of friends, was ecstatic. He immediately found a copywriter he had a crush on online and posted it in his circle of friends, and Kong Lu was right. He didn't actually know where the sentence came from, but he just posted it because it represented his secret crush. After seeing the post in Du Hongyuan's circle of friends, Xia was even more certain, by posting this kind of copy, is he afraid that Gigi won't know that he likes her? It's no wonder that Xia and Gu Chenxi have become such good friends. Their way of thinking is really similar. Lin Ji also liked this post in her circle of friends, thinking, has he already started to set up the image of a deep lover? He's going to make our Suya fall for him. Okay, now the 3 of them are really thinking their own thoughts, and the misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. After eating the hot pot, Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi to the playground on the 4th floor to play, and he used the time to wait for the other 5 people to gather together. Gu Chenxi was playing whack-a-mole, and as the difficulty of the levels continued to increase, Gu Chenxi's reaction speed could no longer keep up, and then the sound of the mouse's mocking laughter came from the game machine. Kong Lu stood nearby, watching her flustered appearance, feeling a little cute, and was about to go up and help. His phone suddenly started ringing furiously. It was a message from Du Hongyuan. He sent a bunch of messages, blaming Kong Lu for leading the mockery. Kong Lu smiled and sent a mean expression that said, come and hit me. Du Hongyuan saw this mean expression and sent another bunch of messages. Kong Lu was about to press mute when Du Hongyuan sent another photo, with the following comment: "Look, the civilian beauty queen of our school, she looks better in person than in the photo." Kong Lu didn't open the photo Du Hongyuan sent, but he could still see the blurry figure of Suya in a pink McDonald's uniform. He was a bit speechless and replied, "None of my business, withdraw." Du Hongyuan, damn, what kind of attitude is that when I share a beautiful girl with you? Kong Lu continued to reply, "I have a girlfriend, and you still send me pictures of other girls. Do you think I have a long life?" Kong Lu had just finished editing the message and hadn't had a chance to send it yet when Gu Chenxi came over, pouting and saying angrily, "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping me catch the mouse?" Gu Chenxi said this and took a look at Kong Lu's phone. Kong Lu danger. End of chapter. Chapter 83, Blessing. Kong Lu immediately wanted to turn off the screen of his phone, but he was still a step too late. Gu Chenxi saw the message sent by Du Hongyuan and looked up at Kong Lu, asking, "Civilian school beauty? Who? Heir?" Kong Lu shook his head and said, "No. I don't know." "You don't know?" Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu suspiciously and said, "Let me take a look at your phone. This Du Hongyuan kid is bullshitting me, there's nothing to see, forget it." Kong Lu's words were not finished when she saw Gu Chenxi glaring at her fiercely, her eyes radiating a strong sense of jealousy. She said coldly, "I'm going to Shudao Mountain, 1, 2. Go ahead and look." Finally, Kong Lu could not withstand the pressure of Shudao Mountain and unlocked her phone, handing it to Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu, who had meekly submitted, and her expression softened. She had been taught this trick by Zhou Xiaonan, and she had heard that every Shucheng man who was afraid of his wife was afraid of those words. After glancing at the message sent by Du Hongyuan, Gu Chenxi wanted to open the photo he had sent, but Du Hongyuan had already deleted it. Perhaps he had also felt that it was inappropriate to send other beautiful women to Kong Lu, who already had a girlfriend. Gu Chenxi wasn't very angry, of course not. Although seeing Kong Lu's unposted message made Gu Chenxi feel a little relieved, it didn't mean she wasn't jealous. Gu Chenxi narrowed her eyes and looked at Kong Lu, her jealous expression almost overflowing, although she didn't know what she was jealous of. Gu Chenxi asked coldly, "Let's go." Kong Lu retorted, "Where?" Gu Chenxi tugged at Kong Lu's arm and said, "Let's go see how pretty that ordinary school beauty is." "There's nothing to see." Kong Lu pulled Gu Chenxi back to him and hugged her, saying, "There's no such thing as a school beauty. It's all nonsense made up by people at school. In my eyes, you're still the prettiest. You must have seen that I was angry, that's why you said that." Gu Chenxi tilted her head and looked at Kong Lu, "I'm not a child, you can't fool me." "I really didn't lie to you," Kong Lu stroked Gu Chenxi's head and explained, "I didn't even click on the photo he posted, I told him to take it down." "Really?" "Absolutely." Gu Chenxi's mood improved again as she listened to Kong Lu's explanation. She forced a smile to her upturned lips and said with a cold face, "Okay, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time, but don't sneakily look at pretty girls behind my back." Kong Lu looked at the arrogant Gu Chenxi in his arms and smiled with pursed lips, thinking, with such a changeable and cute little girlfriend, why would I have the heart to look at other girls? "Xiao Shi, I've finally found you." Shun Xiao waved at Gu Chenxi at the elevator exit on the 4th floor and said, "Guess who I saw on the 1st floor? It wasn't you two hugging it out at the front door?" "Ah." After eating fast food, Shun Xia and the other two came to meet Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi first. Just as they were about to share something interesting, they saw the two of them cuddling at the entrance to the playground, which directly reduced their good mood. Ahem. Kong Lu heard this and coughed awkwardly twice, releasing Gu Chenxi from his arms. Gu Chenxi also lowered her head a little, feeling a little embarrassed. To ease the awkwardness, Gu Chenxi immediately asked Shun Xia, "Who did you see on the 1st floor?" "You'll never guess." Speaking of this, Shun Xia immediately returned to the expression she had just had, sharing gossip, and said, "I was on the 1st floor and saw that staff member who doesn't get along with you very well." "Who?" "Suya, wait." After mentioning Suya's name, Shun Xia suddenly realized that Kong Lu was still here, and the environment didn't seem suitable for gossip. But it was too late. "Oh, so she's the ordinary school beauty? No wonder you didn't want me to go downstairs just now." Looking at Gu Chenxi, who had finally calmed down, Kong Lu pursed her lips and gave Shun Xia a look before covering her face. Shun Xia looked at Gu Chenxi, who suddenly had a cold face, and glanced at Kong Lu next to her, who looked a little helpless. She immediately covered her mouth, as if she knew she had gotten into trouble. Shun Xia felt that Kong Lu must have cursed her to death many times in her heart by now. Without another word, Gu Chenxi walked towards the elevator. Xia hurriedly asked, Xiaoxi, what are you going to do? Gu Chenxi smiled coldly and said, I'm going to see how pretty this common girl is. As she finished speaking, the elevator doors slowly closed. Kong Lu glanced at Xia and then at Du Hongyuan, shook his head with tears in his eyes, and said, with you two talented young people, I'm truly impressed. After saying that, he got into another elevator and chased after them. When Kong Lu arrived on the first floor, Gu Chenxi was already standing in front of the McDonald's entrance, staring at Suya inside the house. Suya stood inside the house, also frozen in place, looking at Gu Chenxi standing outside. The two girls, who both liked Kong Lu, met again, and an air of tension instantly filled the air. Gu Chenxi walked into the store. Suya gave a polite smile, as if she were seeing Xia, and said to Gu Chenxi, Good afternoon, Minister Gu. Just as she did when they were at school, Gu Chenxi's face was expressionless, and with a cold gaze, she nodded to Suya and politely responded, Hello. Suya introduced Gu Chenxi as she would any other customer, saying, What would you like to eat? We have 3 sets of dishes on special offer today. I've already eaten with Kong Lu. Gu Chenxi waved his hand to interrupt Suya's introduction, deliberately emphasizing the fact that he had lunch with Kong Lu, and then continued, I just came over to see you. Listening to the first half of Gu Chenxi's sentence, Suya felt a little uncomfortable. See me? Suya's peach-colored eyes were full of confusion as she looked at Gu Chenxi and asked, What's there to see? Gu Chenxi replied, You're very beautiful. Suya smiled politely, but her smile was devoid of emotion. She said, Thank you for the compliment. If you don't need to order, I may have to serve other customers. Wait. Gu Chenxi stopped Suya, who was about to leave. Suya stopped in her tracks and asked, Is there anything else? Gu Chenxi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Kong Lu is now my boyfriend. Upon hearing Gu Chenxi's words, the young girl's body twitched slightly. After a long silence, the young girl gave a slightly bitter smile and said, That's great. I wish you a long and happy life together. Gu Chenxi didn't seem to expect Suya to wish her well, although she herself didn't know whether the other person's blessing was from the heart or whether they were speaking against their will. She took the initiative to find Suya not only to declare her sovereignty, but also to confirm one thing. She wanted to know if Suya was Kong Lu's ex-girlfriend, something she had been wanting to ask since the recruitment party. But she had kept it inside, not daring to ask, and afraid to know. After all, in this world, no one wants to be someone's next, everyone hopes to be the only one, the first love, the white moonlight of their beloved. End of chapter. Chapter 84, The One and Only. Gu Chenxi knew very well that no man could replace her love for Kong Lu, and she loved this man deeply. Because she loved him so much, it was even more difficult for Gu Chenxi to accept that Suya might be Kong Lu's ex-girlfriend, or even his white moonlight. If she were any other girl, Gu Chenxi might not care, because she had absolute confidence in her own looks. But this girl definitely could not be Suya. Because Suya is really pretty, and this kind of beauty is the complete opposite of her, a kind of beauty that cannot be replaced by ordinary beauties either, even though Gu Chenxi doesn't want to admit it. Both are girls with distinct personalities and unique charm. They are like 2 different flowers, one is the cool and elegant orchid, and the other is the affectionate and moving peach blossom. Therefore, at first, Gu Chenxi didn't want to know Kong Lu and Suya's past, because she felt that the current Kong Lu belonged to her, and that was enough. But after really being with Kong Lu, Gu Chenxi still couldn't help but think about it. She was still too curious about the relationship between the two. But she was afraid that if she knew the truth, she wouldn't be able to accept the fact that Kong Lu had had such a white moonlight. So she kept this matter to herself, trying hard to seal up this curiosity, but Du Hongyuan and Xinxia's blunder broke the seal. So, she finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to find Suya. She not only wanted to declare her sovereignty, but also wanted Suya to tell her in person about her past with her boyfriend. Gu Chenxi pondered for a moment before speaking again, Are you Kong Lu's ex-girlfriend? Ha? Upon hearing Gu Chenxi's words, Suya directly forgot to control her emotions, let out a startled cry, and looked at Gu Chenxi in shock, asking, Why would you think that? Suya's words really left Gu Chenxi at a loss for words. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, Right, why would I think that Suya is Kong Lu's ex-girlfriend? Because the two of them knew each other before? Because Kong Lu was in a low mood after meeting Suya that night? Or is it because of a woman's sixth sense? Gu Chenxi was thinking about it when Suya shook her head and said, I'm not Kong Lu's girlfriend. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for him, and... Suya's voice suddenly became a little despondent. Even if I really like Kong Lu, it's just my wishful thinking. I will never get his love in my life. Even if there is a millionth of a chance, it's impossible. Suya's voice was a little choked, and she finished these words intermittently, as if she had used up all her strength. Yes, how she wished Kong Lu could love her, even a little bit, just a little bit, and she would willingly give everything for Kong Lu, including her life. But it was an impossible dream. The two of them have only met twice over such a long period of time, and Kong Lu's attitude towards her has been so indifferent from beginning to end, not even willing to look at her directly. When she heard the news of Kong Lu's love from Guchensi, her emotions were very complex. To say that she was happy was impossible, and to say that she was disappointed, she didn't seem to have the right to be sad either. Suya didn't know what kind of mood she should face this matter with. So, she could only say blessings. In fact, if Kong Lu, who was with Guchensi, could be happy, Suya felt that it would be pretty good. She didn't expect anything, and she was already very satisfied to see Kong Lu doing well. After listening to Suya's words, Guchensi felt relieved, but at the same time, she was even more curious about the relationship between the two. She hesitated for a moment and said, "What is between you and him?" Suya knew what Guchensi wanted to ask, and before she could finish her sentence, Suya said, "Well, you'd better ask Kong Lu yourself." Guchensi looked at Suya without saying a word. Somehow, even though she had clearly received the answer she was looking for, she was not happy at all. Looking at the young girl in uniform in front of her, for some reason, she suddenly felt a trace of sympathy in her heart, although she tried hard to tell herself that the other party could still become her rival. Senior sister Gu, be nice to the senior. Suya paused after saying this, hesitated for a long time, and then said with a pretense of ease, if you are not nice to him, I really might come and steal him away." Guchensi's gaze seemed much gentler. She rarely showed a smile in front of outsiders and said, "Don't worry, you'll never have that chance." Although her tone was calm, there was still an indescribable domineering air hidden in her words. Kong Lu stood outside the door, silently watching the two girls' conversation. If they started arguing, he would rush in at the first opportunity. But the thing he was worried about didn't seem to have happened. The conversation between the two, which had been full of tension from the beginning, gradually became more relaxed. Although he couldn't hear anything, it was easy to tell from the expressions of the two that they had no intention of going head to head. After a while, Guchensi walked out of the store. Her steps were a little brisk, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Kong Lu watched Guchensi's reaction and asked in some dismay, "You guys?" Guchensi guessed what Kong Lu wanted to ask, and before he could finish speaking, she preemptively answered, "I just took an oath of your sovereignty," and then asked her a question. Kong Lu asked, "What question?" Guchensi said, "I asked her if she was your ex-girlfriend." Ah! Kong Lu's expression was exactly the same as Suya's. He asked in shock, "Why would you think that?" TSK. Guchensi looked at Kong Lu's reaction and there was a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Your reaction is exactly the same as hers." Kong Lu hurriedly asked, "What did she answer?" Guchensi poked Kong Lu's shoulder with his finger and said, "What you just said is her answer." "Huh?" Kong Lu was a little confused and didn't understand the meaning of Guchensi's words. Seeing that Kong Lu didn't understand, Guchensi said directly, "She explained to me that I misunderstood you at first, I'm sorry." Kong Lu tilted his head to the side, looked at Guchensi, and said, "You don't think Suya is my ex-girlfriend, do you?" Guchensi knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare look at Kong Lu and stuttered, "You were in a bad mood the other day after you saw her at the student union. And the way she looked at you, it was like she was about to pull your leg." I just misunderstood." Kong Lu asked again, "So the reason you don't like Suya is because you misunderstood our relationship?" Guchensi whispered in a voice only Kong Lu could hear, "I'm sorry, baby, I misunderstood you, don't be angry. You're a goofball. You're the only girlfriend I've ever had." Kong Lu wasn't angry, just a little at a loss for words. He reached out and touched Guchensi's little head, saying, "Online, it was you, and in real life, it was you too. From beginning to end, you were my first love." "Really?" "Of course it's true. In fact, you're also my first love, hee. You idiot." Looking at the giggling Guchensi, Kong Lu gently scratched her nose with his hand. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to confess to Guchensi about his hidden identity. However, at the moment, he decided to cut the Gordian knot and tell Guchensi about his family affairs and his past with Suya now to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. "Actually, the reason why I had an affair with Suya. Why are you hugging each other again?" Kong Lu's words were just spoken when they were interrupted by Suya and the other two people who had followed. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Love Spell. The three of them were originally worried that the young couple were arguing, and hurriedly ran down to see that the two of them were actually snuggling together again. The three of them said, "Very disappointing." As they watched the three of them walking towards them, Kong Lu still swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. After all, he and Guchensi saw each other every day, and sooner or later he would have to tell her. There was no rush, so he would wait until tonight or tomorrow to find a place where no one was and talk to her alone. Kong Lu thought to himself, and let go of Guchensi in his arms. Suya in the store was still working hard. She introduced the set meal activity of the day to new customers entering the store, but her eyes always looked outside, intentionally or unintentionally, and her gaze focused on Kong Lu. She watched him walk away with Guchensi, laughing and chatting, and finally disappear at the elevator entrance of the shopping mall. Suya smiled, her smile a little bitter, but also a little relieved. No one knew what she was thinking. The five returned to the playground on the fourth floor of the mall. It wasn't long before Chen Jirue and Zhou Xiaonan also arrived on the fourth floor together, the two of them chatting and laughing. Zhou Xiaonan was happily asking Chen Jirue about his gaming experience. She was a bit of a chatterbox, but no matter what she asked, Chen Jirue would patiently answer her questions one by one. Of course, it was only when they talked about games that this introverted little fat boy could talk a bit more. If you asked him about anything else, it would probably get awkward. No, it would definitely get awkward. "Excuse me for interrupting your chat." Du Hanyuan came over, said something to Zhou Xiaonan, then dragged Chen Jirue away to the side. He whispered, "You little brat, you hooked up with her so quickly?" No, Chen Jirue shook his head, a little bashfully. "She was the one who kept talking to me." "Huh?" Du Hanyuan opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. "You're the one being pursued." "Brother Du, what are you talking about?" Chen Jirue retorted with a blush on his face. "You've got it all wrong, she was looking for me to chat about games." Du Hanyuan pursued, "She loves playing games very much?" "I think so." Chen Jirue nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But she seems a bit weak." "Who's a loser?" "Who are you calling a loser?" "You better explain yourself." Zhou Xiaonan hadn't heard a word of the previous conversation, but for some reason, the word loser had crept into her ears like a thief. Zhou Xiaonan was small but not weak, and she grabbed Chen Jirue by the shirt and snatched him away from Du Hanyuan, questioning him as to why he had said in front of his friends that he was a loser at video games. Chen Jirue put his hands together in a gesture of sincerity and apologized to Zhou Xiaonan, and he also looked at Du Hanyuan for help. Du Hanyuan shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless, as if to say, "Come on, Chen, use your charm to conquer this woman." After giving Chen a look, Du Hanyuan ran directly over to Xinxia. The conversation he had just had with Chen Jirue made him think that he could start by talking about Xinxia's hobbies and slowly get her to open up. Xinxia was playing Fishing Master with Lingji, and Du Hanyuan joined in. While playing, Du Hanyuan asked, seemingly unintentionally, "What do you guys like to do in school?" "Play games?" Xinxia glanced at Lingji and thought, Gigi really does like to play games. It seems that this guy is using games as an entry point to woo Gigi. He's quite clever. Lingji was concentrating on clicking on the big whale on the screen, and said, "Xia usually likes to watch dramas. She also watches variety shows." The meaning of Lingji's last sentence was obviously to tell Du Hanyuan that Xinxia also wanted a sweet relationship. Xinxia said from the side, "Oh, Gigi, why did you say that?" Xinxia thought to herself, "People want to chase you, why did you say my hobbies?" "Love synthesis, that's pretty good, I also love to watch it." Du Hanyuan, who never watched variety shows, said with a stiff face that he also loved to watch love synthesis. In fact, he didn't even know what love synthesis was. He took Lingji's words to heart and said to himself, "I'll go back to the dorm tonight and catch up on variety shows." In the mini karaoke room in the corner of the amusement park, Kong Lu and Guchensi quietly lifted the burgundy curtains that covered the room and looked out through the glass. Looking at the two people, Chen Jirue and Zhou Xiaonan, who were having a lively conversation, Kong Lu said to Guchensi, "I think we're here to matchmake Du and Xinxia, right?" "Yes." Guchensi's gaze fell on Xinxia. Watching her best friend focus on the fishing game, she said with a little shame to Kong Lu, "Xia really doesn't seem to like your roommate." "Yes," Kong Lu said through the glass, pointing in the direction of Chen Jirue, and they suddenly started playing together. Guchensi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe Nan likes to play games more. Chen likes to play games too. Could it be? I think there's a chance." The two looked at each other and both gave a knowing smile. While the others were having fun, Wang Qi, who had been looking for work all morning, had not found any odd jobs and had spent quite a lot on the subway fare to and from work. With no work to be found, Wang Qi decided to take Kong Lu's VIP card and try his luck at the restaurant. Kong Lu had already given the store manager, Wang Qi, advance notice, so when Wang Qi arrived at the restaurant, things went surprisingly smoothly. Since Peace Mansion is a hotel, Wang Qi, who did not have a health permit, was unable to work in a service position. Wang Qi had already thought of this, so she gave Wang Qi a security uniform and told him to just sit in the surveillance room and watch the monitors. She also fed him and paid him by the hour, 50 yuan an hour. When Wang Qi learned that he only needed to sit in the monitoring room and watch the surveillance cameras to make 50 yuan an hour, his eyes nearly fell out of his head in surprise. This job is simply too good. Worried that Wang Qi would think too much, Wang Qi added, "Don't tell the other colleagues about the salary. I only gave you a special raise because we both have the surname Wang and are considered family. If anyone asks, you can say you're getting 18 yuan an hour as a temporary worker." Got it? Wang Qi, being a foolhardy young man, would never have thought that Kong Lu had actually arranged this job for him. Hearing Wang Qi's words, he really believed her and immediately nodded, thanking her over and over again, sounding more like a real sister than a colleague. After changing into his security guard uniform, Wang Qi quickly finished his lunch in the staff cafeteria and then went to the surveillance room. Because the hourly wage was 50 yuan, Wang Qi cherished this job very much and was therefore especially conscientious. In such a cushy position, he didn't even touch his phone once throughout the afternoon, staring at the screen the whole time. Yang Shuer, who had finished working at McDonald's, took off her uniform and the first thing she did was take out her silent phone from her bag. Seeing that there was no message from Wang Qi on the phone, she first let out a sigh of relief, but then a trace of doubt arose in her heart. In theory, her clumsy boyfriend, even if she doesn't take the initiative to send him a message, he wouldn't ignore her all day. He's not sleeping all day, is he? Yang Shuer said to herself, looking at the message log that was still stuck on the morning. Suya, who was already wearing her maroon cotton jacket, walked out of the dressing room and said, "Let's go, Shuer." Okay. End of chapter. Chapter 86, The Biggest Prize. Yang Shuer put away her phone and followed Suya out of the mall, only to run head-on into Kong Lu and his entourage. Yang Shuer immediately pulled Suya and ran back into the store. What's wrong? Suya looked at Yang Shuer's actions and asked curiously, "Do you know Senior Kong Lu too?" "Yes, he's my boyfriend's roommate. If they find out that I work at McDonald's, they'll definitely tell my boyfriend." Wait. Yang Shuer was in the middle of explaining when she suddenly felt something was wrong. She looked at Suya and asked in return, "You know Kong Lu too?" Suya didn't say anything, just nodded. "He's the senior I was telling you about who sings really well." Looking at Suya nodding, Yang Shuer asked in return, "So you know him too, how do you know him?" Wei. Suya didn't know how to answer Yang Shuer's question for a moment. Seeing Suya stammering, Yang Shuer suspiciously asked, "He can't be your white moonlight, can he?" Ah. Suya, who had been hit by Yang Shuer's words, let out a startled cry and quickly waved her hands to deny, No, it's not. I saw his singing video on the campus wall. He's not my white moonlight." Yang Shuer felt that Suya's stammering words were full of loopholes, but she couldn't think too much about it now. Yang Shuer continued, "I was thinking of setting you up with Kong Shuesheng with my boyfriend before, but now that you're obsessed with your white moonlight, it's fine, he has a girlfriend, there's no way to set you two up. His girlfriend is the one next to him. I heard that this schoolmate is the school flower of Jiaotong University," Yang Shuer said, pointing to Gu Chenxi next to Kong Lu. Suya spent the afternoon slowly recovering, but Yang Shuer told her again, which felt like ripping open her wounds and sprinkling salt on them. She forced a smile and said, "That's nice, a handsome guy and a pretty girl." Yang Shuer didn't notice that Suya's mood was not quite right. She tried hard to scan the group with her eyes, trying to find the figure of her boyfriend among them. But she didn't find Wang Qi's figure. If Wang Qi were among them, his relationship with Yang Shuer would probably be over. Yang Shuer was working part-time to buy him a down jacket, but he was caught red-handed hanging out with other girls. Of course, Wang Qi's character would never do such a thing. Kong Lu also would never knowingly ask Wang Qi to a party with girls when he already had a girlfriend. Yang Shuer was slightly relieved that she didn't see her boyfriend in the group, but soon her doubts deepened. He hasn't messaged me all day, and he hasn't gone out to play. So where is he? Women are sensitive creatures who are always more interested in details than men. In other words, they like to daydream. Yang Shuer hid in the store and, after a moment of thought, took out her phone, clicked on her boyfriend's profile picture, and typed a long message in the chat box. Yang Shuer looked at the edited message, her finger hovering over the send button for a long time before she finally clicked. After a long hesitation, she deleted the entire message and re-edited it with 3 words. What are you doing? The word "what" was followed by an exclamation mark, another small detail that indicated that she was a little angry. Pay attention to details. After a few minutes, there was no reply from the other side. Suya looked at the people who had already walked into the subway station and patted the back of Yang Shuer's hand, saying, "They've already left." Before Du Hongyuan walked into the subway station, he took one last look in the direction of McDonald's. Somehow, since just then, he had the illusion of being spied on. Perhaps, if Du Hongyuan had ordered before going to the cashier at noon, he would have discovered the part-time worker Yang Shuer long ago. After the group had been gone for a while, Yang Shuer and Suya walked out of McDonald's. The two got on the bus and returned to school. Yang Shuer looked at the chat app, which was still inactive, and her thoughts became more and more complicated. Just as she was daydreaming, her phone suddenly started beeping with a series of message alerts. It was from Wang Qi. He had just finished work, and since he had left his phone on silent mode at work, he had not taken it out until now. He saw the messages from his girlfriend and hurriedly sent several replies. "I'm sorry, Shuer. I didn't mean to ignore you all day. Shuer, don't be angry, I've brought you something delicious." Wang Qi's messages were simple and straightforward, without any beating about the bush. Seeing that he had admitted his fault so readily, Yang Shuer's mood improved slightly. She typed, "Where did you go during the day? Why didn't you message me all day?" Wang Qi immediately replied, "I went to find a part-time job." Yang Shuer looked at his message and immediately replied, "Looking for a part-time job? Don't you have enough money for living expenses?" After a while, Wang Qi replied, "Shuer, I'm going to collect my wages. I'll talk to you in person when I get back to school." Okay. After learning that Wang Qi had not sent her a message all day because he had gone out to work a part-time job, Yang Shuer instantly stopped being angry and instead felt a little sorry for him. Yang Shuer was thinking, usually he refuses to accept my money when we go out to eat, but now he's running out of money in the middle of the month and he's even hiding it from me by secretly going out to work a part-time job. What a fool. An hour later, Wang Qi arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory building with a delicate little cake in one hand and a few boxes of staff meals from the Peace Mansion in the other. The rain had soaked his clothes, but the cake and staff meals in his hands had not gotten a single drop of rain on them. He handed the cake to Yang Shuer like a treasure, saying, "Shuer, I bought this cake on my way back. It's strawberry cake from the store you liked before. Are you a pig?" Yang Shuer scolded him, and after she finished, she reached out to wipe the water stains on his face. Yang Shuer said angrily, "Why didn't you use an umbrella? What if you catch a cold?" Ha. Wang Qi, who was being cared for by his girlfriend, stupidly laughed twice and didn't know how to answer her. Yang Shuer took the cake from Wang Qi's hands, glanced at it, frowned, and asked, "I remember this cake costing 80 yuan each. Did you spend all the money you made from your part-time job on it?" No, I made 400 yuan today from my part-time job," Wang Qi said, holding up his phone to show off the money he had earned from his part-time job to his girlfriend. Yang Shuer, however, didn't care about this at all. She snatched his phone away and said, "If you don't have any money, just tell me. Why do you have to work part-time secretly? It's so hard." In Yang Shuer's opinion, if Wang Qi can earn 400 yuan a day, the work must be very hard after all. She only makes a little over 100 yuan a day working at McDonald's for 8 or 9 hours. And since he is so dumb, she guessed that he couldn't do anything other than work hard. Yang Shuer opened Wang Qi's payment code and took out her own phone to scan a sum of money over. It was exactly 5,000 yuan, the compensation that the Qin family had previously given her. Since the girl was not injured, but only a little scared, the Qin family's lawyer reduced the compensation to 5,000 yuan for the girl, and not much for the boy, just a little over 10,000 yuan. After deducting the hospital expenses, there was not much left. Wang Qi had already spent all his money on dates and gifts, and Yang Shuer's money was useless. She could have used it to buy Wang Qi a down jacket, but she chose to work part-time to earn money to buy her boyfriend a gift. Girls like her are rare these days. What are you doing giving me this money?" Wang Qi's eyes widened as he looked at the 5,000 yuan that Yang Shuer had transferred. He was a little panicked and said to her, "I'm sorry, Shuer, I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't be angry, don't break up with me. Are you crazy?" Yang Shuer poked Wang Qi on the head with her hand and said, "This isn't a breakup fee, what are you thinking? Ah, then you gave me so much." Shoo. Yang Shuer placed her hand over Wang Qi's lips and said, "You usually pay for dates, so I'm putting my money with you and we'll spend it together." Hearing Yang Shuer's words, Wang Qi's eyes immediately became moist. With the free hand, he hugged young Shuer and said with a choked voice, I always used to think that I was pretty unlucky, but after meeting you, I feel like I'm not a complete loser. Meeting you is the biggest prize in my life. I'm not good with words, I don't know if this is the right way to describe it. Anyway, thank you, Shuer, it's really good to have met you. End of chapter. Chapter 87, My sister has her eye on you. Wang Qi brought back 3 staff meals from the restaurant, and also added 3 chicken legs and stuffed a bottle of drink into Kong Lu's meal at his own expense, just to thank him for introducing him to such a great job. But after returning to the dormitory, he found that Kong Lu was not in the dormitory, and only Du Hongyuan and Chen Jirue were in the dormitory. Lao Lu and Gu Shuehua are still not back from their date? Wang Qi put Kong Lu's portion on his table, then carried the other 2 meals, one for Chen Jirue and one for Du Hongyuan. Chen Jirue took off his headphones and said to Wang Qi, Kong's tutoring time is up. He went to give the schoolflower's sister a lesson. As soon as Chen Jirue finished speaking, Du Hongyuan grabbed the meal on the table and asked, You went out to find a job and you even brought us lunch? Du Hongyuan said as he opened the plastic lunchbox, revealing a fast food meal with meat and vegetables. The vegetables were on top of the rice, and it looked quite good, definitely tastier than the fast food from the canteen. I haven't eaten dinner yet, how much do I owe you? Du Hongyuan said, breaking open the disposable chopsticks and scooping up a mouthful of rice. It tasted even better than it looked. Wang Qi waved his hand and said cheerfully, The staff meal is free. Chen Jirue, who was playing a game, didn't have time to eat, but he still said, Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Jirue had added Zhou Xiaonan as a friend today, and he was now considered a busy person. Usually, in addition to bringing his online sister to score points, he occasionally had to bring Zhou Xiaonan to play games. The 2 girls surrounded him, and Chen finally ushered in the highlight of his life. Wang Qi's face was beaming with happiness as he said, You're welcome. Why are you smiling so happily? Du Hongyuan squinted his eyes and surveyed Wang Qi, who was radiating an indescribable spirit and energy, and said, What, did you win the lottery? No, Wang Qi shook his head and said, It's even more meaningful than winning the lottery. Wow, that's rare. Usually, Wang Qi doesn't spend much money on anything except buying lottery tickets, and he only buys them occasionally. Apart from winning the lottery, Du Hongyuan really can't think of anything good that could happen to this kid to make him so happy. Du Hongyuan continued, It can't be that you went out to find a job and found some money, can it? Wang Qi shook his head again and said, All you talk about is money, it's so tacky. Ha? Du Hongyuan rubbed his nose and said, a little dumbfounded, You miser, you actually think money is tacky? Wang Qi told the 2 about what happened tonight. Let me tell you, Shuer is practically an angel sent from heaven to save me. After hearing Wang Qi's words, Du Hongyuan revealed an expression of despair. It was bad enough that he had to eat Kong Lu's dog food all day, but now he had to eat Wang Qi's dog food at night as well. He was really going to be depressed. Du Hongyuan covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Wang Qi with the other, saying, No, what makes you so qualified? Why did you meet such a great girl? You deserve to die. Chen Jirue nodded in agreement, I knew it, the 3-body problem was still too conservative, Wang Ji's love life is the real science fiction. No. Du Hongyuan retorted, when it comes to science fiction, Lao Lu is still number 1, Wang Gu can only rank 2nd. Achoo. Kong Lu, who was tutoring Gu Chenxian, rubbed his nose and thought to himself, Who's cursing me? Gu Chenxian blinked her big, cute eyes, tilted her head and looked at Kong Lu, asking, Kong Lu, are you getting a cold? I'm not that fragile. Kong Lu shook his head with a smile and continued with the topic, Come, let's look at the next question. Kong Lu was about to talk about the next question when Gu Chenxi walked in through the door, holding a steaming cup of tea in her hands. Tired? Here, have some tea. Sister, why are you always running to my room today? Gu Chenxi looked at her sister suspiciously, always feeling that she was acting strange today. Kong Lu's 2-hour tutoring session, Gu Chenxi came in no less than 5 times, either to give Kong Lu food or drinks, and all of it was for Kong Lu to eat. Gu Chenxi had a question in her heart, why is my sister suddenly so nice to Kong Lu? After giving Kong Lu a cup of tea, Gu Chenxi didn't leave for a while, and before leaving, she winked at Kong Lu. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu and frowned and asked, Kong Lu, you wouldn't? Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxuan's reaction and thought she had guessed it. He was about to nod and admit that he was in a relationship with her sister. However, Gu Chenxuan's next sentence was, My sister wouldn't be interested in you, would she? Puff. Kong Lu couldn't hold back when he heard Gu Chenxuan's words and burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Gu Qinshan said with a serious face, I'll tell you, my sister has this temper, and not many men can handle it. If my sister really likes you, she will definitely pursue you like crazy. If you don't agree to her, she definitely won't let you go. If you agree, you won't have a good time in the future. As Gu Qinshan was talking, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and a suppressive aura emanating from the depths of her bloodline. She turned her head sharply and saw her fierce sister looking at her with a dark face. Gu Dong. Gu Qinshan swallowed and weakly said, Sister, you haven't left yet. Gu Qianxi clenched her fists and glared at her sister, saying, What did you just say? Gu Qinshan hurriedly shook her head and said, No, I didn't say anything. Unavoidably, Gu Qinshan was beaten up by her sister. In the end, Kong Lu rescued her from her sister's hands. Brother Kong, look, my sister is such a violent person. In the future, if some unlucky guy marries her, he will definitely be unlucky for the rest of his life. After Gu Qianxi left, Gu Qinshan continued to talk about her sister's bad words to Kong Lu, just as she always did. Okay. Haven't you been beaten enough? Kong Lu stroked her little head and said, There are still 10 minutes left. Let's finish the class and I'll tell you a secret. Really? Hearing the word secret, Gu Qinshan was also interested and immediately asked, What's the secret? Tell me now. Seeing Gu Qinshan's excited expression, Kong Lu deliberately hung her up, saying, First, let's have class. You tell me the secret first, if you don't, I won't be in the mood to listen to class. If you don't listen carefully, you'll never know the secret for the rest of your life. Okay. Under Kong Lu's patient guidance, Gu Qinshan calmed down and continued listening to Kong Lu's lecture. After lecturing her sister, Gu Qianxi walked downstairs in a huff. Thinking about her sister always saying bad things about her in front of her boyfriend, Gu Qianxi was very angry. She was considering whether to find her sister a different tutor, so as to prevent her boyfriend from being scared off by her sister's words. However, this idea was quickly dismissed by her. End of chapter. Chapter 88, Be a Loser. If Kong Lu really quit his job as a tutor, Gu Qianxi didn't know what excuse she would use to bring him back to her home. Moreover, she felt that Kong Lu still needed to rely on his tutoring work to earn a living, and if she replaced him, wouldn't Kong Lu's life become even more difficult? Although she was rich and could support Kong Lu, she knew that given Kong Lu's personality, he would definitely not want her money. So the idea of changing tutors just flashed through her mind and was quickly dismissed. Since changing tutors was out of the question, Gu Qianxi felt that it was necessary to tell her younger sister that Kong Lu was her boyfriend, so that she wouldn't say anything bad about her one day and scare Kong Lu away. However, someone seemed to have beaten her to it. After class, Kong Lu finally told Gu Qinshan the secret. He said calmly, Your sister and I are already together. Ah. Gu Qinshan was waiting with anticipation to hear the secret, but Kong Lu's words took her by surprise. Her expression changed from anticipation to surprise, and finally to a state of confusion. Really? Of course it's true, Kong Lu nodded seriously, and then thought about the words Gu Qinshan had just said, and laughed to herself, surprised, right? I'm the unlucky guy you're talking about. Cough cough. Hearing Kong Lu's words, Gu Qinshan coughed awkwardly twice and blushed, saying, Oops, I didn't really mean it. After learning that Kong Lu was her sister's boyfriend, Gu Qinshan wished she could travel back in time to half an hour ago and take back the bad things she had just said. Although she always badmouthed her sister in front of Kong Lu, she still really hoped that Kong Lu would become her brother-in-law. Having a brother-in-law who had made the national charts would be the envy of her classmates. Moreover, she had always wanted an older brother, and Kong Lu was handsome, spoke softly, was patient, and was willing to play with her much better than her own sister. Children's thoughts about someone they like are often so simple and pure. Knock on the blackboard to highlight the main points. So when wooing a girl, you can start with her younger siblings. Gu Qinshan held Kong Lu's arm and said, Kong Gu, although my sister is a bit fierce, she is still very nice sometimes. She has a soft side too. I'm sure you can handle my sister. So you must have a good relationship with her and never break up. Gu Qinshan, who had just cursed her sister for not being able to find a boyfriend, now changed her attitude and began to persuade Kong Lu to have a good relationship. It seems that she really likes her brother-in-law. Her words were also heard clearly by Gu Qianxi, who was hiding outside the door, ready to eavesdrop on her bad words. Knowing that Kong Lu had already told her sister about the two of them dating, Gu Qianxi's face turned red with embarrassment. Hearing her sister speak well of her in front of Kong Lu, she thought to herself, forget it, this sister still has a bit of a conscience. But, what do you mean by manipulating me? How could your sister be manipulated by a guy? If anyone's going to manipulate, it's me manipulating him. Gu Chensi was thinking about this when her sister's room door suddenly opened. Gu Chensi, who had been hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, lost her balance and leaned forward, and in one fell swoop, she threw herself into Kong Lu's arms. Kong Lu's eyes were filled with two big question marks as he looked at Gu Chensi, who had suddenly appeared in his arms. Gu Chensi, lying in Kong Lu's arms, looked like a goose, staring at Kong Lu stupidly, and for a moment, she forgot to stand up. Click. Gu Chenxian, who was standing nearby, had originally wanted to quietly capture this scene, but she forgot to turn off the flash. Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxian, who had forgotten to turn off the flash, and thought to himself, I'm familiar with this operation. Gu Chensi, who had been flashed, immediately came back to her senses. She stood still and said, to cover her embarrassment, I came up to call you back to school. I don't know if I'm stupid or what, but after I said that, Gu Chensi added, I didn't eavesdrop on the two of you. Puff. Gu Chenxian looked at her sister's obvious attempt to cover up her mistake, and couldn't hold back any longer, laughing out loud. Gu Chensi also realized that her last comment was a bit redundant, and she awkwardly leaned over to her sister's ear and said, laugh again and I'll smack you. This threat worked, and Gu Chenxian immediately shut up. We should go back to school, I'll wait for you downstairs, hurry down. After leaving this sentence, Gu Chensi hurried downstairs as if she was escaping. After she left, Kong Lu immediately said to Gu Chenxian, send me a copy of the photo you just took. No problem. Gu Chenxian gave a OK sign, picked up her phone and sent the photo to Kong Lu. Almost at the same time, her sister also sent her a message, I order you to quickly delete that photo you just took, send me a copy before you delete it. Gu Chenxian looked at the message her sister sent and replied directly, delete the photo for 500, want the photo for 1000. Looking at the message her sister sent, Gu Chensi turned around and sent her 2000, want the original photo. The money was claimed the next second, and her sister also kept her promise and sent a photo over. Gu Chensi looked at the photo and thought to herself, I didn't control my expression well, but it's not a bad photo. Of course it is. My snap photography skills are awesome. Facing Kong Lu's praise, Gu Chenxian's nose was so proud that it almost went up to the sky, and when she was proud, she looked a lot like her sister. Ha! Kong Lu petted Gu Chenxian's head affectionately and said, that's enough. I'm going back to school. Gu Chenxian said reluctantly, Kong Lu, see you tomorrow. If Gu Chensi could see her sister's expression, she would probably be furious. She hadn't been home for a week, but she didn't seem to miss him. She said goodbye to Kong Lu and was reluctant to get up. Tell the truth. What did my sister tell you? As soon as Kong Lu got into the car, Gu Chensi couldn't wait to ask Kong Lu what bad things his sister had said about him. Kong Lu pursed her lips, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, she said you are innocent and cute, and asked me to take good care of you and protect you. You're lying. Gu Chensi obviously didn't believe that her sister would praise her like that, but Kong Lu had said it, so she was still a little happy inside. In order not to show it, she could only pout her lips, suppressing the smile in her heart, and said, she must have said bad things about me. Indeed. What did she say about me? Kong Lu ran his hand along his chin, looking like he was trying to think hard, and said, she said you were very fierce, and that if I married you, I would be doomed for life. Gu Chensi's face instantly fell, and she asked coldly, did she really say that? Yes. Don't you also think that she's right? Do you want to know what I think? Gu Chensi urged, hurry up and tell me. Seeing her anxious expression, Kong Lu gave her a finger wag and said, come closer, and I'll tell you. Gu Chensi leaned in, and once again urged, hurry up and tell me. I think it's not bad to be with you and be a unlucky guy. After Kong Lu finished speaking, he hugged Gu Chensi's cute little face and very suddenly kissed her. Boo! End of chapter. Chapter 89, Take Control. After receiving a kiss from Kong Lu, Gu Chensi became obedient on the way back to school. She stopped asking Kong Lu random questions and obediently drove the car. Kong Lu looked at her little face, which was flushed red, and thought, this trick seems to be working. I'll take control. Gu Chensi thought about what her younger sister had said to Kong Lu that night, take advantage of my sister. She thought to herself, am I being taken advantage of by Kong Lu? That's not going to do. Half an hour later, the car pulled into the university and Gu Chensi parked it under the boys' dormitory. Gu Chensi looked at Kong Lu, who was getting ready to get out of the car, and said, remember to go online tonight and play games with me. Kong Lu gave her a thumbs up and got out of the car. Idiot. Gu Chensi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, looked at Kong Lu as he prepared to enter the dormitory and said, did you forget something? Forget what? Kong Lu had just stepped into the dormitory door, but then turned back. Looking at Gu Chenxi sitting in the car, he asked back somewhat puzzled, I don't seem to have left anything in the car, do I? Gu Chenxi held his head high, pointed to his cheek, and his tone carried a hint of reproach, you're not even going to kiss me goodbye? Ha ha ha, okay. Kong Lu gave a little smile, closed her eyes, and bent down to kiss Gu Chenxi. The next second, Kong Lu felt like she kissed something cold and wet on her lips. She opened her eyes and saw that Gu Chenxi had rolled up the window. She had just kissed the window glass, and she was still making faces at her. Through the window, Gu Chenxi said to Kong Lu, I'll let you trick me every day, okay? After Gu Chenxi finished speaking, she drove off. Kong Lu touched his lips, looked at the taillights of the car, shook his head and laughed, then turned back to the dormitory. Gu Chenxi, who had tricked Kong Lu, was in a good mood. Looking at the lipstick mark on Kong Lu's cheek in the driver's side window, Gu Chenxi said to herself, all I had to do was a little trick, and you fell for it hard. What are you smirking about? Xia looked at Gu Chenxi, who walked into the dormitory with a smile on her face, and said, it feels like you've become a lot stupider since you started dating. Gu Chenxi crossed her arms and retorted, nonsense, I'm smart. Xia thought to herself, what kind of idiot would admit to being an idiot? She didn't bother arguing with Gu Chenxi and continued watching the tablet. She was watching a romantic variety show and was so engrossed that she couldn't hold back the smile on her lips. Gu Chenxi reached out and gave Xia a gentle squeeze on the waist, saying, you're still talking about me, you're laughing like an idiot yourself. In the boys' dormitory, Du Hongyuan typed a bunch of words into the chat box, then deleted them all. After several iterations, he still hadn't sent a single message. Kong Lu walked into the dormitory, glanced at Du Hongyuan, and said, hey, isn't that window guy? Did you look at the moon tonight? Oh, I almost forgot, the clouds are too thick tonight, I can't see the moon. Get out of here, I'm not in the mood to bullshit with you. Du Hongyuan stared at the chat box, looking at it again and again, but he just couldn't bring himself to send the edited message. Kong Lu glanced at it. He and Xia had added each other as friends, but they hadn't said a word to each other yet. The latest message read, I've approved your friend request, so we can start chatting now. Looking at the chat interface, Kong Lu couldn't help but laugh out loud. So you two have been friends for the whole afternoon, and you haven't said a word to each other? You think I don't want to chat with her? Du Hongyuan said with a long face, I don't even know what to talk to her about. That's easy, Kong Lu said, pointing at his screen. You start by saying, are you there? Du Hongyuan shook his head and said, starting with are you there is like a clown. Then say, hello. Starting with hello is like a dog licker. Where the hell did you learn all this nonsense? Kong Lu wondered when online chatting had become such a cautious affair. The messages sent by the other party were often just ordinary chat content, but someone would always analyze the sentence using a reading comprehension approach. It's just chatting, there's no need to be so nervous. Kong Lu said, snatched Du Hongyuan's phone away, and quickly typed a few words, good evening, what are you doing? Perhaps he really couldn't take the step on his own, so Du Hongyuan didn't argue or fight, and just watched Kong Lu chat for him. After the message was sent, it wasn't long before Xia replied. Well, watching variety shows. Du Hongyuan looked at the message sent by Xia and muttered to himself, she's so cold. She's not cold, she's just replying to your message normally. You're just overthinking it. Kong Lu said, continuing to type and asking, what variety show are you watching? It wasn't long before Xia replied, the romance variety show, Single XL. Kong Lu pointed at the message she had sent, saying, look, if you catch up on this variety show tonight, you'll have something to talk about with her tomorrow. Awesome, Lu, Du Hongyuan gave him a thumbs up. With Kong Lu speaking for him, Du Hongyuan no longer felt shy and began to ask Xia some other questions. Kong Lu reminded him, she's watching a variety show, so try not to talk to her too much, or she'll get tired of you. Okay, big brother. Kong Lu scratched his head and thought to himself, oh no, I've become a military advisor. Xia, who was watching variety shows, looked at the message sent by Du Hongyuan and wondered, strange, isn't he trying to woo Gigi? Why does he keep asking me what I like? Xia didn't think much about it and continued watching the variety show. Whenever she got bored, she would occasionally send him a message. Du Hongyuan, who had been reminded by Kong Lu, also began to pay attention to the speed at which he sent messages, so as not to disturb the other person. Looking at Du Hongyuan, who was smiling foolishly, Kong Lu shook his head and sighed, exclaiming, lowering IQ. Could this be the magic spell of love? Wang Qi sat up from the bed and said to Kong Lu, Lao Lu, I brought you some food. It's been a while, so it's probably a little cold. There are chicken legs in there, so you can eat those. Great, thanks. Kong Lu said thanks to Wang Qi, and then walked over to Chen Jirui's seat. Since he would be playing games with Gu Chenxi later, Kong Lu walked up to Chen Jirui and said, Xiao Chun, let's play together tonight? Brother Kong. Chen Jirui revealed an embarrassed expression and said, I promised to bring someone else to get a high score tonight, so I'm afraid I won't be able to play with you. Who? Zhou Xiaonan? Thinking about Chen Jirui's lively conversation with Zhou Xiaonan during the day, Kong Lu's first thought was Zhou Xiaonan, but Chen Jirui shook his head and said, No, it's another girl I met online before. Good boy, you're quite busy. Kong Lu patted his shoulder and said, That's fine. After eating a lunchbox, Kong Lu went to the bathroom to wash up briefly, climbed into bed, brushed up on short videos, and waited for Gu Chenxi to message her. After the game, it was almost 1:30 in the morning, but there was no early 8 o'clock tomorrow, so Kong Lu was not very worried, and the other 3 people in the dormitory were still awake, so she was even less worried. The two of them made a voice call, and Kong Lu told stories to lull Gu Chenxi to sleep. In the end, she couldn't hold out either and fell asleep, forgetting to hang up the phone. The two of them just kept making voice calls all night. End of chapter. Chapter 90, Kissing with the Smell of Leeks. It had rained for 2 days in Shanghai City, and the weather had become even colder. Even if you slept with all the doors and windows of your dormitory tightly shut, you would still wake up suddenly cold the next morning. Sure enough, Kong Lu was awakened by a cold wind early in the morning. Although there was air conditioning in the dormitory, the school had a rule that it could not be turned on before the designated time, which was very annoying. Kong Lu remembered that when he was in high school, the air conditioning in the classroom was the same. No matter how hot or cold it was not allowed to be turned on until the school specified date, even if you were willing to pay more for the air conditioning. Maybe the window was not closed tightly last night, and in the middle of the night the window was actually blown open by the wind, and it is now very cold in the dormitory. Kong Lu struggled in bed for a long time, but finally got out of bed and closed the window. After being attacked by the cold, Kong Lu, who had lain back on the bed, could not sleep at all. He glanced at his phone. It was only 6:30, and the dormitory doors had already been opened at this time. Kong Lu, who could not sleep no matter how much he tossed and turned in bed, and his stomach was grumbling, so he decided to get up and go to the cafeteria to buy some breakfast. After quickly getting dressed, Kong Lu washed up and went out the door. It was 6:30 in the morning in winter, and the sky was still dark. It was also rainy, so there was no sunlight to be seen. Kong Lu shivered and walked towards the canteen. The school was empty in the morning, and there were not many people. Many of the windows in the canteen were closed, and only the window selling breakfast was lit up, with the occasional 1 or 2 people coming to buy breakfast. Kong Lu bought a breakfast, and while eating it, he walked back. When he passed by the big playground, he stopped because he saw someone, Gu Chenxi. Kong Lu remembered that Gu Chenxi had told him that she had the habit of night running, but he really didn't know that she usually also ran in the morning. Kong Lu thought he had seen her wrong, so he walked towards the big playground. As he got closer, he realized that it was indeed Gu Chenxi running. There were a few people running on the playground, but not many. Gu Chenxi was wearing a black jogging suit and a cap, and she was running alone at the front. Kong Lu waved at her, but Gu Chenxi didn't seem to see him, probably because she was concentrating on the track while exercising. Seeing that Gu Chenxi didn't see him, Kong Lu sat under the stand and leisurely ate his breakfast while admiring his girlfriend's dashing running posture. By the time Kong Lu arrived, she had already run 2 laps. Gu Chenxi had probably run at a steady pace for 8 laps of the 400-meter track, and then gradually slowed down, plus the last 2 laps of jogging. She had run a total of 10 laps. By the time she finished running, Kong Lu had finished eating breakfast. Kong Lu stood up, threw the trash into the trash can, and walked towards Gu Chenxi, who was stretching. Kong Lu whispered playfully, Beauty, can I ask you out for breakfast? Gu Chenxi didn't even look up at him, just coldly spitting out one word, get lost. Really? Gu Chenxi looked up a little displeased, just about to swear at him, but when she saw that the person standing in front of her was Kong Lu, her frosty face immediately became gentle. Gu Chenxi said in surprise and joy, why did you come? Gu Chenxi said, and wiped the sweat on her face with a handkerchief. Girls who are just in love are always more willing to show their best side to their boyfriend, so Gu Chenxi didn't tell Kong Lu about her morning run, actually not wanting him to see her breathless and disheveled appearance. Kong Lu replied, I went to the canteen to buy breakfast, and on the way back, I happened to see you running. Okay. Gu Chenxi's face was a little less expectant, and she said, I thought you were here specifically to find me. If this were said to someone else, they would probably reply, I didn't even know you had the habit of morning running, so how could I have come to find you? If you say that, your girlfriend will definitely be angry. The best solution is to stop dwelling on whether or not you came to find her. Kong Lu thought for a moment and said, I was just waiting for you seriously. Sure enough, after hearing Kong Lu's words, a blush of shame appeared on Gu Chenxi's cool and pretty face. Waiting for me to do what? Although she was already blushing, Gu Chenxi still said stubbornly, watching me run? It's ugly. No, it's not. Our Chenxi is the most beautiful. The morning running clothes fit perfectly outlining the curves of Gu Chenxi's body. Kong Lu gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and the slender waist made him feel that he could snap it with just a little force. Gu Chenxi looked up at Kong Lu and said, It's your fault that I don't go jogging in the morning. It was a little cold, and the tip of her upturned nose was slightly red, and there were 2 reddish patches on her cheeks. Because she had just woken up, she didn't wear any makeup, but Kong Lu felt that Gu Chenxi without makeup had a more authentic beauty. Kong Lu touched her red nose tip with his hand and said, Why are you blaming me? Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu and said, I have to be your personal driver every night now, taking you to my house to tutor my younger sister, which means I don't have time to go running at night. Do you think I should blame you? Kong Lu nodded and said, Okay, I'm to blame. Gu Chenxi asked again, So how are you going to compensate me? Kong Lu joked, How about paying your driver 2,000 yuan a month? Get lost. Gu Chenxi glared at him and said, You want to order me around as your driver for 2,000 yuan? You're dreaming. How about 1,000 more? Not enough. What would you like then? One more kiss. Okay. Kong Lu held Gu Chenxi's face and kissed her on the mouth. In the early morning, there were very few people on the large playground, and the actions of the two were particularly conspicuous. The few people who were running all saw the scene. The crowd on the plastic runway said, Damn it, it's fine if the night run is blocked by the track by the young couple, but the morning run has to eat dog food. Of course, reality is not that romantic. Gu Chenxi pushed Kong Lu away and said, Yuck, your mouth smells like a leak box. Kong Lu gave a dark smile and said, I just finished eating, hee hee. Gu Chenxi clenched her fists and gave Kong Lu a slap on the shoulder. You did that on purpose. Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi's hand and said, Ha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go, I'll take you to breakfast. Didn't you just eat? With a beautiful girl like you by my side, I suddenly have a huge appetite. I think I can eat another serving. You're so smooth. No, I'm telling the truth. The two of them walked hand in hand towards the third cafeteria. Worried that Gu Chenxi, who had just finished jogging, would catch a cold, Kong Lu took off his jacket and put it on her. Gu Chenxi thought to herself, full marks for the details. Kong Lu was thinking, maybe I should take the time to get a driver's license, I can't keep letting her drive me around. End of chapter. Chapter 91, You're welcome. Gu Chenxi and Kong Lu had a small meal of wontons together in the third cafeteria. Kong Lu took her back to the girls' dormitory and went back to his dormitory himself. The 3 people in the dormitory were still fast asleep. Kong Lu glanced at the time, it was just before 8 o'clock, and Kong Lu climbed into bed too, to catch up on some sleep. This morning there were only 2 general education classes, the last 2, and they didn't start until 10 o'clock. Not catching up on sleep would be a shame for those 2 hours. Of the 4 people in the dormitory, he was the only one who set an alarm for 9:30 this morning, but he turned it off while eating breakfast, and then all 4 dormitory mates fell asleep. If it wasn't for Gu Chenxi calling him, he probably still wouldn't have woken up. He glanced at the clock and saw that 5 minutes had already passed since class started. After looking around the dormitory, he saw that the other 3 were still sleeping like dead pigs, and Shen Jirui's snoring was deafening. Kong Lu immediately climbed out of bed, patted their beds one by one, and said, Get up, don't sleep, we're late. As soon as they heard the words late, the 3 people who were sleeping suddenly woke up. Before their eyes even opened, they were already fumbling to get dressed. Du Hongyuan was the first to get dressed, ran to the sink, gargled with water, put on his hat and was ready to go. Chen Jirui put on his clothes in a haphazard manner and asked, What class is it this morning? Wang Qi glanced at his phone and said, It seems to be an introduction. Introduction? As soon as Du Hongyuan heard this, he took his foot back from the door, took off his hat and shoes, climbed back into bed and lay down comfortably. The general introduction teacher doesn't call roll, so we'll skip this class. TSK. Seeing Du Hongyuan's reaction, the 3 of them repeatedly made its king sound, and then Chen Jirue and Wang Qi also reclined back on the bed again. It looked like they were also going to skip class. Only Kong Lu silently picked up his books and walked towards the door. Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu, who was preparing to go to class, and said, "The three of us are skipping class, and you're the only one who's not fitting in, right?" "I don't want to go either," Kong Lu shrugged, somewhat helplessly saying, "but my girlfriend took my seat, and she'll be angry if I don't go." The three were silenced by Kong Lu's words. Wang Qi imitated Du Hongyuan's usual way of speaking, saying, "I declare that you have now been expelled from 215, and in the future you will be in a dormitory by yourself." As soon as Wang Qi finished speaking, he saw Du Hongyuan get up from the bed again. Not only did he get up, he also went to the sink to wash up again, and incidentally, he scratched his hair with hair gel. Wang Qi watched his strange actions and asked in puzzlement, "Why?" Du Hongyuan found a general introduction book on the table and looked up at Wang Qi, who was lying on the bed, and said, "Go to class, I love to study." Kong Lu looked at Du Hongyuan's actions and thought, "Are you going there to study? I'm embarrassed to expose you." Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu and said with a pleading face, "Let your girlfriend take a seat for me too." Kong Lu looked at his expression, pursed her lips, and said, "Xin Xiaqian. No problem." Before Kong Lu could finish her sentence, Du Hongyuan directly agreed. Kong Lu revealed a wicked smile and looked at Du Hongyuan and said, "Are you sure? Front row is fine, sitting in the front is pretty good too." So it was that Du Hongyuan followed Kong Lu to class, leaving Wang Qi and Chen Jirue to continue lying in the dormitory. Chen Jirue looked at the ceiling and said, "Brother Wang, I feel like we've been abandoned." Wang Qi closed his eyes and said, "You'll just be sleeping somewhere else when you go to class, don't think about it, just go to sleep, you're skipping it anyway." Seems like, that's true. The two in the dormitory quickly fell asleep again. When you skip a class in college, you'll find, skipping class is really cool. In the classroom, Du Hongyuan, sitting in the first row, was bombarding Kong Lu with messages on his phone. "You mean the front row is the first row of the classroom? You're just messing with me. Damn you. A bunch of kuntu." Kong Lu looked at the message sent by Du Hongyuan, glanced up at Du Hongyuan, who was sitting alone in the front row, and replied, "You didn't give me a chance to finish either." Du Hongyuan, so what were you going to say? Kong Lu, I was going to tell you that Xia is in the front row, and there are still seats available. Du Hongyuan, you brat, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Kong Lu, you know about it now. Bad laugh. Du Hongyuan was a little speechless when he read Kong Lu's message, and turned his head to look at Kong Lu, who was sitting in the back row, and gave him the finger. Kong Lu ignored him directly. This made Du Hongyuan even more angry. Gu Chenxi, who was sitting next to Kong Lu, handed Kong Lu a tote bag and said, "Here are your clothes." Kong Lu had given it to her in the morning to keep her warm, and she had worn it back to the dormitory. "Thank you." Kong Lu tried to reach out to take it, but Gu Chenxi wouldn't let go. Watching Gu Chenxi's reaction, Kong Lu asked puzzled, "What's wrong?" Gu Chenxi said, "I folded it especially for you, put it in a bag and brought it over, and all you have are the words thank you?" Kong Lu said after hearing Gu Chenxi's words, immediately reached out and touched her face, saying, "Thank you baby, you're so nice." "That's more like it." Gu Chenxi nodded with satisfaction and let go of her hand. Xia, who was sitting next to the two of them, watched this scene and couldn't help but get up and sit in the front row right now. Xia asked, "Am I also part of your love play?" Gu Chenxi smiled and said, "No, but you can be." Kong Lu thought for a moment and added, "If you mind, you can go sit in the front row. There are still a few seats there." Listening to the two spouses sing in unison, Xia felt that before she got up and sat in the first row, she had to stab each of them first. Do Sha. In order not to eat dog food, before the second class started, Xia pulled Lingji and sat in the first row. Du Hongyuan, who was originally lying on the table catching up on sleep, looked at Xia, who suddenly sat next to him, and couldn't fall asleep directly. He sat up straight in a flash. Lingji looked at Du Hongyuan's reaction and then glanced at Xia. She smiled and said, "Why are you so nervous?" Xia, who was standing nearby, muttered to herself, "Everyone is nervous because of you. You're so stupid, you haven't even noticed that this guy likes you." Du Hongyuan stuttered, Why did you sit over here?" Lingji said to Du Hongyuan, "Xiaoxia was being bullied, so she dragged me here to sit in the front." Who dares to bully you?" Hearing this, Du Hongyuan immediately became excited and said, "I'll teach that person a lesson for you." Puff. Looking at Du Hongyuan's attitude, Xia gave a little smile and pointed to Kong Lu in the back row, saying, "Your good friend Kong Lu, and his girlfriend, go quickly and beat them to death. Ah. Hearing this, Du Hongyuan looked at Kong Lu. Kong Lu patted his chest and threw him a look that said, "Don't thank me." Du Hongyuan saw this and thought to himself, "Godfather." The end of this chapter. Chapter 92, Christmas Wish. Seeing Du Hongyuan's embarrassed expression, Linji smiled and said, "Xiaoxia, don't tease him anymore." No, he obviously agreed to it himself. Xin Xia turned to Du Hongyuan and asked, "Tell me, didn't you promise to help me beat them up?" Yes. Du Hongyuan immediately nodded and said, "When we get back to the dormitory, I'll help you beat Kong Lu up." Well, that's good. Xin Xia nodded, obviously very satisfied with Du Hongyuan's answer. Xin Xia thought to herself, "This kid is really going out of his way to please me in order to woo Ji, and suddenly I feel a little bit envious of Ji. Linji watched Du Hongyuan's reaction and thought to himself, "Gee, this kid really does whatever Xia tells him to." The two were each thinking their own thoughts, completely out of sync, with only Du Hongyuan staring at Xin Xia the whole time. The boy spent 2 days catching up on the variety shows that Xin Xia liked to watch. He even took notes while watching the shows, just so that he would have something to talk about when he met Xin Xia. In the end, when Xin Xia did sit next to him, he was unable to say a word. Linji found Du Hongyuan's hesitant appearance amusing and decided to help the young man. Skimming past Xin Xia, who was sitting between the two, Linji said to Du Hongyuan, "Have you watched that romantic variety show lately?" "Yes, I have." Seeing that Linji had started for him, Du Hongyuan, who had been afraid to speak, immediately chimed in, "I watched all of seasons 1 and 2. Du Hongyuan took Linji's kindness to heart. "Really?" Xin Xia was also interested in talking about variety shows, and she asked, "So which couple did you like?" "I think." Du Hongyuan quickly got along with Xin Xia, and Linji, who was watching the two of them chatting animatedly, gave a satisfied smile. Of course, it wasn't just Linji who was smiling. Kong Lu and Gu Chenxi, who were sitting in the back row, were also smiling. Kong Lu asked, "Do you think they'll really make it?" "Hard to say." Gu Chenxi stroked his chin and said, "Anyway, from what I know about Xiaoxia, Du Hongyuan is definitely not her type." "You don't have to be so sure." Kong Lu turned his head and looked at Gu Chenxi and said, "Who can be sure about love?" "That's right, hee." The moment Gu Chenxi and Kong Lu locked eyes, she pursed her lips and laughed. If Kong Lu hadn't really talked about it, how could he have imagined that the aloof school beauty had such a cute side? The bell rang for class to begin, and the teacher, who had just finished smoking in the hallway, opened the door and walked in. The moment the door opened, a cold breeze blew into the classroom, and the chill instantly swept over everyone in the room. Gu Chenxi shrank her neck, and she couldn't help but lean towards Kong Lu. Almost at the same time, Kong Lu also leaned a little closer to Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi's left leg was pressed against Kong Lu's right leg, and their shoulders were touching. It felt like they were two pieces of steamed rice cake, about to stick together. Kong Lu whispered, "Are you cold?" Gu Chenxi whispered back, "A little cold, just a little." Kong Lu took Gu Chenxi's cold hand and slipped it into his shirt pocket. He asked again, "Now?" "It's warmer." Not just his hands were warm, Gu Chenxi felt that his face was also a little flushed. In the classroom, behaving so intimately with a boy, in the past, Gu Chenxi would never have dared to think about it, and she would even join Xin Xia in criticizing such indecent behavior. But now it's different, because she is the beneficiary. Kong Lu looked out the window at the gray sky and said, "It's cooling down a bit these days, so wear more clothes so you don't catch a cold." "Yeah, you too." Gu Chenxi said thoughtfully, "I just don't know when it's going to snow." Kong Lu replied, "According to the weather forecast, there'll be snow the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow." Gu Chenxi heard this and pondered for a few seconds, then said, "It's like Christmas, right?" Kong Lu did not directly answer her question, pulled out her phone and glanced at the calendar, nodded and said, "That's right, how come you remember it so clearly?" Gu Chenxi explained, "On the night after Christmas, the Business School Student Union will hold the business school's New Year's Eve party, and as the head of the Cultural and Entertainment Department, I will have to go on stage and sing." Kong Lu asked in return, "Why is the business school holding its New Year's Eve party so early this year?" "Because Jyoda is holding a university-wide New Year's Eve party this year, so the New Year's Eve parties within each school have been brought forward." Gu Chenxi tilted his head and asked in return, "Don't you know?" "I really don't know." Kong Lu gave a small smile, "You know, I never care about these things. I usually spend my free time in the library." "You." Gu Chenxi took one hand out of Kong Lu's pocket and gently poked his forehead, saying, "Every day, all you do is read, you're going to become a nerd." Although Gu Chenxi resented Kong Lu on the surface, she was very satisfied inside. Who wouldn't like an obedient boyfriend with no bad habits whose only hobby was going to the library to read? Stop it, the teacher will see us. Kong Lu said with a smile, taking Gu Chenxi's hand and slipping it back into her pocket. The two of them returned to the topic they had just been discussing, and Gu Chenxi asked Kong Lu, "Do you think it will really snow on Christmas Day?" "Yes," Kong Lu replied very firmly. Looking at his determined expression, Gu Chenxi almost doubted whether he could control the weather, or whether he was just deliberately trying to cheer her up. Gu Chenxi felt that the second possibility was a bit more realistic. She thought, Kong Lu must be treating me like a child and deliberately trying to cheer me up. Humph. But being a child is not bad. Kong Lu continued, "On Christmas Day, not only will it snow, Santa Claus will also grant your wishes." Gu Chenxi narrowed her eyes and asked, "Are you trying to tell me the old cliché of hiding your Christmas wishes in your socks and Santa will make them come true?" "Of course not." Kong Lu shook his head and smiled, "You can tell me your Christmas wishes and I'll tell Santa for you." Gu Chenxi lowered her head in embarrassment and said, "If you want to give me a gift, just say so." "You're being so romantic, it's embarrassing." Kong Lu immediately followed up, "So what do you want for Christmas?" "Nothing." Gu Chenxi shook her head, and her small hand, which was tucked into Kong Lu's shirt pocket, gave Kong Lu's palm a gentle pinch, saying, "The biggest gift I received this year is already in front of me." "Wow." Kong Lu imitated Gu Chenxi's mannerisms, lowering his head and saying, "That's so mushy, I'm embarrassed." Gu Chenxi blushed, pinched Kong Lu's palm again, and said, "Don't imitate my speech." Kong Lu argued, "It's obvious that you're imitating my speech. You're talking nonsense. Everyone must not imitate them. Flirting during class will easily make the teacher resent you, and then call on you to answer questions. Don't ask me how I know." End of chapter. Chapter 93, They Can't Stop Talking About Their Boyfriends. Although there weren't many morning classes, the afternoon classes were full, and they were all professional courses. Two of them were taught by Professor Ma. Wang Qi and Shen Jirue, who had slept all morning, came to class in the afternoon. For the afternoon class, Kong Lu was dragged by his roommate and sat in the middle four-person seat, while Gu Chenxi, Shen Xia, and Lin Ji sat in the three-person seat by the window across the aisle from them. The two finally had no chance to get sick of each other, did they? No way. "Baby, let's switch seats next class. I want to sit with you." Kitten crying. Kong Lu looked at the message sent by Gu Chenxi and looked up at her. Gu Chenxi was also looking at Kong Lu. She imitated the kitten crying emoji, pinched her palms into fists, and wiggled her eyes, looking a little cute. Kong Lu was amused by her antics and looked around. The classroom was already full, with no spare seats at all, and even the steps were occupied. Professor Ma is an honorary lecturer at the business school. He never uses PowerPoint in his lectures, but he can tell fascinating stories about various business cases. So whenever he has a class, it is almost always full, and many students from other classes and schools come to sit in. So, that morning, Kong Lu and the others got up a little late, and there were no seats left. Kong Lu messaged Gu Chenxi back, "There are no seats left in Professor Ma's class." Gu Chenxi quickly replied, "Let's go sit on the back steps." Looking forward to the kitten. Kong Lu, stop it, these are the only two classes left in the afternoon, so let's just finish them. Okay. Disappointed kitten. As soon as Kong Lu put down his phone, he heard Professor Ma shouting, "Kong Lu, you answer the question I just asked." Because Kong Lu had been late before and had been called up to the front of the class to write a mind map, Professor Ma had remembered his name. Seeing him playing with his phone in his own class, he shouted at him to answer the question. When Kong Lu was called up to answer the question, the other three roommates immediately gloated. Du Hongyuan winked at him and said, "Hey, you've been called up again, haven't you?" Wang Qi followed up, saying, "You've got some nerve, playing with your phone in Professor Ma's class." Chen Jirue shook his head and said, "Brother Kong, you've got Professor Ma's ire up, you're in trouble." Kong Lu shrugged and smiled, then looked at Professor Ma and said, "Using the principles of economics to help companies make scientific decisions, when a company enters whatever industry, produces whatever product, and the decision-making is related to the economic environment it is related to, so we should first understand our." Kong Lu answered Professor Ma's question very easily, and Professor Ma also pursed his lips and nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad. Sit down. No daydreaming in class." "Yes, sir." Kong Lu nodded and sat back down in his seat. Although being called on in class didn't feel very stressful to Kong Lu, the memory of being called on basically stayed with him from high school. After going to college, he basically never got called on to answer questions again. Professor Ma occasionally did this, giving Kong Lu the feeling of being back in high school. Seeing Kong Lu's perfect answer, the three roommates immediately put away their gloating smiles and gave him the middle finger one after the other. Damn, this 13th grade has let him pretend again. Gu Chenxi sent a message, "Baby is awesome." Muah. Kong Lu replied, "If you don't pay attention in class, you'll be the next one to be called on." Gu Chenxi confidently replied, "Simple questions like these won't stump me." Folding her arms. That being said, she also reduced the frequency of her messages with Kong Lu to avoid really getting on Professor Ma's bad side. One day after class, Gu Chenxi dragged Kong Lu to the third cafeteria to have dinner together, and Gu Chenxi even paid for his meal. Kong Lu thought to himself, "Who understands? After talking to a rich woman and her young girlfriend, my stomach has become more and more delicate, and I can't eat any hard food." During dinner, Kong Lu asked Gu Chenxi, "Do you think I'm poor, that's why you always pay for me?" Gu Chenxi was a little overwhelmed by Kong Lu's sudden question. She wondered, no matter how I answer this question, it will hurt my boyfriend's pride. After a moment of silence, Gu Chenxi stammered, No. It's not true. I'm actually not as poor as you think. My family." Kong Lu wanted to tell Gu Chenxi that his family was quite wealthy, but he didn't know where to start. He couldn't just tell her, "I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm a billionaire, I'm going to show my hand." That sounded like such nonsense that Gu Chenxi wouldn't believe it. Besides, he had pretended so well before. Gu Chenxi had even convinced herself that her family was poor, so it was obviously impossible to just confess in one sentence. Just as Kong Lu was thinking about how to confess to Gu Chenxi took Kong Lu's hand and said, "It's not your fault that your family is not well off. Don't feel burdened when you're with me. My parents aren't that kind of stuffy people. They won't care about your family background." Ha! Kong Lu listened to Gu Chenxi's words and her expression froze. Obviously, she misunderstood. Kong Lu hurriedly said, "No, actually, what I meant was..." "Okay." Gu Chenxi didn't give Kong Lu the chance to explain, and continued, "If there's anything, we can talk about it later. I have to go to the student union to rehearse for the performance, so I won't be able to keep you company." After saying that, Gu Chenxi touched Kong Lu's face, then grabbed her clothes and left the cafeteria. She left Kong Lu alone, sitting in his seat, lost in thought. Gu Chenxi had originally planned to drag Kong Lu along to the student union to accompany her during rehearsals, but upon thinking that Suya would also be there tonight, Gu Chenxi thought better of it. The hearts of girls are always more delicate and sensitive than those of boys. Gu Chenxi arrived at the small auditorium of the business school. On the stage were students performing skits, and in the audience were the judges led by Xu Weizhou and the teacher from the Youth League Committee. Gu Chenxi's seat was also in the judges' box, next to Xia. When she saw Gu Chenxi come in, Xia waved. After Gu Chenxi sat down, Xia whispered, "Why are you so late?" Gu Chenxi leaned over to Xia's ear and said, "I went to dinner with my boyfriend." "You're dead." Xia felt 1,000 points of internal criticism as she listened to Gu Chenxi's words. She lectured, "You're the head of the cultural and entertainment department, and you're not even paying attention to the projects your department is in charge of. You're more than happy to go out to dinner with your boyfriend." Oh dear. Gu Chenxi took Xia's hand and said, "Don't scold me. I left my boyfriend in the cafeteria and hurried over here, and you're still scolding me." "Humph," Xia snorted arrogantly and stopped lecturing Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi asked, "How many more programs are there until I go on?" Xia replied, "You're the finale, there's still plenty of time." "Okay, then I'll send Kong Lu a message first, and tell him to take the subway by himself tonight to give my sister a lesson," Gu Chenxi said, taking out his phone. Xia couldn't help but complain, "You can't stop talking about Kong Lu." End of chapter. Chapter 94, Eating Dumplings on the Winter Solstice. "Brother Kong, tomorrow is the winter solstice." "Ha?" Kong Lu looked at Gu Chenxian, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "What's the winter solstice? Aren't you and my sister in a relationship?" Gu Chenxian blinked her big, round eyes and looked at Kong Lu, saying in a quirky voice, "Don't you take her out to dinner on the winter solstice?" "Ha?" Kong Lu was suddenly enlightened by Gu Chenxian's words. He nodded and said, "Right, we're going to eat dumplings on winter solstice." Gu Chenxian said, "Actually, I prefer to eat glutinous rice balls, and my sister prefers dumplings. There seems to be a dispute between the northern and southern regions about what to eat on winter solstice. Wang Qi once told Kong Lu that in the north, people eat dumplings on winter solstice, and that it is said that you won't lose your ears in the winter. However, Chen Jirue, a native of Guangzhou, said that they don't eat dumplings on winter solstice, and most of the time they eat glutinous rice balls. There is also no such saying as your ears will freeze off. After all, in a place like Guangzhou, the temperature in winter doesn't get that low, and it's impossible for your ears to freeze off in winter. There have only been 9 recorded snowfalls in history, and it's really something that can be counted on 2 hands. Kong Lu had seen these 9 snowfalls before when he was reading in the library. 1. In the 5th year of the Chunyu period of the Song dynasty, early 1246, there was heavy snow for 3 days, accumulating more than a foot deep, which had never been seen before in the southern provinces. 2. In the winter of the 13th year of the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, 1415, the plum trees withered and died from the snow. 3. In the 12th month of the 3rd year of the Longqing period of the Ming dynasty, 1569, there was heavy snow on Xiqiao Mountain, freezing all the trees and plants. 4. In the winter of the 22nd year of the reign of Emperor Kangxi, 1683 of the Qing dynasty, there was heavy snow and frost, and all the trees died. 5. On the 22nd day of the 12th month of the 15th year of the reign of Emperor Daguang, 1835 of the Qing dynasty, there was heavy snow, covering the sky like flying snow, and accumulating more than 4 inches on the ground. 6. On the night of the 29th day of the 11th month of the 3rd year of the reign of Emperor Guangxu, 1877 of the Qing dynasty, there was a combination of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, snow and hail, and many fish died from the cold. 7. Qing dynasty, Guangxu, 18th year, November 17th and 18th, early 1893, heavy snow, with more than an inch of snow on the ground. 8. The morning of January 30th, 18th year of the Republic of China, 1929, snow fell intermittently, and it got even colder in the afternoon. The plum blossoms and red chrysanthemums in Central Park were covered in snow, all of them bright white. 9. On January 24, 2016, it snowed in Guangzhou. Kong Lu asked, "What kind of dumplings does your sister like?" "Let me think." Gu Chenxian bit her lip, thought for a moment, and said, "I think they should be made with pork and cabbage." "Kong, do you know how to make dumplings?" Kong Lu nodded confidently and said, "Making dumplings is easy." "Wow, really?" Gu Chenxian looked at Kong Lu in surprise. She began to reveal her sister's shortcomings to Kong Lu. "My sister can't cook, she can't even boil noodles, the only thing she's good at is instant noodles." When it comes to Gu Chenxi's cooking, Kong Lu thinks of the chicken soup she made for him in the hospital. It's even more terrible than the soup of the goddess of the underworld. No, even the goddess of the underworld would come to her for supplies. Gu Chenxi continued, "So are you going to make dumplings for my sister yourself?" Kong Lu took out his phone, glanced at the class schedule, and said, "Tomorrow. I have class in the morning, so I won't have time. I'm free in the afternoon." Gu Chenxian said with a smile, "If you make dumplings for my sister yourself on the winter solstice, she'll definitely be moved to tears." "Thanks for reminding me." Kong Lu patted Gu Chenxian's head and said, "Next time I'll make tang yuan for you." Gu Chenxian was even more surprised. Brother Kong can also make tang yuan. "Don't doubt your brother Kong's cooking skills." Kong Lu patted his chest and said with great confidence, "I have practiced." Gu Chenxian said with some envy, "That's great, brother Kong is much better than my stupid sister." Achoo! Gu Chenxi, who had just finished rehearsing, sneezed as soon as she stepped off the stage. Gu Chenxi muttered to herself, "Who's talking behind my back?" Suya, who was responsible for stage props in the backstage, immediately came over holding Gu Chenxi's padded jacket. "Senior, don't catch a cold." "Thanks." Gu Chenxi nodded and took the padded jacket and put it on. Since that time when they had a clear conversation at McDonald's, the relationship between the two had also eased up subtly. At least Kong Lu was not there, and the two could get along well. Gu Chenxi looked at Suya's somewhat thin old cotton clothes and asked, "Aren't you cold wearing so little?" Suya immediately shook her head and said, "Not cold." After a moment of silence, Gu Chenxi asked again, "Why didn't you apply for the show?" Suya waved her hand and said, I can't sing or dance, so I won't go on stage and be embarrassed." "If you can't, learn." Gu Chenxi said indifferently, "The academy organizes activities, and you have to show your face more often to get familiar with the teachers. If you want to win awards, don't be willing to be a behind-the-scenes worker." Suya nodded seriously and said, "Okay, big sister." HM. In front of outsiders, Gu Chenxi was still the same aloof Gu Chenxi. She hadn't changed at all. Looking at Gu Chenxi, who had returned to the judging table, Suya let out a small sigh of relief. Shen Xia leaned over to her ear and whispered, "What did you and Suya just say?" "Nothing." Gu Chenxi thought for a moment and asked, "Is Suya's family situation very poor?" "When I was collecting the materials before, I paid attention." Xinxia paused, frowned, and said, "It's pretty bad." "Okay." Gu Chenxi nodded and didn't say anything more. After the rehearsal was over, she followed Xinxia to the canteen to have a midnight snack. On the way, Gu Chenxi looked at the shopping app on her phone. Xinxia looked at Gu Chenxi's search interface and asked, "Why are you starting to buy a cotton padded jacket online?" Gu Chenxi said while browsing, "It's not for me to wear." "Then who is it for?" Xinxia frowned, asked with a strange look on her face, "You can't be buying women's clothing for your boyfriend, can you?" "I don't have that kind of sick sense of humor." Gu Chenxi rolled her eyes and said, "I'm going to give Suya a cotton padded jacket." "Ah!" Hearing Gu Chenxi's words, Xinxia suddenly screamed. She looked at Gu Chenxi like she was looking at a monster and said, "Why are you suddenly concerned about her?" "Never mind." Gu Chenxi directly covered Xinxia's mouth and said, "Just help me give it to her in the name of the student council." Xinxia shook her head and said, "You've changed, completely changed. You're not the same Gu Chenxi as before." Gu Chenxi looked at Xinxia's reaction and rolled his eyes. He didn't bother to waste time arguing with her and opened the chat interface with Kong Lu and asked, "Baby, did your tutoring session end?" "It just ended, and I'm getting ready to go back to school now." Kong Lu looked at the message sent by Gu Chenxi and immediately replied. "TSK, TSK, TSK, said Gu Chenxian, looking at the message sent by her sister and shaking her head. "I never thought that my sister had this kind of face." "Adults are chatting, children should not look around," Kong Lu said, a little embarrassed, and turned off the screen of her phone. Gu Chenxian immediately retorted, "I'm not a child." Kong Lu didn't argue with her about this, packed her bag, stood up and said, "Okay, I'm going back to school. You mustn't tell your sister about what happened tonight." Gu Chenxian obediently nodded, "Okay. Bye, Kong Gu." "Oh, yes." Kong Lu had just walked out the door, but then turned back, "If your sister wants to make dumplings for me tomorrow, you must stop her. Otherwise, you may never see Kong Gu again." "Okay." Although she didn't quite understand what Kong Lu meant, Gu Chenxian nodded. At school, after seeing Kong Lu's reply, Gu Chenxi smiled. She was thinking, tomorrow is the winter solstice, should I give him a surprise? Let's make dumplings. End of chapter. Chapter 95, The Dumpling Battle. On the day of the winter solstice, the dumpling window at the school cafeteria was packed with people. Wang Qi also dragged Kong Lu and the others to line up to eat dumplings. I remember that last winter solstice, it was Wang Qi who invited the whole dormitory to eat dumplings. As a native of the north, coming to Shanghai, a southern city, to go to university, a large part of the nostalgia for home is placed in the food. Just like Chen Jirue, who often reminisces about his hometown stir-fried beef with rice noodles and handmade beef balls. Kong Lu and Du Hongyuan cannot feel this sense of being uprooted from home. Perhaps it is because he has earned a lot of money at the Peace Mansion. Wang Qi has once again generously bought 100 yuan worth of dumplings to treat the whole dormitory. The four of them gather at a table for four in the corner of the canteen, happily eating dumplings and chatting. Since Wang Qi and Kong Lu had a boyfriend and girlfriend, the four of them had been having fewer dinners together. The last time they had a dinner together was the night Kong Lu went to Gu Chenxi's house to be a tutor for the first time. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost 2 months, and time really did fly. The dumplings in the cafeteria are frozen, and they don't taste good at all. Wang Qi ate 2 dumplings at a time, saying, "My mom's dumplings with pickled cabbage and pork filling are still the best." Chen Jirue asked curiously, "What does a pork and sauerkraut dumpling taste like? Will it really be delicious if it's wrapped in a sauerkraut wrapper?" "Emma, it has to be delicious," Wang Qi said with a pat on his chest. "If you have the chance to visit my house, you can try my mom's cooking. The dumplings have a thin skin and a large filling, and they will make you lose your mind with their deliciousness." Du Hongyuan asked in return, "How delicious is losing your mind with deliciousness?" Wang Qi replied, "It's really delicious." Kong Lu was more concerned about another question, and he asked, "Won't the thin-skinned dumplings with a large filling break?" No, Wang Qi waved his hand and said, "If you make the dumpling skin a bit tougher and more resilient, it won't break when you boil it, and the texture will also be better than this crap sold in the cafeteria." Kong Lu immediately asked after hearing Wang Qi's words, "Can you make dumpling skins? Teach me." Kong Lu had bragged to Gu Chenxian that he could make dumplings, but he could only wrap the semi-finished dumpling skins with meat filling and cook them. He had planned to go to the supermarket in the afternoon to buy some dumpling skins and meat filling to make dumplings back at school, but now that Wang Qi had suddenly mentioned making dumplings, he was also very interested and wanted to learn how to make dumpling skins. "Yes, my mother taught me when I was a child," Wang Qi looked at Kong Lu and asked, "Why are you asking this? You're not thinking of making dumplings in the dorm, are you?" Kong Lu gave a small smile and said, "You're quite clever." Du Hanyuan tilted his head and looked at Kong Lu and said, "You're not thinking of making dumplings for Guchensi yourself, are you?" TSK. Kong Lu, whose plan was revealed by Du Hanyuan, said with a smack of his lips, "You're even cleverer." "Fine, fine, you want to play it like this, do you?" Du Hanyuan said between his teeth, "If you want to make dumplings in the dormitory, I won't allow it." Objection overruled. Kong Lu looked expectantly at Wang Qi and asked, "What ingredients do you need?" "Send them to me and I'll go to the supermarket this afternoon." "Okay, when you buy the ingredients, buy an extra one," Wang Qi said with a smile. "I also want to make some for Shuer to try, I just don't know if I can buy the big jars of pickled vegetables from my hometown in Shanghai." Kong Lu said to Wang Qi with great confidence, "Just let me know what you need, I'll find a way to get it for you, I'm sure I can make dumplings." Wang Qi said, "That's great, let's not leave tonight, we'll stay here for the New Year's Eve, together." Chen Jirui whispered, "Brother, that's a line from the Spring Festival Gala." Du Hanyuan thought about it for a long time, but still took out his phone and sent a message to Xia. "What flavor of dumplings do you like?" Xia, who was shopping at the supermarket with Guchensi, looked at the message from Du Hanyuan and froze for a moment. Guchensi, who was holding a bag of dumpling skins in her hand, looked at Xia, who was standing still looking at her phone, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia looked up at Guchensi and said, "Du Hanyuan suddenly asked me what kind of dumplings I like." Guchensi pursed her lips, holding back a smile, and asked, "So what did you reply?" Xia turned off her phone and put it in her pocket. "I said I don't like dumplings." Air. Guchensi was silenced by Xia's words, and she rolled her eyes, turning and walking towards the pork stall. She was thinking, Xiaoxia is such a dumbass, she can break even a steel bar that the matchmaker tries to get her to hold. Unlike me, the gentle and considerate invincible beautiful girl, Dongji personally makes dumplings for her partner. After buying the ingredients, Guchensi rushed back to school. After making chicken soup at home, this was her second time making dumplings at school. This time she had learned her lesson and watched a lot of dumpling making videos in advance, and she even called on her 3 roommates to help even though they had never made dumplings before. Guchensi made up her mind, this time, I must impress the baby. For Guchensi's love, Xia, Lin Ji, and Zhou Xiaonan also helped a lot. The women's dormitory was in full swing, and the men's dormitory also started the dumpling making business. Kong Lu only took half an hour to buy everything Wang Qi wanted, and the two of them started making dumplings in the dormitory. Chen Jirui helped them wash the vegetables. At this moment, only Du Hongyuan was lying on his bed, feeling dejected, lamenting the cruelty of the world and love. No one knew what the hell was going on with this kid, except that he would come back from eating like this. Wang Qi taught Kong Lu how to knead the dough, and then told him the technique for rising the dough. Let's first make a simple dough like this, then cover it with a damp cloth and let it rise for 15 minutes, and then knead it again. Kong Lu listened carefully and took every detail Wang Qi said to heart. While the dough was rising, the two men began preparing the dumpling filling. Gu Chenxian had told Kong Lu that Gu Chenxi liked dumplings with cabbage and pork, so he bought cabbage. Wang Qi wanted to eat pickled cabbage and pork from his hometown, so Kong Lu found some large, yellowish-white pickled cabbage from the north. In addition, Kong Lu also bought some mushrooms, shrimp and shepherd's purse. After a busy afternoon, Kong Lu and the others' dormitory was considered complete. Since they had packed a bit too much, the table could not hold all of it for the 4 of them. In the end, they simply placed clean plastic bags on the bed and put the dumplings on the bed. Kong Lu and Wang Qi borrowed all the small electric pots from the surrounding dormitories. There were 7 or 8 small electric pots, and it took 2 rounds of cooking to finish cooking all the dumplings except for the ones left for their dates. Because they had never used so many illegal electrical appliances at once in the dormitory, when the few people were cooking the dumplings, their hearts were in suspense, for fear that they would burn the wires and the dormitory management would come looking for them. Fortunately, the power of the small electric pots was all below the power limit of the dormitory, and this did not happen. Dangerous behavior is not recommended, and if you are caught by the dormitory management after learning it, don't come looking for me. End of chapter. Chapter 96, I'm a Princess. Du Hanyuan woke up from a nap, smelling the delicious aroma and clearing his mind. He got out of bed and joined the 3 of them in showing off their cooking. Wang Qi said proudly, "What do you think? The dumplings made with homemade wrappers, hand-squeezed filling, and rolled by hand taste better than the crappy ones at school." Chen Jirui nodded in approval, "They're delicious. This is the first time I've tried pickled vegetables, and they have a pretty unique flavor." Kong Lu urged the three of them, you guys try the pork and cabbage flavor I made, and see if it's good. Wang Qi tasted one and gave it a thumbs up, saying, Lu is quite the talent in the kitchen. Chen Jirue also nodded repeatedly, saying, it's delicious, I love it. Du Hongyuan ate a few in a row and said, I admit, it's really good, but compared to my cooking, it's still a little bit lacking. You're lying. Wang Qi patted Du Hongyuan on the shoulder and said teasingly, when you say craftsmanship, you don't mean making ravioli in bed, do you? Du Hongyuan blushed and said, get lost. We're eating, and you're talking dirty. The four of them finished the afternoon's harvest of Kong Lu and Wang Qi in half an hour. After they had eaten, Kong Lu boiled the dumplings with cabbage and pork that he had saved for Guchensi, and Wang Qi also boiled the dumplings with pickled vegetables and pork that he had saved for his girlfriend. After they had finished cooking, the two of them exchanged a few dumplings of different flavors. Kong Lu put the dumplings in a lunchbox and was just about to send a message to Guchensi when the other party popped up with an audio call first. Guchensi on the other end of the line asked directly, where are you right now? Kong Lu said, I'm in the dormitory, and I was just about to go look for you when you called. This shows that our hearts are in tune, Guchensi said proudly, come to the playground quickly. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Kong Lu quickly left the dormitory with the dumplings in her hands. When she arrived at the playground, she saw Guchensi sitting alone in the bleachers, waving at her. Kong Lu ran up the bleachers with the dumpling box in her arms. The two of them spoke at the same time, guess what I've got for you? HM? Ha? Hearing the other person's words, the two of them couldn't help but look at the bag held up in the other person's hand. Guchensi asked in surprise, you didn't make dumplings for me, did you? Looking at her expression, Kong Lu seemed to sense something, and he asked in return, could it be that, you made dumplings for me too? The two exchanged their bags, took out the lunchboxes from each other's bags, looked at each other, and opened them at the same time. Although the two had already guessed what the other had sent, they still laughed at the same time when they really saw the dumplings in the boxes. Kong Lu covered her face and thought to herself, if I had known, I would not have eaten so many dumplings in the dormitory just now. Guchensi also sighed in her heart, I tried it out all afternoon and only managed to make one that was slightly better. How can I eat it now? Guchensi made soup dumplings. With the help of his roommate and after trying for the whole afternoon, this time it was finally not a failed dish. Although the appearance of the dumplings was very ordinary and many of them had broken, they were actually not bad compared to the previous chicken soup, at least they weren't poisonous. Kong Lu's dumplings, needless to say, with the help of Wang Qi, these dumplings were very well made. If they weren't delicious, the four of them wouldn't have shown them off so much in the dormitory. Guchensi looked at Kong Lu, who hadn't moved his chopsticks, and thought that he was afraid to eat. She said, don't look at these dumplings, which are boiled like a thick soup, but in fact only a few have broken skins. There are quite a few intact ones in the soup, and they taste really good. Okay. Kong Lu was still full and couldn't eat anything else. He said to Guchensi, you try the ones I made first. Kong Lu couldn't eat, and Guchensi was in the same boat. She hesitated for a moment, then closed the lunchbox lid and said, I have a habit of jogging before eating. That's funny, I have that habit too. Kong Lu also closed the lunchbox and said, let's go, together. Holding the lunchboxes in their hands, the two of them didn't really start running on the playground after all. The main purpose was to digest the food. In order not to disturb the night runners, the two took a stroll on the outermost ring of the playground. During the walk, Kong Lu asked Guchensi, did you make these dumplings this afternoon in the dormitory? Yes, Guchensi nodded and said, I wanted to give you a surprise since today is the winter solstice, but who knew? Kong Lu laughed and quickly replied, who knew I also made dumplings? Right. Guchensi nodded and asked Kong Lu, what filling did you make the dumplings with? Pork and cabbage. Kong Lu was embarrassed to look at Guchensi, so he looked up at the lamppost in the distance and said, Shen Yuan said, you like pork and cabbage, so I made it. I also put in a few pork and pickled vegetables, and a few with seafood. Guchensi lowered her head and looked at the plastic running track beneath her feet. She said in a slightly shy voice, you went out of your way to ask my sister just to make me dumplings? Heh. Kong Lu laughed twice, neither admitting nor denying. Guchensi continued, so guess what flavor the dumplings I made are? After a moment's thought, Kong Lu said, pork and cabbage. Guchensi widened her eyes and looked at Kong Lu, exclaiming, gosh. How did you know? Kong Lu said, because we're soulmates. Like hell. Kong Lu had already known the correct answer because when he first opened the lid, he saw the cabbage and minced pork floating in the dumpling soup. Of course, even if Kong Lu hadn't opened the lid, it wouldn't have been difficult to guess. Gu Chenxi had never cooked before, and since this was the first time she had made dumplings, she would definitely choose a flavor she was familiar with and make something she liked. At least she would know for sure if it was good or not. Besides, she won't make anything difficult. After the incident with the chicken soup, she's not going to try anything new lightly. She doesn't want to be a spinster at a young age. After taking a walk for a while, they both felt that their stomachs had digested a lot, so they sat back down on the bleachers in the playground. At Gu Chenxi's urging, Kong Lu first opened her box of dumplings with soup, picked a whole one with a spoon, and put it in her mouth. Perhaps due to the psychological shadow of the last chicken soup, this time he ate with his eyes closed and was very careful when eating. The meat filling was a bit salty, and compared to the dumpling skins they made themselves, Gu Chenxi's bought semi-finished dumpling skins tasted very ordinary. The overall taste was mediocre, not very tasty, but not bad either. However, this was Gu Chenxi's second time cooking, and it was considered rapid progress that it turned out like this. Gu Chenxi asked anxiously, "What do you think? Are they delicious?" Although she had tasted them this time, she was still afraid that Kong Lu would not like them. Kong Lu did not answer, but scooped up 2 more dumplings from the soup and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he smiled and gave a thumbs-up. Actions often speak louder than words. Kong Lu said to Gu Chenxi, "You should try mine too." Influenced by Wang Qi, Kong Lu's handmade dumpling skins were much larger than the semi-finished products, and the meat was also stuffed full. One dumpling was equivalent to the amount of 2 ordinary dumplings, and it was delicious and fragrant. "How is it?" Seeing that Gu Chenxi had eaten several in a row, Kong Lu said with some pride, "I still have some skills, don't I?" Gu Chenxi said arrogantly, "It's just so-so." Kong Lu frowned and said, "This is just so-so?" Gu Chenxi swallowed the dumpling in her mouth, wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth, then leaned into Kong Lu's ear and whispered, "Your dumplings are so good, it'll make me look stupid." Kong Lu pinched the flesh on her cheeks and said, "Stupid, how cute." Gu Chenxi pouted and said, "No way. I'm a royal lady, Gu Chenxi's words had not yet finished falling, when Kong Lu suddenly kissed her, blocking her words. Kong Lu said afterwards, "There was no way, she was so cute, I couldn't hold back at the time, I dare to do it again next time." The end of this chapter. Chapter 97, The Only Dumplings. After eating the dumplings, Gu Chenxi went to the student union to continue organizing the rehearsal activities for the New Year's Eve party. Tonight, Kong Lu was once again the only one going to the Gu family. When he arrived at the Gu family, Gu Chenxian was eating glutinous rice balls. Gu's mother was going to ask the family's cook to make another serving of dumplings for Kong Lu, but Kong Lu politely declined. Kong Lu, who has eaten dumplings all day, still has undigested dumplings in his stomach, and now hearing the word dumplings makes his stomach feel a little sick. His mother and Kong Lu chatted idly, saying, "I originally made Shishi's favorite pork and cabbage dumplings today, but the girl isn't coming home today, really." Kong Lu explained, "She's been busy lately, and she's in charge of the New Year's Eve party at the college. Damn, she's got nothing to do, but she likes to meddle." Gu's mother sighed and said, "What's more important than coming home for dinner?" Gu Chenxian, who was eating a glutinous rice ball, chimed in, "Mom, think about it another way. Maybe the reason my sister isn't coming home for dinner is because someone at school already made her dumplings." After saying this, Gu Chenxian realized that it wasn't quite right and glanced at Kong Lu. Kong Lu gave her a wink, indicating that she shouldn't speak carelessly. "Who would be so kind as to make dumplings for your sister, if you're not related?" Gu's mother looked at her young daughter and scolded, "It can't be a boyfriend, can it? Do you know something?" "I don't know anything." Gu Chenxian didn't dare say much, and quietly ate the glutinous rice balls in her bowl. Gu's mother turned to Kong Lu again and said, "Lu, is our Cici in a relationship at school?" Kong Lu was taken aback, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm and said, "Auntie, don't worry, classmate Gu Chenxi is not in a relationship at school." After Kong Lu said this, he subconsciously touched his nose. Gu's mother nodded and said, "Keep an eye on her for me. If you see her walking particularly close to a boy, and the relationship is not normal, just let me know." Sigh, okay. Kong Lu was panicking at the moment, and he didn't dare to look Gu's mother in the eye. He had kissed Gu Chenxi before coming tonight, and he nervously wiped his mouth with his hand, afraid that his lipstick had not been completely wiped off and Gu Chenxi's mother would notice. Puff. Gu Chenxian, who knew the inside story, found it hard to hold back as she listened to the two of them talking, and she burst out laughing. Gu's mother looked at her daughter's reaction and asked puzzledly, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, Mom, I just thought of something funny." After saying that, Gu Qianxian continued to bury her face in her bowl and shoveled the last 2 dumplings into her mouth hole, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's. Then she put down the spoon, got up, dragged Kong Lu, and led her to escape from there and back to the room. "You little brat," Kong Lu said as she returned to the room, tapping Gu Qianxuan's forehead with her finger. "You almost got me killed, do you know that?" Gu Qianxian put her hands together and said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Kong brother, I really didn't mean it. I just let it slip out." "You?" Kong Lu poked Gu Qianxuan's forehead, gave her a few more pieces of advice, and then began her teaching task for the night. When the tutoring was over and Kong Lu was packing his bag to go back to school, Gu's mother brought 2 boxes of steaming dumplings and asked Kong Lu to take them back to school, 1 box for Gu Qianxi and 1 box for him to eat for supper. Although he didn't want to, it was hard to refuse such a kind offer. Kong Lu thanked Gu's mother and put the dumplings in his bag, taking them back to school with him. Gu Qianxi happened to have finished rehearsing and was coming out of the small auditorium of the business school when she saw Kong Lu waiting for her downstairs with 2 boxes of dumplings. The originally unhurried, dignified, and aloof school beauty immediately turned into a little girl when she saw her boyfriend. Her pace quickened and she skipped over to him. "Why are you here?" Gu Qianxi's tone was hard to hide a little happiness. "Waiting for you." Kong Lu held up the lunchbox in her hand and said, "This is the dumpling your mother asked me to bring back to school for you." "Ah!" Gu Qianxi screamed at the sound of this. She looked embarrassed and said, "This dumpling, it's not stuffed with cabbage and pork, is it?" Gu Qianxi hadn't even finished digesting the dumpling she ate that night, and now she was being asked to eat another serving of dumplings, and she really couldn't eat any more, especially not one stuffed with cabbage and pork. Kong Lu covered her face and said, "It really is." Gu Qianxi asked Kong Lu, "Can you still eat? Why don't you eat them?" Kong Lu shook his head repeatedly and said, "I can't eat either. I've eaten dumplings all day today, and my mouth still tastes like dumplings." "Me too." Gu Qianxi looked at the lunchbox in Kong Lu's hand and said with some fear, "You shouldn't have brought these dumplings back." "I didn't want to." Kong Lu spread his hands and said, "But, my aunt thought you hadn't eaten dumplings today. I couldn't possibly tell her that I made them for you myself, could I?" Puff. Gu Qianxi heard this and laughed a little, saying, "You're still afraid that my mother will find out about us being in a relationship?" "Of course. I'm still a little afraid." Kong Lu scratched his head, a little embarrassed to change the subject. "Let's not talk about that for now. What should we do with these dumplings?" Gu Qianxi thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you take them back to your roommates?" Kong Lu shook his head. "They ate a lot tonight too, and they're probably sick of it now." "You take them back to your roommates." "Air." Gu Qianxi smiled awkwardly when she heard Kong Lu's words. She had pulled a few roommates together this afternoon to taste the dumplings she was making for Kong Lu, and all 3 of her roommates had been traumatized by her and would definitely not eat them again. Just then, Gu Qianxi thought of someone. "Wait here for a moment." Gu Qianxi took the 2 boxes of dumplings from Kong Lu and ran back into the commercial courtyard. There were not many people left in the small auditorium of the commercial courtyard, and only the members of the props team were tidying up the props and cleaning up the stage. Suya was among them. Gu Qianxi walked into the small auditorium with the dumplings in his hands and said, "Everyone, stop what you're doing for a moment. Today is the winter solstice. You've all worked hard, so I'd like to treat you all to some dumplings." Hearing Gu Qianxi's words, the few people present gathered around, and they all thanked Gu Qianxi. Gu Qianxi nodded in response to their thanks, glanced around the group, and finally his gaze fell on Suya. Gu Qianxi pointed at Suya and said, "You come with me. The others can start eating the dumplings. After you finish, go back to the dormitory early and don't litter." "Senior, is there something wrong?" Suya followed behind Gu Qianxi and walked out of the small auditorium. Although she didn't want to make malicious conjectures about Gu Qianxi, everyone else got to eat dumplings, but she was the only one called out, so Suya couldn't help but feel that Gu Qianxi didn't want to give her the dumplings she brought. Gu Qianxi took out another box of dumplings and said to Suya, "Take it, they're all yours." "Ah." Suya looked at the box of dumplings handed to her by Gu Qianxi and was stunned. She looked at Gu Qianxi a little overwhelmed and her heart warmed, and the thoughts she had just had instantly vanished. "Thank you, Senior." "You're welcome." End of chapter. Chapter 98, The Apple on Christmas Eve. "You gave the dumplings to Suya?" "Yes." Gu Qianxi nodded. Kong Lu asked with some confusion, "Why did you?" "No reason." Before Kong Lu could finish his question, Gu Qianxi interrupted him, saying, "Xiaoxia said that her family was not well off, and she is also a member of my department. Do I need a reason to show concern as the department head? No, no. Kong Lu took Guchensi's hand and said, "My baby is beautiful and kind, the best." The two of them walked hand in hand towards the dormitory area. Suya opened the lunchbox and looked at the dumplings inside, which were still steaming. She grabbed one directly with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. The dumplings were delicious, and tasted the same as the ones her grandmother made. She wanted to go home. Suya grabbed another dumpling with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. Then the third, the fourth. The faster she ate, the more emotional she became. Pat ta, pat ta. A few drops of water fell into the dinner plate, and the taste was actually sweet. Suya cried, crying happily. These warm dumplings made her feel a little warmth from home on this cold winter night. After the winter solstice is Saturday, and today Kong Lu left the house early. He plans to go to the driving school that the school cooperates with to register and take a driving test. Once he gets his driver's license, he can drive Guchensi out of the house. Kong Lu arrived at the driving school. Since it is a driving school that cooperates with the school, most of the people who come here to take the test are also college students from nearby schools, and there are still quite a lot of people. After lining up, paying the fee, taking a photo, and doing a health test, half a day passed. After downloading the special exam software on site, Kong Lu went back to the school. In the afternoon, Kong Lu spent the whole time taking the simulated test for the first part of the exam, which had several thousand questions. Fortunately, most of the questions were quite simple and based on common sense, and the only difficult ones were the new rules and penalty points. Kong Lu had a strong learning ability and a good memory, so if he got a question wrong once, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Coupled with his high level of concentration, he was able to complete the questions at a frightening speed. Kong Lu finished all the questions in just half a day, so even if he were to take the test now, he would have no problem. However, he still had to wait for the test time to become available. He could only make an appointment after the test time was full, and the system also stipulated how long he could brush for each day. Kong Lu looked at it and thought that the earliest he could make an appointment for subject 1 would be 7 or 8 days later. And it was the same for the other subjects. Each appointment had to be made about 10 days apart, so even if he passed all the subjects at once, it would still take a month and a half at the earliest. Kong Lu wasn't in a hurry, though, so he took things slowly. The day after he applied for his driving license, Wang Qi looked at Kong Lu, who had gotten up early to brush up on his driving test, and asked, "Lao Lu, why did you stay in your dorm room both days this weekend instead of hanging out with your girlfriend? She's been busy rehearsing for the New Year's Eve party." Kong Lu tilted his head and looked at Wang Qi, who had gotten up at this hour to go out and work part-time. Kong Lu said, "You're the same, you go to work as soon as you get a holiday and you don't care about your girlfriend. It's strange, Shui'er seems to be busy every weekend during the holiday, and we both tacitly don't look for each other to chat." "Huh?" Kong Lu heard this and said half-jokingly, "She can't be working part-time on weekends, too." "No way," Wang Qi said firmly, shaking his head. Shui'er's family usually gives her a lot of living expenses, and she usually spends money in a very measured way. There's no reason for her to work part-time. "Oh, I'm going to be late for work, I can't chat with you anymore," Wang Qi said, hurriedly grabbed his school bag and left the dormitory. Today is the day after the winter solstice, which is also Christmas Eve, and on Christmas Eve, you eat ping and gua peace fruit. I don't know when it started, but Christmas Eve has become associated with apples. Kong Lu remembered that in high school, on holidays like Christmas Eve and Christmas, classmates would give each other apples and candy. Although the school had expressly forbidden the celebration of Western holidays, the students' enthusiasm for these new things was irresistible. There was nothing they could do. Every day was the same: school, then home, and then back to school again. The cultural classes were boring as water from a deep well, so when there was something different, it really added a touch of color and memories to the otherwise dull school life. After going to university, the Christmas atmosphere was still there, but it was no longer as strong as it had been in high school. After all, they were no longer in the age where they could be happy all day long just by giving each other candy and apples. Outside the small auditorium of the business school. Because of the dumplings on the winter solstice, Suya especially bought a big, round red apple today, wrapped it in a gift box, and gave it to Guchensi. "For me?" After the rehearsal, Guchensi, who was about to go find Kong Lu, looked at Suya standing in the doorway, waiting for her, and the apple in a gift box in her hand, a little surprised. Suya nodded and said seriously, "Senior, you have to eat the peace fruit on Christmas Eve." "Today is Christmas Eve?" "Yes, that's right. I didn't know that until you mentioned it." Gu Chensi gladly accepted Suya's kindness and said, "Thank you." "No, don't thank me." Suya waved her hand and said, "You also invited me to eat dumplings the day before yesterday, so it's more like a return favor." "A return favor?" Gu Chensi's indifferent expression softened slightly, and she nodded, "Okay." If Suya didn't compete with her for a boyfriend, in theory, Gu Chensi would still be very willing to be friends with such a young girl. After receiving Suya's apple, Gu Chensi wondered if it was Christmas Eve, should she give Kong Lu an apple too? But, would giving an apple be too uncharacteristic? Kong Lu, who had spent the whole day in the dormitory, turned off the driving test app, which had already counted the length of his study time for the day, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out and find Gu Chensi. He guessed that Gu Chensi's rehearsal should be over in a while. What Kong Lu didn't know was that Gu Chensi had finished her rehearsal an hour earlier and had even found time to go out of campus. No sooner had Kong Lu changed his clothes than Gu Chensi's phone rang. "Baby, come downstairs quickly. I'll wait for you downstairs at the dormitory." "Okay, I'll come down now." After hanging up the phone, Kong Lu walked downstairs. Gu Chensi's pink sports car was parked in style downstairs at the men's dormitory. She leaned against the car door, holding a small gift box in her hand. Kong Lu walked up to Gu Chensi and said, "I was just about to go out and look for you, but I didn't expect you to come find me first." "No choice, we're soulmates." Gu Chensi said with a smile, "Baby, do you know what today is?" "What day?" "Christmas Eve?" Kong Lu looked at the handbag in her hands and said, "Are those apples in there?" "Yes and no." Gu Chensi winked playfully and handed it to Kong Lu, saying, "You'll know if you open it." "I didn't even get you a pinyin fruit, you first." Kong Lu said as he opened the gift box, and the next second he was speechless. Inside, it really was an apple, but an apple, or the latest model of apple this year. Kong Lu thought to himself, who knows, the rich woman's meal was directly fed into his mouth this time. The end of this chapter. Chapter 99, Every Year, Every Age. "This apple you sent is a bit sudden, isn't it?" Kong Lu said, closing the gift box. Watching Kong Lu's actions, Gu Chensi asked in return, "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" "No." Kong Lu had a happy smile on his face, shook his head, and said, "Of course I like the things you give me, it's just that, my own phone is still working. Why did you go to such trouble to buy me a new one? Who says the phone has to be broken before you replace it?" Gu Chensi took out her own phone from her bag, removed the phone case, and revealed the original white phone back cover, saying, "I also bought the same color scheme, so we can use a couple's phone." After Gu Chensi finished speaking, she saw Kong Lu still hesitating a little, so she added, "I've already activated the phone, so you can't return it." Then, Kong Lu thought about it for a moment and said, "How much is it?" "I'll transfer it to you." "You're talking about money with me?" Gu Chensi looked at Kong Lu with an expression of disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. She slapped Kong Lu on the shoulder and said, "I'm your girlfriend, and I'm giving you a gift, and you're actually talking about money with me? You want a beating." "I'm sorry, baby, don't be mad." Kong Lu touched his shoulder, which was a little sore from Gu Chensi's slap, and apologized, saying, "Then I'll buy you dinner." "Okay." Gu Chensi readily agreed, and the two of them got into the car together and left the school. On the way to the city, Gu Chensi asked Kong Lu, "What did you do all day? Why didn't you look for me to chat? Weren't you busy with the New Year's Eve party?" "I thought I shouldn't bother you with messages," Kong Lu said while fiddling with the new phone Gu Chensi bought him. "I was in the dorm all day, reading and doing some exercises. I didn't go out." Kong Lu didn't tell Gu Chensi that he was taking a driving test, because he wanted to surprise her when he got his license. That's good." Gu Chensi took the time to stroke Kong Lu's head, as if he were stroking his son, and added, "There are too many bad women out there. You're a boy, so you should just stay in the dorm and wait for me to go out with you." "What nonsense." Kong Lu slapped Gu Chensi's hand away and said, "Don't be distracted while driving, keep your hands on the wheel." Kong Lu had been watching videos of driving tests in the past 2 days, and had seen many accidents caused by improper driving, so he was now also more concerned about this aspect. "Don't yell at me, humph." Gu Chensi pouted, obediently placing her hands on the steering wheel. Kong Lu continued to give Gu Chensi advice, "In the future, don't drive so fast. The city is crowded with cars, so it's safer to drive slowly." "Okay," Gu Chensi scolded, "you must have been possessed by my mother today. Why are you nagging me like her?" Kong Lu wanted to say, "I'm just looking out for your best interests." But this kind of thing is only suitable for an elder to say to a junior, and it is not quite suitable for saying to a partner. If he said this himself, he would probably get into trouble with Gu Chenxi. Therefore, the clever Kong Lu used a euphemism instead. I don't want our child to lose his her mother at a young age. Gu Chenxi blushed shyly when she heard Kong Lu's words, but stubbornly said, Who is going to have a child with you? Get lost. The words were disdainful, but the tone was happy. Gu Chenxi really slowed down when Kong Lu said that. The two of them went downtown together and found a barbecue restaurant for dinner. It was the weekend and Christmas Eve, so the barbecue restaurant was very busy. Fortunately, Kong Lu had called in advance to reserve a table, and after arriving at the restaurant, they only had to wait 10 minutes before they were led to a double table by a waiter. The table for two was in the corner of the barbecue restaurant, with a Christmas tree on the side. It was very warm and quiet, and Kong Lu was very satisfied with the location. Gu Chenxi was also very satisfied. The only drawback was that she couldn't sit next to Kong Lu. Kong Lu took out her phone and scanned the order code in the corner of the table, and asked, What do you want to eat? Gu Chenxi's elbow was propped on the table, her palm supporting her head as she looked at Kong Lu and said with a loving expression, I'm fine with whatever you want to order. I'm sure I'll like whatever you like. You saying that makes me feel pressured, Kong Lu said with a smile. Don't say later that what I order isn't good. Gu Chenxi shook her head, never. Kong Lu hadn't used a phone with a fruit system for a long time, and he was still a bit rusty with the new one. What's more, this phone was the latest model, and the problem of poor signal was still not solved, which Kong Lu hated. Kong Lu actually didn't know how to order food very well, so he simply ordered everything that looked good to enrich people never have choice anxiety. Take a look, is this enough? Do you want to order more? Kong Lu said, handing the phone to Gu Chenxi. Gu Chenxi was shocked to see that Kong Lu had ordered more than 40 dishes. She glanced at the prices in the shopping cart and saw that they were all over 2,000 yuan. What was the concept of ordering dishes worth more than 2,000 yuan at a barbecue restaurant where the average person paid more than 100 yuan? These dishes are enough for 7 or 8 people. This is too much, isn't it? You ordered it all. Gu Chenxi looked at Kong Lu and thought, this idiot must have felt bad after receiving my gift, so that's why he ordered so much food. Kong Lu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I also don't know how to order food. So you ordered the whole menu because you don't know how to order food? Gu Chenxi rolled her eyes at Kong Lu and said, You're so silly. Gu Chenxi eliminated the dishes in the shopping cart one by one, and finally reduced it to 200 yuan before returning the phone to Kong Lu. That's it. Kong Lu looked at the shopping cart and saw that there were only 8 dishes left, and said, That's so little, will it be enough to eat? Gu Chenxi shook his head and said, If it's not enough, just order more. It's not like you can't add more dishes. It's better than wasting food you can't finish. Okay. After Kong Lu placed the order, the first thing to come up was a pot of charcoal fire. The most important reason why this barbecue restaurant is busier than others is that they have a charcoal grill. Charcoal grills make the food taste better than electric grills, and sitting around a warm charcoal grill in the middle of winter is so warm and pleasant. Of course, the fact that charcoal grills make the food taste better is not absolute. If you have zero cooking experience, the food will taste bad no matter what grill you use. Gu Chenxi is a living example. Facing the large pile of ingredients in front of her, Gu Chenxi's inner culinary spirit flared up. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to show off her skills, but the result can only be described in 4 words: it was a disaster. Kong Lu watched as she turned the diced beef into small coke lumps, and she even cooked herself a piece of undercooked chicken breast. Kong Lu really couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he picked up the barbecue tongs and said to Gu Chenxi, Don't bother, I'll do it. Kong Lu said, adjusted the heat a little, and started grilling the steak. Gu Chenxi knew that she had no talent for cooking, so she immediately put down the tongs and scissors in her hands and sat back, waiting for dinner to be served. Looking at Gu Chenxi's appearance, Kong Lu thought of an emoticon, sweet, sensible, and silly. The end of this chapter. Chapter 100, Peace and Safety. Gu Chenxi immediately waited for her food and, like a curious kitten, kept asking Kong Lu all sorts of questions, such as how to tell if it was cooked or not and how to prevent it from burning. Kong Lu patiently answered her questions while grilling the meat, and showed her how to grill delicious barbecue. As they chatted, the steak was quickly cooked, and Kong Lu cut it into long strips with scissors and placed it on Gu Chenxi's plate. Try it, see if it's good. Gu Chenxi picked up a piece of meat, blew on the steam, then dipped it in some paprika and took a small bite in a dainty manner. Kong Lu had grilled it just right, the outside of the beef was fragrant and crispy, and there was plenty of juicy meat inside. The taste was naturally beyond words. MMM. MMM. Gu Chensi hummed happily as she chewed the beef in her mouth. Kong Lu was really touched by the sight of her eating ever since they started dating. Kong Lu had been losing blood every day. Kong Lu thought to himself, who understands, my girlfriend is so cute, I get nosebleeds every day from being so cute. This is not some cold and aloof school beauty, she is clearly a clingy little cutie. Kong Lu asked, how does it taste? Gu Chensi gave a thumbs up, swallowed the beef in her mouth, and said, it's delicious. Ha ha ha. Kong Lu, who had been praised by Gu Chensi, laughed from the bottom of his heart, and grilled the meat even harder. Gu Chensi just waited happily for her food. Whenever she went out with Kong Lu, Gu Chensi's mood would always become very good. For some reason, Gu Chensi had an inexplicable sense of dependence on Kong Lu. When he was not around, Gu Chensi was the cold and independent career woman, but as soon as she got close to Kong Lu, she lost all her scheming and pretensions and became a clumsy little child, just being happy however she could. Apart from her parents, perhaps Kong Lu is the only person in the world who can make her show her true self without any reservation. Kong Lu, on the other hand, has the illusion of raising a daughter. She always asks him all kinds of naive questions. Although Kong Lu is very smart and knows a lot, he doesn't think her questions are stupid and will patiently explain them to her. If you meet a girl who always asks you questions or tells you about the trivial things in life, don't think she's stupid or annoying, because that's her way of showing that she loves you. Very often, when a guy dates an immature girl who is younger than him, after the novelty of the relationship wears off, he will find her annoying and childish. This situation can also happen to a girl who dates a guy younger than herself. After a long time, the girl will also find it troublesome because the inexperienced guy has no experience in relationships and has to be taught everything, which can be very tiring. Why did you put all the meat on my plate? Gu Chensi looked at the pile of meat on her plate, which was almost as tall as a Christmas tree, while Kong Lu's plate looked like it had just been served, with hardly any grease stains. She immediately took the other person's plate, picked up most of the meat, and put it on his plate, saying, don't grill it anymore, let's eat first. Gu Chensi thought to herself, I can't let my baby go hungry. Kong Lu said slowly, grill this piece of meat. No way. Gu Chensi took away the tongs from Kong Lu's hand and said imperiously, eat quickly, or I'll beat you up. Okay, I'll eat it. Kong Lu looked at her, pretending to be fierce, and wanted to laugh. She picked up the chopsticks, took a couple of bites of the meat, and said, I'm eating it. Yes, that's right. Gu Chensi nodded with satisfaction, but then she thought, something's not right. She said to herself, Kong Lu's tone is like she's coaxing a child. After the barbecue was eaten, the cold in her body was instantly dispersed, and her stomach became warm. Gu Chensi was right. The two of them had made the right decision by ordering 200 yuan worth of barbecue. They couldn't have eaten more, and meat is something that you can easily get full of. What's more, the meat at the barbecue restaurant was marinated, so eating more of it would have been boring. Later, they added some vegetables, and Kong Lu ordered a main dish and an apple-shaped dessert. In total, the meal cost 288 yuan, which Kong Lu paid. Gu Chensi was sensible enough not to compete with Kong Lu to pay the bill, because she knew that according to Kong Lu's personality, if she gave him her phone and then competed with him to pay the bill, his pride would be hurt, which was actually completely unnecessary. After finishing their meal, the two of them, holding hands, strolled down the streets of Shanghai to walk off their food. Although in recent years it has been advocated that Western festivals should not be celebrated, the Christmas atmosphere in Shanghai is still very strong. Lanterns and decorations can be seen everywhere, and in front of some large shopping malls there are even huge Christmas trees, which are very spectacular. Kong Lu was not impressed by this. He is not someone who likes to celebrate Western festivals, and he is not even someone who likes to celebrate festivals. Kong Lu glanced over at Gu Chensi next to him and saw that she was staring at the glittering yellow star at the top of the huge Christmas tree, and the light was reflected in her eyes. Looking at her, Kong Lu suddenly smiled, thinking, this year seems to be different. There were all kinds of mobile stalls selling all kinds of holiday-related things at the entrance of the shopping mall, and there were also all kinds of stores in the mall that were holding Christmas activities. Kong Lu took advantage of Gu Chensi's days to go for a stroll. When he returned, he had an apple and a gift bag in his hand. I thought you'd run away without me. Gu Chensi said with grievance, clutching Kong Lu's hand and saying, you went to buy an apple without saying a word? You have to eat a peace fruit on Christmas Eve. Kong Lu handed the gift bag to Gu Chensi and said, nah, eat the peace fruit, every year, peace and safety. Pooh. Gu Chensi covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, good. After the digestion activity was over, Gu Chensi drove Kong Lu back to school. Before getting off the car, Kong Lu said, I hid a surprise in the apple. What surprise! Gu Chenxi said, and was about to open the gift box, but Kong Lu stopped him. Open it back at the dormitory, to preserve a bit of mystery. Gu Chenxi was unhappy at not being allowed to open the gift box, and said, then why did you tell me before getting off the car? You deliberately aroused my curiosity. Yes, I did. Kong Lu gave a wicked smile, then reached out and pinched Gu Chenxi's face, quickly running off the bus. Bye, beautiful. Watching Kong Lu walk into the dormitory, Gu Chenxi quickly drove the car to the parking lot, then quickly ran back to the dormitory. Watching Gu Chenxi rush back to the dormitory, Suya asked, what's gotten into you? Gu Chenxi had no mind to answer her, throwing the car keys down and starting to open the gift box. Inside the box was a big, red, sticker-printed apple. The moment Gu Chenxi picked up the apple, a string of glittering gold things was also pulled out with it. It was a golden necklace, with a golden apple as the pendant. Suya walked over and was instantly dazzled by the golden apple pendant. She exclaimed, holy shit, TM, a big golden apple. Underneath the pendant was a note, handwritten by Kong Lu. I wish my baby, after eating the peace fruit, peace and safety every year. The end of this chapter.